Chapter 1. Kara POV. I was entering my senior year at Blackthorn University, and my friends were throwing a massive party to celebrate the last weekend before classes started. Jackson, Hunter, Kai, Astrid, and Talia were the hosts. And when I say massive, I mean the kind of party that gets whispered about for weeks. Blackthorn wasn't your average college. It was mostly attended by werewolves and a few lycans, though about 30% of the student body was human. So they had to at least pretend to be normal. Most of the time. But the crew is throwing this party? They were anything but normal. Jackson, Hunter, and Talia were lycans. Rare, powerful, and practically royalty. Well, Hunter was actually the future king of the lycans, while Astrid and Kai were werewolves. There was supposed to be one more member of their pack, Ryker. Last year, they said he was studying abroad, but thanks to my enhanced hearing, I knew the truth. Ryker wasn't lounging in classrooms halfway across the world. He was the top general of the Lycan King's forces. Probably stationed somewhere dark and dangerous. And apparently, he was coming back for his senior year. Of course, I wasn't supposed to know any of that, because they thought I was human. Just a normal college girl. But little did they know I was a shifter too. A phoenix shifter. But I had learned how to mask my scent a long time ago. And this? This was my third time going to college. I had transferred in junior year, bonded with Astrid and Talia over a grueling group project, and from there, we just clicked. They accepted me without question, though I noticed they were always a little gentler around me, a little more careful with their words and actions. Because they thought I was fragile, breakable, human, even though I wasn't. The truth was, I had their speed and their strength, just not their strong sense of smell or rapid healing factor. But honestly, I was okay with them treating me that way. I felt a bit guilty at first, like I was lying to them. But I wanted to be seen as human. After 3 lifetimes of pain, I was done. No more mates. No more fated destinies. I wanted to be in control. I wanted to choose. And so I did. I chose to be human, which meant anything but mates. Only fun, party vibes allowed. I took a slow sip of my drink, the bass from the music pounding through the floorboards like a second heartbeat. I was dressed to kill, black fitted shorts hugging my hips, cute boots laced tight, and a maroon lace top peeking out beneath a black button-down shirt. The shirt wasn't buttoned, just tied in a knot above my navel, with a cutout in the fabric that drew the eye. My long red hair flowed freely, and I ran my fingers through it before tossing it over one shoulder, letting it cascade down my back like fire. The bass was thumping when Talia came up behind me and squealed, "Kara, what number drink is that?" I shrugged with a mischievous smile as Astrid slid in next to her laughing. "Dang, girl. I forgot how you can hold your liquor." "To surviving one more year of this," I said, raising my drink. We clinked glasses and cheered. Though truthfully, this year would be a breeze. I had already done it 3 times. Hunter appeared behind Astrid, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Great party, babe," he murmured into her neck, kissing her softly and nodding to us in greeting. I smiled, remembering what it felt like to have a mate. A part of me missed it, but a bigger part of me knew better. Astrid turned toward me with a sly grin. "It is a good party, but I think it could get even better." I narrowed my eyes. "What did you have in mind?" $20 to give Jackson a solo dance, she said, laughing. Astrid was always challenging me. Betting, daring. And I kind of loved it. Talia's eyes went wide, waiting for my answer. I arched my brow. They thought that was a dare? That just sounded like fun. So I turned toward the bar, knocked back a shot, and smirked. "I'll do it for free." Talia's jaw dropped as I strutted toward Jackson, who was deep in conversation with Kai. They didn't know there was a time in my life when I was a professional dancer, back before I even understood what I was. I grew up in the foster system. Orphaned. Alone. I found out I was a shifter the hard way. One night, I shifted for the first time, and it was the most terrifying night of my life. I had no idea what was happening to me, or what I even was. In a panic, I lost control, and my room erupted in flames of phoenix fire. By morning, the house was gone, and the family I had been staying with wanted nothing more to do with me. They kicked me out without a second glance. A girl has to survive. So yeah, I danced. And I was good at it. I had the moves, the confidence, and the energy to own every second of it. I never felt ashamed. Not even a little. It was actually how I found my first mate. A werewolf. But that was a lifetime ago. A story I wish to forget. Tonight I just wanted to feel alive. I walked toward Jackson, who was deep in conversation with Kai, surrounded by a cloud of giggling, overly perfumed girls practically climbing over each other to get his attention. Not that I could blame them. Jackson was incredibly attractive. He was tall, all muscle and swagger, with tan skin, brown hair, piercing green eyes, and a smile that could charm anyone. He was unmated too, and a Lycan at that, which meant he was basically a god walking among wolves. And he knew it. He flirted with me constantly, but I knew we were just friends. I pushed through the crowd, letting my fingers trail across his strong forearm as I caught his attention. He turned, and his eyes lit up the moment they landed on me. "Well, hey, Kara," he said with his signature grin, slow and lazy, like he had all the time in the world to analyze me. The girls around us tensed. One even hissed under her breath. I just smiled sweetly. "Sorry, ladies," I said, lacing my fingers with his and tugging him away. "Jackson has things to do." Kai raised a brow, and I winked at him as I led Jackson straight toward the chair Astrid had placed in the center of the room. "I do?" Jackson asked, bemused, letting me push him down into the seat. He tried to glance toward his friends in the corner, Hunter, Astrid, and Talia all watching with knowing smirks, but I wasn't having it. I grabbed his chin and tilted his face back toward me, locking our gazes. "Eyes on the show. Handsome," I said, trailing a single finger across his lips. His pupils dilated. And then the bass dropped. I stepped closer to him and let the music take over, every beat syncing with the movement of my hips. My body moved like fire, smooth and dangerous. I ran my hands down the front of his chest, moving against him in perfect rhythm, feeling the buzz of energy ripple between us. I felt alive. A wide, wicked grin spread across my face as I leaned over him, soaking in the way his hands twitched like he didn't know where to grab first. His gaze was stunned and completely enthralled. It felt good. Good to be watched. In control. I teased the knot of my cropped shirt slowly. The fabric slid from my shoulders, revealing the maroon lace beneath. I arched my back just slightly, watching his mouth part. I lived for that look. That sharp inhale. That split second of stunned silence before the tension crackled between us like lightning. I grabbed his hands and placed them on my waist. And the moment I let go, they started to wander. Up, down, slow. Like he wanted to memorize the shape of me. And did I grin? This was the kind of thrill I had missed. No mates. No destiny. Just raw, unfiltered fun. I could feel the tension radiating off him. Maybe I shouldn't have teased a Lycan like this. Maybe it was a little reckless, but I didn't care. I felt the burn in my veins, the smile tugging at my lips, the rush of heat that wasn't just the music or the lights, it was me. A crowd had formed around us. I heard the sharp whistles from a few guys, the amused gasps of girls. Astrid was cheering like a proud stage mom, yelling that I was incredible. Talia just stood there wide-eyed, mouth slightly open, probably wondering how the heck her friend had just gone full-on performer in the middle of our senior class party. I mean, yeah. I was dancing close to Jackson in front of everyone. And I was loving every second of it. "Kara," Jackson growled, dragging me back into the moment with a low, intense tone that made my stomach flip. His eyes were locked on me, glowing faintly. "Jackson," I said softly, leaning in, slow and teasing, close enough for our lips to brush. My grin deepened. "Making a point?" he asked, voice thick with emotion. He knew I could feel him, tense beneath me. I wrapped my arms around his neck, leaning closer. "Just completing a bet from Astrid," I said, eyes flicking toward her. But she wasn't looking at me anymore. She was trying to talk to someone. A man. But his eyes were fixed on me. And he was the most gorgeous man I had ever seen. Towering at least 6 feet 5 inches, his body was built like a warrior. Broad chest, strong arms, and pure power rippling beneath tight black clothes. His hair was jet black, tousled, and wild. But it was his eyes that did me in, violet, piercing, unreal. And the second I made eye contact, I knew. No. No. This couldn't be happening. My whole body went rigid. And of course, Jackson felt it. Lycans were too tuned in. His gaze followed mine. Ryker's back, it appears, he muttered. Ryker. That was Ryker. Then his hand was on my chin, tilting my face back to his. Thought you said eyes on the show, he smirked, voice laced with playful humor. I swallowed hard, the fire in me replaced with panic. Show's over, I said tightly, abruptly standing and adjusting my shirt, my hands moving fast. The crowd around us clapped, then slowly shifted back to dancing, but my world had slammed to a halt. I wanted to run. To vanish. I had come to this school thinking I was safe. That my next mate, if I ever had another, would be human this time. My first had been a werewolf. Then a human. Then another wolf. So I figured the next was a human. That's why I chose to attend Blackthorn University. Because it was crawling with werewolves. And the chances of me being mated to a human here were practically zero. But fate has a twisted sense of humor. I had never even considered that a Lycan would be a possibility. I mean, they were an extremely rare breed after all. I stood frozen. Astrid waved me over, but my feet wouldn't move. Jackson stepped up beside me. He could hear it, my heartbeat slamming like a drum in my chest. What's wrong? He asked, his voice suddenly gentler. Nothing, I lied quickly. Guess I got a little heated. He chuckled, totally buying it. Yeah, I tend to have that effect. He wrapped an arm around my waist and started tugging me toward our friends. I wanted to run, but I couldn't. Because if I did, it would give everything away. They thought I was human. They had no idea I knew what werewolves or lycans were. Or that I understood mates. They didn't even know what I was. So I had to act normal. Like nothing had just detonated inside me. I risked a glance at Ryker just to double-check, no, triple-check that this was really happening. He hadn't looked away. Not once. And I knew deep in my bones, with absolute, unshakable certainty, he was my mate. Oh no. This was exactly what I had been trying to avoid. As Jackson and I walked up to our crew, I tried to steady my breathing like my heart wasn't in full panic mode. Kai was standing with Talia now, placing a kiss on her cheek. Hunter had his arm wrapped around Astrid's waist, and Jackson was hugging Ryker. Ryker, who hadn't stopped staring at me. He was immaculate. His face looked like it had been carved by ancient deities. He was striking, with his sharp jawline, high cheekbones, and lips that were almost too perfect for a warrior. His violet eyes shimmered, with flecks of silver catching the light, otherworldly and intense. A faint scar ran along his jaw, only adding to his ethereal beauty. I needed to get it together. Because I could feel myself getting drawn in just looking at him. And that was dangerous. I knew he would be able to smell it. They all would. So I shoved the bond down, deep inside me, crushing it under a wall of willpower. I forced a smile onto my lips like nothing was wrong, like I wasn't unraveling at the seams. When Jackson released him, Ryker stepped forward, his lips parted. You're my main attraction of tonight. Astrid suddenly blurted out, eyes wide as realization hit. Her voice pitched high and frantic as she jumped in. Your dancing was hot as fire, Kara. Where the heck did you learn those moves? I blinked, feigning confusion, and then just smiled playfully, playing my part. Ryker's eyes scanned me slowly, thoughtfully. Clearly, they hadn't told him I was supposed to be human. That he couldn't just come out and say I was his mate. But now he could smell the truth. My scent was human. I held his gaze, keeping my fake smile perfectly calm. I'm Kara, I forced out. Nice to meet you. Then I turned back to the group before he could say anything else. I'm super tired, you guys. Gonna head to my dorm and crash. I'll see you tomorrow for class and lunch, yeah? They all stared at me in silence, eyes wide and jaws slack, as I had just blown their whole world apart. Maybe I had. I saw the shock written across their faces. No one had expected Ryker to be my mate. especially since they thought I was human. Not even me. And I needed to get out. Now. Chapter 2. Ryker POV. She is, I started. Human, Jackson finished for me. I clenched my jaw. But she's my mate, I said, and the word tasted like fire and truth on my tongue. This past year, traveling across Werewolf and Lycan territories, investigating rogue activity, tracking threats to the throne, I had hoped I would find her. I had been optimistic. For years, I had been waiting for her. But I hadn't found her. Not until now. Not until she walked straight into my life. And now, she was walking away from me. She just walked away. Walked. Had she not felt it? Even though she was human, she had to feel the bond. Maybe not with the same intensity one did. Lycans felt it like wildfire, like gravity pulling through our bloodstream, but humans weren't immune to it. That magnetic pull. That deep, primal craving that rooted itself in your bones and refused to let go. She had to feel it. And yet, she walked away. Goddess, I was angry. Angry at fate. At the time. At the ache in my chest that wouldn't go away. I had heard her name before Kara through Hunter, who had kept in contact with me during my time away. He mentioned a new friend, someone who had transferred in and quickly become part of their circle. But he hadn't told me she was human. Just that she was fierce. Smart. Someone I would probably like. And now I understand why. She had been here an entire year. Arrived just as I left. The whole time I had been flying between clans, hunting down rogue threats, fighting for a kingdom, my mate had been here. Right here. And I hadn't known. And now? She had walked out without looking back. I took a step toward the door, my heart racing, ready to go after her, ready to say something, do something, anything to stop this spiral, my beast needing her. Jackson stepped in front of me, his hand landing on my shoulder. A hard, halting grip. And in that moment, I saw red. I growled and shoved him back hard. Don't touch me, I snapped, my beast rising to the surface. My mate was just dancing half-dressed on you, and it took everything in me not to tear you apart right there. And it had. Seeing her like that, moving in Jackson's lap, body fleshed, mine, but not with me, it made my blood boil. But goddess. I had also been entranced. Her scent, lavender and something darker, hit me like a drug. She was perfect. Fiery red hair. Long, toned legs. Tight curves. I wanted to touch. I wanted to hold. I wanted all of her. My body ached at the memory. I didn't just want to be with her. I wanted to claim her. To know her. To hear her say my name while I made her mine. Jackson raised his hands defensively. I swear we are just friends. Plus, I didn't know she was your mate. None of us did. Not until just now. Hunter stepped in, always the level-headed one. And she probably doesn't know what's happening to her. She's human, She doesn't know what the bond is, she just knows she feels something she can't explain. I ran a hand through my hair, pacing as the bass thrummed around me. I can't believe this is happening, I muttered. My mate was human. I hadn't expected that. It was rare, but it did happen. Not that I cared, not really. I was conditioned to love her the moment I saw her. To want her. Forever. That wasn't the problem. The problem was the world I lived in. It was dangerous. Ruthless. And I wasn't just some ordinary supernatural. I was the top general of the Lycan King's forces. That meant war, politics, and constant risk. And by tradition, by blood, by bond, my mate would become my second in command. Not just my partner, my closest ally. Which meant she would have to get used to the chaos, the danger, and the reality of what I lived and breathed every day. And I didn't know how to bring her into that world. Why couldn't she have been a Lycan? Even a werewolf? It would have been easier. But no. She was human. Fragile. Soft in ways my world would threaten. And yet I loved her already. Fate was cruel sometimes. I needed time. Time to think. To process. To figure out how to handle this without breaking her. To keep her safe, keep her close, and somehow not scare her away. I'm going home, I said, voice rough and frayed at the edges. It came out more like a growl than a sentence. They all looked at me with that same tight-lipped concern, like I was a bomb they weren't sure how to defuse. And maybe I was. I had just gotten back from a full year of expedition, and this was the welcome I walked into. My mate, mine, walking away from me. I leveled a look at Hunter. We'll talk about rogue updates later. He gave a subtle nod, but his eyes were still on me like he was waiting for me to break. I paused, turning away, jaw clenched so hard it hurt. And in the morning, I ordered, my voice low and cold, the tone I used when commanding my forces, the one that left no room for argument. I want you to tell me everything you know about Kara. Chapter 3. Kara POV. I left fast, the music fading behind me, adrenaline crashing hard in my veins. By the time I got back to my dorm, I barely made it to the bathroom before I was sick, maybe from the alcohol, but more likely from the tidal wave of memories crashing down on me and the fact that fighting against the mate bond was literally making me physically ill. I can't do this again. I had already lost 3 mates, each time more brutal than the last. The first was a werewolf. We shared years of love, real, deep, soul-bonded love. Then I died in a pack battle. I hadn't known I would come back then. I hadn't known that was even possible. But I did. At the time, I didn't understand why, only that I had somehow survived death. It wasn't until later that I realized the truth. It had to be because I was a phoenix. Rebirth was part of me. A gift, I thought then. But in reality, it was a curse. Because the mate bond didn't come back with me. For my mate, it was as if I died and stayed dead. The connection vanished. I still loved him. But it wasn't enough to save him. Physically, he was there with me, but emotionally, he was broken. The grief of the severed bond drove him to madness. He eventually couldn't go on. And it shattered me. Because I still loved him. But my love was what destroyed him. So I returned to the human world where, after years, I unexpectedly found another mate, this time a human. I thought it would be safe, that he would die long before me and never feel the full weight of loss. I thought I could handle it. But when he died suddenly in a tragic accident, the grief hollowed me out. I wasn't as strong as I thought. I let the darkness take me. And then I came back. Again. That time, my mate was an alpha. A powerful werewolf. I believed maybe we could outrun fate together, immortal, bonded, untouchable. But we weren't. Our pack was attacked. I was killed. And my death shattered him. He went rogue. Lost. Violent. Irredeemable. In the end, I had to stop him. It destroyed what little was left of me. Destroyed my hope that I could be happy with someone for eternity. But more importantly, it almost destroyed the pack. So I left, in the middle of the night, knowing they were better off without me. That was a few years ago. Since then, I've learned my lesson. Every time I died and came back, a new mate awaited me, a different bond for each lifetime. So I made a vow. No more mates. No more destiny. No more fate. I wasn't strong enough to survive it again. But more importantly, I couldn't do that to someone else. Not again. My love was a weapon. And I hated that. I would rather live alone, hollow, and free than ever watch someone I love break because of me again. And now, Ryker. My mate was a Lycan. The one kind of mate I never expected. The kind that only gets one. Forever. The kind that had a mating bond you can't reject. The kind that would hunt me to the ends of the earth if I ran. Oh no. I was in deep trouble. Chapter 4. Ryker POV. The next morning, I woke to the first day of senior year. I was just grateful this whole charade was nearly over. The council had insisted I attend university, some integration nonsense about keeping up appearances and blending with the younger generation while protecting Prince Hunter. I never wanted this. All I ever wanted was to continue serving as a general for the Lycan King's forces. That was my purpose. Sure, I looked 22, young enough to blend in, but that didn't mean I needed to be here. I was older than all of them. I had watched Hunter and Jackson grow up side by side. Sure, we were all good friends now. That came with time, but the truth was, the only reason I was here in the first place was to protect Hunter, my cousin. That was the mission. Last night, I had caught up briefly with Hunter after everything. Rogue attacks were down across the US. Something that sounded good on the surface, but also put us on edge. Rogues, lone wolves, and lycans don't just disappear. Especially rogue lycans, which are rare to begin with. They don't just stop. If there's a dip in activity, it usually means one thing. They're planning something. And I had a bad feeling it had to do with the throne. I should have been focused on that. Should have been prepping, sharpening, strategizing. But instead, I kept seeing her. Kara. In my arms. Close to me. Her skin against mine. Her scent in my lungs. My mate. The one I had been waiting years, no decades for. But for some reason, it felt like she didn't want me. Like she didn't feel that instant pull of the bond. Like she had no idea what she was to me. And yet, even with her walls up, I knew she had to feel it. Maybe not the way I did, but no human was immune to the bond. Not completely. I pulled on clothes and headed down to breakfast. The crew was already gathered around the table. I didn't stop to greet them. I just planted my hands on the wooden finish and said, Kara. Jackson looked up, still half asleep and shirtless. Not even a good morning, he muttered. I didn't answer, just let out a low, warning growl. Talia perked up first. We met her last year. In class. We just clicked. She's kind, funny, stubborn, strong-willed, rebellious. Basically, your exact type, Astrid said with a small smile. Even though she's human, we all kind of adored her. She doesn't pry, Hunter added. Never asked why we all lived together or where we came from. Didn't push. It was nice. And she's wicked smart, too, Kai said. Then, after a beat, he added thoughtfully, actually, I've barely ever seen her study, unless it's helping these two, nodding toward Talia and Astrid. She's a wild child for sure, Jackson said, grinning. Incredibly stunning, too. That was the wrong thing to say. My body went rigid. Heat surged through me, violent and immediate. My hands curled into fists against the table. I lunged fast, instinctual. He barely dodged in time. Jackson, I snarled through clenched teeth, eyes blazing. Don't talk like that about what's mine. He raised his hands, still grinning like the arrogant guy he was. Hey, I'm just saying. She sounds perfect for you, Ree. A strong woman for a strong Lycan. An awkward silence followed. I exhaled slowly, trying to calm the beast clawing beneath my skin. Then asked the question, twisting like a blade in my gut. So then why did she walk away from me last night? Astrid looked at me gently. Ree, she's human. She probably doesn't understand what's happening. The pull. The feelings. She needs time to make sense of it. Her words helped. A little. I could give her time. But man, I had waited this long already. What were a few more days? A few more weeks? I clenched my fists and forced a deep breath. Then Jackson, of course, decided now was a great time to speak again. Maybe, he said cautiously. My eyes snapped to him. What do you mean, maybe? We all said at once. He scratched the back of his neck. Okay, don't get mad. That never meant anything good. But last year, before I knew she was your mate, I flirted with Kara. A lot. My vision blurred. I loved Jackson like a brother. But if he told me he touched her, if he so much as kissed her, my knuckles cracked against the table. With splintered beneath my grip. Depending on how he finished that sentence, my beast was ready to tear him apart. Jackson's eyes widened slightly. Nothing happened, Jackson said quickly, holding up his hands. I swear. She shut me down, told me point blank she doesn't date. That cooled the fire. Barely. But then his words really sank in. She doesn't date? I repeated, frowning. Jackson nodded. Said it straight. No flirting, no games. Never gave me a shot. I backed off. Man. That was going to make things a lot harder. Because in the human world, things didn't work as they did with us. They didn't have mates. They dated, fell in love slowly, and chose each other after trial and error and heartbreak. Not like wolves. Not like lycans. We knew. The second we saw them, touched them, smelled them. The bond snapped into place like lightning in our bones, and that was it. Forever. And just like that, my whole plan unraveled. I thought I could ease her into it. Start slow. Date her. Make it feel normal for her. But if she didn't date at all? Hunter arched a brow, his tone dry. And you're just telling us this now? Jackson shrugged like it wasn't a big deal. Didn't think it was relevant until last night. Then he leaned back in his chair, hands behind his head like he wasn't the reason my jaw was tight and my blood was still simmering. If you don't believe me, he said with a lazy grin, ask her yourself. Chapter 5. Kara POV. The next day, classes flew by in a blur. Before I knew it, I was trudging toward our usual lunch table with an apple in hand. I wasn't hungry. I had spent half the night throwing up and the other half lying in bed, wide-eyed, trying to breathe past the weight in my chest. Gods, I had never had to fight a mate bond before. And it was torture. I looked terrible and I felt worse. Everyone was already seated when I arrived, laughing and chatting as if nothing had changed. But the moment I approached, Ryker's eyes locked on me, and the table went quiet as I sat down. I dropped into the seat next to Jackson and saw Ryker's jaw clench. Hard. I ran a hand over my face and tossed my bag to the ground like nothing was wrong. Well, you look awful, Astrid said bluntly. What happened to you? I spent the night throwing up, I said honestly. My voice was low, raw. I liked being truthful with them when I could be. When it didn't burn too much. You okay now? Kai asked gently. No one asked why. They probably assumed it was the alcohol. I just nodded and took a bite of my apple, even though the taste made my stomach twist. So I said, forcing a casual tone, any other antics go down last night? Nope. You were definitely the main attraction, Jackson grinned, nudging me playfully. I laughed softly, but out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ryker's arm flex, his expression darkening. His gaze snapped to Jackson, and I could practically feel the beast beneath his skin snarling, furious that I was sitting beside another unmated Lycan when I should have been next to him. By now, most mates would have been inseparable, touching, close, already bonded. And I knew how much it was hurting him that we weren't. But I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't give in. Even though every part of me wanted to. Even though he looked absolutely incredible today. No. Kara, focus. Keep it together. So, why don't you date? Astrid asked suddenly, pulling me out of my thoughts of Ryker. I blinked. What do you mean? Talia leaned forward, her voice soft and genuinely curious. I mean, you never went out with anyone who asked you out last year. Yeah, Astrid added, brow raised. Man, I don't think I've ever seen you date any guy, period. I smirked and leaned toward them playfully, my voice dropping into a low tease. Well, maybe I'm not into men. I let my fingers trail slowly through a strand of Astrid's hair, brushing lightly along her lip. The table went quiet for a beat. Hunter tensed beside her, the faintest growl curling in his throat that I knew he tried to keep down. But Astrid just broke into laughter, swatting my hand away. Oh, please, after the way you were dancing last night? You definitely like men. They were excited. Eager. Maybe even a little hopeful, like this moment was confirmation that I was staying. That I was going to be one of them. But as much as I love them, I couldn't give them that. You're right, I said, voice light but steady. I do like men. I just don't do dating. Ryker's eyes narrowed on me. What do you mean you don't do dating? He asked. Gods, the sound of his voice was a whole storm wrapped in velvet. His eyes were melting me from the inside out. The overwhelming heat. The attraction. I tried to keep my expression neutral. Cool. Detached. Like this conversation wasn't slowly destroying me. I mean, I don't do the whole getting to know you, hearts on the line thing, I said with a shrug, casual as can be. Feelings are messy. But flings are easy. So I'll have fun, I mean, a girl has needs. I just don't do love stories. I do fun. The moment the words spilled out, I regretted them. Ryker's eyes turned hot and intense. And that look alone had me seconds away from imagining a future with him. And oh no, that was not helping. Every second of eye contact was lighting me up so much that I could barely breathe. Like, I really didn't want to be with this man right here on this table? Kai tilted his head, curious but quiet. Jackson, on the other hand, raised a hand like he was calling nonsense in a courtroom. Objection, he announced, leaning in. Let me get this straight. You don't date, but you do have fun with people? And you've never had fun with me? What on earth, Kara? Typical Jackson. Cocky, grinning, full of it, and somehow still charming. I rolled my eyes and shot him a wicked grin. Oh, please. You couldn't handle me. He clutched his chest as I had shot him. Cruel. Unnecessary. And also, debatable, he fired back without missing a beat. I just smiled and shook my head, but Ryker didn't smile. He growled. It was low. So low that no human would have caught it. But I did. And so did Jackson. He immediately backed off, turning his full attention to his plate as it had just become the most fascinating thing in the world. For a moment, the table dipped into a thick, uneasy silence. Then Astrid, still too strong-willed for her own good, tried again. Okay, so, then what's your type? I don't have one, I replied truthfully. Human or werewolf, I thought in my head. Definitely not lycans. Never lycans. She just nodded as Ryker's gaze bored into me. Man, the intensity of his stare was starting to get to me. My pulse was becoming erratic. It was like my body had already decided he was gravity, and I was just meant to fall. The thoughts I had been trying to bury from earlier clawed their way back up, stirred by the bond now tugging harder at me, pulling me toward him, demanding I move closer, give in, feel. I have to get to class, I blurted, sharper than intended, standing so fast my chair scraped. I had to go. Before his scent and lethal good looks turned me into a puddle in front of everyone. Before I forgot who the heck I was. What I was. I didn't look back. Didn't let myself wonder what his lips tasted like. What his arms would feel like wrapped tight around me. Don't you dare, I chided myself. Don't forget we're studying at our place later. Talia called after me. But I was already gone. Chapter 6. Ryker POV. I watched her walk away from me again. And this time, my beast didn't just growl. He roared. A savage, bone-deep sound that rippled through my body. Every instinct in me screamed to go after her. To grab her. To hold her close and make her understand she was mine. And tear Jackson apart while I was at it. But then the breeze shifted, and I caught her scent. It wasn't just lavender anymore. It was a desire. My entire body froze. It hit me like a punch to the gut, and my body ached just from the scent of it, from knowing I had gotten under her skin without even touching her. Yes! So she did feel it. The bond. The pull. Me. The table stayed silent after she left, eyes still on me, waiting to see what I would do. Jackson cleared his throat. Told you, he said, voice low. Sorry, man. I don't know what your game plan is for that, but... She said she doesn't date, I interrupted, eyes still glued to the spot where she disappeared, but she is Flings. And that was all I needed to hear. I stood slowly, pushing my chair back, a slow devilish grin curving across my lips. I can work with that. Their expressions shifted, some amused, some questioning, but I didn't care. I left the table and walked to my next class, the scent of her desire still thick in my lungs, every step sparking with adrenaline. I had hoped to start slower. To date her. Win her over. Ease her into what this was between us. Even though the moment I laid eyes on her, I wanted to claim her so thoroughly she would never forget my name. But if this was where she needed to start? Physical? Then fine. We would start there. With her body. Because I knew her body wanted me. Needed me as I needed her. She craved me, whether or not she admitted it. And right now, I would give her an experience she would never forget. Ensure she would only ever want me. No one else. Not now. Not ever. Her heart and mind would follow. That would come next. Chapter 7. Kara POV. Later that evening, I showed up at their house. The whole crew lived together, some Lycan pack dynamic, I think. I never really asked about it, because I didn't want them asking questions about me. So I just pretended like it was normal. Kai let me in with a casual nod, and I made my way toward Astrid's room until something stopped me cold. A scent. His scent. It was rich and powerful, laced with something wild and masculine. It wrapped around me, invading my senses, curling low in my stomach. I paused outside his door, slightly ajar, and even though I knew better, I couldn't help myself. He wasn't inside. His scent was strong, but the silence told me that much. Curiosity slid its claws into me, and I pushed the door open an inch, just enough to catch a glimpse. His room was minimal, but deeply masculine, commanding. Go figure. A massive bed took center stage, draped in dark linens. There was a fireplace, a heavy oak desk, bookshelves filled with titles in multiple languages, and a pair of swords mounted on the wall like silent guardians. It was clean, sharp, lethal, and incredibly attractive. I should have walked away, turned on my heel, and left before I did something stupid. But the bond kept me rooted in place. On instinct, I inhaled again, his scent making my knees weak. No, Kara. What are you doing? Get a grip. You're stronger than this. And then I felt him. Before I heard him, before I saw him, his presence slid over my skin. Well, hello, Kara, he murmured behind me. His voice was a velvet threat. I jolted, whirling halfway around. Oh, goodness. I wasn't trying to snoop, I stammered, guilt flushed across my face. I was just passing by. Curious about the new guy and all. He didn't step back. Instead, he moved closer. His hands landed on my waist, and my breath caught as he leaned in, his lips brushing the shell of my ear. It's natural to be curious, he whispered. You can go in if you want. Every nerve in my body lit up. His voice vibrated through me as a current, and a jolt of need pulsed through me, straight to my core. No, Kara. You need to leave. I stepped inside. My bag slid off my shoulder and hit the floor with a soft thud, the sound barely registering. I immediately moved to the bookshelf, trying to make it seem casual, dragging my fingers over worn spines I couldn't focus on. The door clicked closed behind me, and I heard his footsteps. He joined me at the shelf, leaning one shoulder against it, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Just watching. I could feel his gaze like hands on my skin. The bond pulsed between us, a living thing now, beating in sync with my own pulse. And no matter how hard I fought it, I could feel my control slipping further from my grasp. Desperate to reclaim even a shred of it, I forced my attention elsewhere. His room, the details, anything but the heat crackling between us. The soft, dark sheets. The precisely lined books. The blades mounted on the wall, each one sharp, gleaming, and perfectly still. Seconds passed in charged silence. This room is I muttered, the words slipping out before I could stop them. My voice was barely more than a whisper, but I knew he heard it. He tilted his head, a soft smile tugging at his lips. Is it? And how would you know exactly? We barely know each other. He wasn't wrong. Secretly, I already knew he was a Lycan. And a general, no less. But beyond that, we didn't know a thing about each other. On paper, he was a total stranger. Do you want to know me? He asked, stepping away from the shelf and stalking toward me. His hand lifted, fingers brushing the side of my face, warm and unhurried, like he had all the time in the world. I should have said no. I meant to. But my body betrayed me first, leaning in, just slightly, like it knew what my mouth refused to speak. My phoenix flared, wings unfurling in my chest, every instinct screaming yes. Yes, I want to know you. Yes, I want to fall into you. Yes, I want to lose myself. But I forced my mouth to stay shut. I couldn't let the words slip free, because saying them would be a death sentence. For both of us. So, caught between biting down on a yes and spitting out a no, I did the only thing I could. I stepped back. Just enough to shatter the moment. Just enough to feel the hollow echo of everything we would never have. His smile dimmed. Just a flicker. But I saw it. I turned to grab my backpack, needing to move, to breathe, to put space between us, but he moved first. One heartbeat, I was alone. Next, I was in his arms. His grip was firm, possessive, as he pulled me flush against him. He buried his face in my hair, then lower, into the curve of my neck, breathing me in as he needed it to survive. Well, I know this about you, he murmured, lips grazing my throat. You said you don't date. A pause. A hum. But you have needs. His voice dipped, darker now. So do I. He turned me in his arms, slow and sure, backing me into the bookshelf until I was pinned, his hard body pressed against mine. "And I want to be the only one who satisfies those needs," he whispered, voice low, rough, and undeniably not a request. It was a command. Every word dripped with heat, hunger, and promise. I tensed on instinct as he pressed up against me, like his body was already claiming what his mouth hadn't fully spoken. My phoenix stirred instantly, heat licking up my spine, desperate to rise, to burn, to surrender to him. But I held the line. Somehow. I looked up at him, breath shaky, and forced a coy smile onto my lips. It was the only shield I had left. "We may run in the same friend circle, Ryker," I said softly, voice laced with a bite, "but I just met you." His violet eyes lit with something wild and hungry. "Even more reason I need to get to know you better," he challenged. "Everyone else got a year with you," he went on, his fingers trailing along my hip. "But I didn't. We've got a lot of time to make up for. And I plan to make every second count." I laughed. A brittle sound meant to slice through the tension wrapping around us. "You may be right, Ryker," I teased, tilting my chin, even as I fought to sound in control, "but sorry to break it to you, handsome, you're not my type." He froze. Then he laughed. Low, deep, a sound that rumbled through his chest. Right, he murmured, that smirk of his turning sharp. "And I'm guessing that's why your heart's racing. And you're reacting like you're begging me not to stop." He leaned closer, but there was no rush in his movements. After all, there was no need to chase what was already wanted to be caught. "You can keep lying with your mouth, Kara," he said softly, "but your body's already confessed." His eyes dragged over me. Possessive, lethal, and certain. His hand lifted. Fingers brushed over my mouth, then his thumb swept across my bottom lip and lingered. I looked up, and in his heated gaze I saw it. He was going to kiss me. He leaned in, inch by inch, like I was prey he planned to savor. And my phoenix clawed beneath my skin, wings flaring, flames rising, screaming to be let loose, to take him, to kiss him back, to claim him. But I shoved her down brutally, desperately, wrenching her back with everything I had, barely pulling myself from the edge. The effort left my chest burning as my ribs had cracked under the weight of it. Like my heart had torn itself apart just to keep her caged. I quickly plastered a playful smile onto my face, masking the wildfire raging behind my eyes. And just before he could close that final inch, I whispered, breathless, "I should go study." Then I slipped deftly from his reach, grabbed my bag, and turned to leave. "I'll leave you two, satisfy your needs." Alone. The bond screamed in protest. Pushing it down was agony, like holding back a volcano with bare hands, but I grinned through the pain. Grinned like I wasn't seconds away from completely losing control. Behind me, a low chuckle followed as I left. "You know where to find me," he called, "when your needs get too hard to ignore." I practically ran to Astrid's room, because another second in his, and I wouldn't have walked out. Man, I couldn't fall for him. I barely knew him. But gods, did I want to. I wanted to know everything. The way he kissed. The way he sounded when he lost control. Maybe he was right. Maybe we could just be physical. To satisfy our needs and the maddening demands of this infuriating bond. I could do that, right? I mean, we would be incredible together. I knew I couldn't date him. It would be messy, too much emotion, too much risk. Dating led to attachment. Attachment led to bonding. And bonding led to mating. I couldn't let that happen. But I had never tried to resist a mate bond before. It was hard. No, excruciating. Yet being around him somehow made it easier. Not to resist, gods, no, that part was harder than ever. Every second near him made it nearly impossible to hold the line between our bond. But the pain? The pain lessened. That crushing, empty pressure in my chest, the slow suffocation that came from not claiming him, eased the moment he was near. His presence dulled the ache I carried, like a balm over an open wound. My heart didn't feel like it was being pulverized one beat at a time. My body stopped shaking from the withdrawal. Even my phoenix was soothed a bit, happy to be in proximity of the one she wanted. It was a cruel paradox. The closer he got, the more dangerous it became, but the farther away he stayed, the more it hurt to breathe. So maybe I could have just enough contact? Just enough to take the edge off. A touch here, a kiss there. Plus, let's be honest, who could resist a connection with a mate? And I knew he wouldn't mark me to complete the mate bond. He couldn't. At least not yet. As far as he knew, I was just a human. He wouldn't do that to me without telling me what he was. What would it mean for me? No, Kara. Stop. You can't go down this path. I shook the thoughts from my head, shoved them aside like they hadn't already sunk their claws into me. You can do this. You've endured worse pain than this. Just focus. Just act normal. Just act human. Act like he doesn't bother you. And I tried. I really did. I spent all night helping Astrid and Talia study for the exam tomorrow, reviewing all our summer study material, flipping through flashcards, reciting formulas, and laughing over dumb notes. I told myself to be present, to engage. But Ryker's voice echoed in my mind. His scent still lingered on my skin. And every time I closed my eyes, I saw him. By the time we finished, it was late. So late that even Talia was yawning, and Astrid had already sprawled out on her bed, half asleep. You're staying here, Talia declared, dragging a spare blanket from the closet. I didn't argue. I was too tired. Too mentally and emotionally strung out from fighting the bond. Guest room's open. You know the one. I nodded, mumbled a goodnight, and walked down the hallway, heart finally starting to slow. I slipped into the room, changed into an oversized t-shirt, collapsed into the bed, and fell asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. And of course, because my phoenix is a treacherous, insatiable creature, I dreamed of him. Of Ryker's hands on my hips, his mouth trailing down my body. In the dream, I was bold. Close to him, wanting him. My body arching into his as he spoke against my throat. Say it, Kara, he commanded, voice like thunder. Tell me what you want. You, I gasped. I want you. And gods, I did. I shattered in the dream, blinding heat exploding through me, and I woke up panting, sweaty and soaked. My body was aching, wishing, stupidly, that it had been real. That he had been real. And before I could stop myself, drained and desperate from fighting my instincts all night, my phoenix snapped her chains. I was on my feet, out the door, halfway down the hall before my mind caught up with my body. In a heartbeat, I reached his room and burst through the door. He was there, leaning at the edge of his bed, shirtless, sweatpants hanging low on his hips. His abs flexed as he straightened, every muscle carved and tight like he had been sculpted from stone. His arms were thick, powerful. If he was surprised to see me, he didn't show it. We didn't speak as I approached him and moved close to him. Sitting with him, I could feel the hard line of him pressed between us. I'm not here to fall in love, I said, voice low, eyes locked on his, still defiant and fighting, even as the phoenix inside me took control. His hands gripped my hips. Then why are you here? He rasped, voice strained and dripping with need. Just physical, I whispered. Nothing complicated. I told myself it was just to ease the bond. Just enough to stop the ache. Nothing more. His jaw flexed, and his breath caught. Can you handle that? I asked breathlessly. He groaned, his head tipping back, eyes fluttering shut as I had just knocked the air out of him. Kara. I got my answer when his mouth crashed into mine, hungry, wild, and devouring. His tongue tangled with mine, hands moving with a desperate kind of control. One slid under my shirt, fingers trailing up my spine. The other fisted in my hair as I moved against him, chasing the heat. He stood in one swift motion, lifting me effortlessly as I wrapped my legs around his waist. Our mouths never parted. He skillfully slammed the door shut and pressed me hard against it, letting me feel exactly what I had done to him. I gasped as he kissed down my neck. Your scent is driving me insane. I just grinned. Little did he know I knew what that meant. And he was driving me crazy too. He carried me to the bed, laying me down. He pulled my shirt over my head, kissed my chest, then lower. Don't make me beg, Ryker, I whispered. And he didn't. His touch was electric. Slow and intense. But when he started to move things further, I reached for him, grabbing his arm. "Not all the way," I said, breath catching, my voice unsteady, heart pounding like a war drum. "Just, not yet." He looked at me, wild-eyed and breathless. His chest rose and fell as he had just gone 10 rounds in a fight with his own beast. And maybe he had. I knew what I was asking wasn't fair. I could feel the tension in his body, the restraint it took not to claim me, right then, right there. But after a beat, he nodded, eyes flaring and lips curling into a grin. "So there's gonna be a next time?" I arched a brow. "If you can prove you're worth the second round." He leaned in, voice a low growl against my ear. "Careful, beautiful, don't tempt the beast." His grin sharpened, dark and dangerous. And then he proved it. He took his time, hands and mouth everywhere, exploring me like he was memorizing the map of my body. He didn't just touch me. He read me. Every gasp, every twitch, every desperate breath. He drove me to the edge and kept me there, dangling just over bliss until I was breathless and burning. And when he finally let me fall, it wasn't soft or gentle. It was intense. The connection surged through me, blinding, raw, and consuming. I cried out his name, only for him to pull me back under and do it again. And again. Slower. Deeper. Rougher. He didn't stop until my legs were shaking, until I couldn't form words. Until I was undone, completely and entirely melted into the mattress. I hadn't felt this in years. Intimacy with a mate. The kind of connection that cracked you open and filled all the hollow places you didn't even know were empty. When he finally pulled me back into his arms, I could feel the curve of his smirk against my hair. He already knew the answer. He didn't need me to say a word. He had proven himself. Thoroughly. Expertly. And there was going to be a round 2. Honestly, I was wondering if I would even survive next time. But for now, I just curled into his chest. Physically, I knew the phoenix in me had won tonight. But with her victory, the pain of the bond had vanished too. At least for now. Yet I knew this momentary bliss was a lie. A dangerous, seductive lie. So mentally, I kept chanting my promise like a prayer, just physical. That's all this was. No strings. No mess. No feelings. My body may have given in, but my mind was still at war. I was still in control. I had to be. Because the moment my heart got involved, I knew I was in trouble in more ways than one. Chapter 8. Kara POV. I woke up in his arms. The scent of him wrapped around me, heady and addictive. My body melted against his, and for a fleeting moment, I let myself pretend. Pretend we could be something more, something real. But we couldn't be. Just physical, I reminded myself. Simple. Physical. Temporary. Still, I couldn't help myself. I looked up at him, fast asleep, his face serene, lips slightly parted. He was beautiful. My fingers moved on their own, tracing the ridges of his abs, gliding down the sculpted lines of his arm, then up to the sharp edge of his jaw. I leaned in and pressed a kiss to the hollow of his throat, breathing in his scent like I could bottle it, keep it, carry it with me always. He stirred. His eyes fluttered open and met mine. Violet and silver. Absolutely mesmerizing. Eyes that made me want to forget everything. He was incredible. The most dangerously handsome man I had ever laid eyes on. And he was mine. Made for me. At least for this lifetime, I thought bitterly, the truth sinking like a stone in my chest. That was the problem. He felt like mine, but I knew better than to believe it could last. Reality washed over me, extinguishing my desire before it could catch fire. I pulled away abruptly, retreating from his touch as it burned. He looked at me, confusion clouding his still sleepy eyes, while I sat on the edge of the bed, struggling to breathe through the ache of a future that could never be ours. "Kara, what's wrong?" he pressed, his voice rough with sleep. "Nothing," I replied too quickly, reaching for my discarded shirt. I threw it over my head and stood up, heading for the door. Wait. Before I could open it, he was there. Faster than I could move. He slammed it shut with one hand and stood behind me, so close I could feel his warmth ghosting down my spine. I didn't turn around. I knew his beast had felt the shift in me. He wanted to comfort me. I felt it in the way he wrapped one strong arm around my waist, the way his voice softened when he whispered, "How do you take your coffee?" And that broke me. The gentleness, the intimacy, the offer of something more. "No," I said, finally turning to face him. He blinked, startled. "No? You don't drink coffee then?" he teased gently, trying to pull me back into him. His bare chest brushed against mine, and it took everything in me not to melt. I pushed him hard, but only with a human-level strength. He didn't move, of course, but he got the message and took a reluctant step back. "No, Ryker," I said, voice firm now. "I mean, we're not doing this. We may run in the same friend group, but I'm not getting to know you, and you're not getting to know me. We are not a thing." It was agony to say the words out loud. Every syllable tasted like betrayal, but he needed to hear them. And, truthfully, so did I. I didn't want to hurt him. But I saw it, the way his eyes narrowed, the way his jaw clenched in quiet restraint and buried pain. Inside me, my phoenix stirred, aching to reach out and to comfort his beast. But I needed to make it clear. It is just physical. The words cut through the air. He growled. A low, visceral sound that I pretended not to hear. Pretended it didn't gut me. Instead, I turned away, opened the door, and walked out. The bond yanked at me the moment I crossed the threshold, familiar, relentless, though notably less painful than before. But gods, what had I done? I had been so lost in the bond last night, so drenched in heat and desperation, battling for control with my phoenix, that I hadn't even thought about the morning after. Sure, I had stayed over a dozen times before, but this was different. Because today, my friends would know. They would smell it on me. They would smell him on me. They would all know I slept with Ryker. Chapter 10. Kara POV. Talia was already up, making waffles for breakfast. She always did that on test days, her little good luck charm, she once told me. Kai was helping her while Hunter and Astrid set the table, chatting softly between themselves. Ryker and Jackson were making coffee, dressed in outfits that made them both look like they belonged on a runway. Ryker's muscles flexed under the fabric like the shirt was doing its best to survive. He looked powerful and dangerous. Sure, Hunter was next in line for the throne, but Ryker, he was a Lycan General. My mate. One of the top-ranking warriors in their entire species. His body was a masterpiece. No wonder he was so good. I mean, how many women had he been with before me? A sharp, unexpected pang of jealousy twisted through my stomach, but I shook it off. No, don't go there. He's not yours. We are just physical. I drifted toward the sink, needing the shock of cold water to smother the heat beneath my skin and dull the raw throb of the bond. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen, the atmosphere shifted. Astrid stopped talking mid-sentence, her gaze flicking to me, her nose twitching slightly, and her eyes gleaming. I caught the knowing look she exchanged with Talia, and the grin that tugged at Jackson's mouth, although he tried to hide it. They all thought I was going to be one of them now. But they didn't know I couldn't be, and I hated that I was going to disappoint them. A part of me wanted to open up, to lay it all bare, tell them what I was, who I was, everything I'd been through, and let Ryker decide what he wanted to do with that truth. But selfishly, I was scared. I didn't want to break another person. I didn't want my heart to bleed anymore. And if they ever found out that I had been lying all along about who I was, about what I knew of their world, I wasn't sure they'd forgive me. I wasn't even sure I wanted forgiveness. Or if I deserved it after everything I had done, for all the lives I had touched and broken along the way. I was still lost in that storm of thought when we sat down at the breakfast table. I spotted an open seat between Jackson and Astrid and took it quickly before anyone else could say a word. We started eating, the chatter picking back up around me, but I stayed quiet, concentrating on my waffle as though it could save me from the question I knew was coming. So, Astrid said, leaning in with a wicked glint in her eyes, I woke up and guess what? You weren't in the guest room. She smirked, cocking an eyebrow mischievously. Where'd you sneak off to? Talia giggled into her juice. I could feel the entire table tuning into our conversation. I took a deep breath, then said it loud and clear. I slept with Ryker. Jackson let out a long whistle, laughing as he leaned back in his chair. Man, straight to the point. I like it, he said, grinning. So, was he as good as you imagined, or are you telling us because he was bad and you're looking for sympathy? He winked and added, pretty sure I could teach him a thing or two if he needs the help. Ryker shot him a deadly glare and kicked him hard under the table. Jackson let out a grunt, but only laughed harder. I just rolled my eyes and shrugged, a small smile tugging at my lips, like it was no big deal. You guys have been friends forever, right? You were gonna figure it out eventually, so I figured I'd just rip the band-aid off. Then I added, a little too sharply, and just so we're clear, it's just physical. Astrid's smile faded. Jackson's shoulders sagged. Across from me, Ryker lifted his head to look at me and then looked away just as fast. His entire body went rigid, anger practically radiating off him at the way I had brushed off what we shared, at insinuating our connection was meaningless. And I got it. No one ever imagines their mate not wanting them back. Not choosing them. Especially him. I mean, look at him. Who would be foolish enough not to want him? Well, me apparently. But I had my reasons. Kai frowned. Why not date, though? He pushed. You clearly have a physical attraction. Plus, I think you two would be kind of perfect together. I drew a long breath, letting my gaze drift across the table, watching as my friends all nodded in agreement. Of course, they thought that. We were mates, after all. But they didn't know what my love would do to Ryker. To us. First of all, we met like 2 days ago, I countered. And second. I trailed off, my fingers tightening around my fork. Like I told you guys yesterday, I don't date. Not anymore. Hunter's voice was curious. So you used to then? What changed? All eyes were on me. Not just looking. Watching. Waiting for a story. Even Ryker. Especially Ryker. His violet eyes pinned me in place, like he felt the cracks forming in me and was waiting to see what spilled out. And my phoenix wanted to give them, especially him, a piece of truth. Not the whole thing, but just enough for them to understand. Do you know how everyone talks about soulmates? I said quietly, pushing the food around on my plate. The one person you are meant to be with forever? They all nodded slowly. Of course they did. Astrid glanced at Hunter, her fingers brushing his. Talia leaned into Kai just slightly. They knew what that kind of bond felt like because they were living it. But I asked anyway because it was the human thing to do. Well, I continued, I found mine. Years ago. That got their attention. Talia blinked, visibly confused. Astrid tilted her head. Hunter and Kai's brows furrowed. Ryker's body went perfectly still. Even Jackson, who always had something to say, sat frozen. My gaze stayed fixed on the plate in front of me. I breathed in once. Shaky. And then I let the words fall softly, but I knew they could hear me all the same. We were happy for a time. In love. It was pure bliss. Then there was a fight that didn't end well, and the love of my life. I paused, forcing myself to steady my breathing, to hold my emotions in check. He died in my arms. Talia gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as Kai protectively pulled her closer. Across the table, Hunter reached for Astrid's hand like it was instinct, something in him needing to hold on. She didn't look away from me, just tightened her grip, her whole expression stricken. Jackson's lips parted in disbelief. And Ryker, his knuckles had gone white. No one breathed. I knew the story about losing my first mate was cryptic. And I knew they didn't believe it was true, at least the part about me finding my soulmate. Not with Ryker sitting there, obviously fated to me. Not with a mate bond buzzing in the space between us. But they did understand the grief. The kind of pain that ripped your soul apart. The kind of pain one can only endure from losing a mate. It broke me, I whispered, my voice cracking on the words. And I'm not going through that again. Especially for a fourth time. Not now. Not ever. The silence lingered like a fog, which brought forth a tsunami of painful memories that washed over me. Suddenly, I felt like I was drowning. And I needed air. I needed out. I'm gonna walk to school now, I murmured, blinking fast, trying to keep the tears at bay. I need some fresh air. Then, before anyone could stop me, before Ryker could reach for me, before Astrid could ask more questions, before the full truth really broke free, I did the only thing I was good at. I left. Chapter 10. Kara POV. Talia was already up, making waffles for breakfast. She always did that on test days, her little good luck charm, she once told me. Kai was helping her while Hunter and Astrid set the table, chatting softly between themselves. Ryker and Jackson were making coffee, dressed in outfits that made them both look like they belonged on a runway. Ryker's muscles flexed under the fabric like the shirt was doing its best to survive. He looked powerful and dangerous. Sure, Hunter was next in line for the throne, but Ryker, he was a Lycan General. My mate. One of the top-ranking warriors in their entire species. His body was a masterpiece. No wonder he was so good. I mean, how many women had he been with before me? A sharp, unexpected pang of jealousy twisted through my stomach, but I shook it off. No, don't go there. He's not yours. We are just physical. I drifted toward the sink, needing the shock of cold water to smother the heat beneath my skin and dull the raw throb of the bond. But the moment I stepped into the kitchen, the atmosphere shifted. Astrid stopped talking mid-sentence, her gaze flicking to me, her nose twitching slightly, and her eyes gleaming. I caught the knowing look she exchanged with Talia, and the grin that tugged at Jackson's mouth, although he tried to hide it. They all thought I was going to be one of them now. But they didn't know I couldn't be. And I hated that I was going to disappoint them. A part of me wanted to open up. To lay it all bare. Tell them what I was, who I was, everything I'd been through, and let Ryker decide what he wanted to do with that truth. But selfishly, I was scared. I didn't want to break another person. I didn't want my heart to bleed anymore. And if they ever found out that I had been lying all along about who I was, about what I knew of their world, I wasn't sure they'd forgive me. I wasn't even sure I wanted forgiveness. Or if I deserved it after everything I had done, for all the lives I had touched and broken along the way. I was still lost in that storm of thought when we sat down at the breakfast table. I spotted an open seat between Jackson and Astrid and took it quickly before anyone else could say a word. We started eating, the chatter picking back up around me, but I stayed quiet, concentrating on my waffle as though it could save me from the question I knew was coming. So, Astrid said, leaning in with a wicked glint in her eyes, I woke up and guess what? You weren't in the guest room. She smirked, cocking an eyebrow mischievously. Where'd you sneak off to? Talia giggled into her juice. I could feel the entire table tuning into our conversation. I took a deep breath, then said it loud and clear. I slept with Ryker. Jackson let out a long whistle, laughing as he leaned back in his chair. Man, straight to the point. I like it, he said, grinning. So, was he as good as you imagined, or are you telling us because he was bad and you're looking for sympathy? He winked and added, pretty sure I could teach him a thing or two if he needs the help. Ryker shot him a deadly glare and kicked him hard under the table. Jackson let out a grunt, but only laughed harder. I just rolled my eyes and shrugged, a small smile tugging at my lips, like it was no big deal. You guys have been friends forever, right? You were gonna figure it out eventually, so I figured I'd just rip the band-aid off. Then I added, a little too sharply, and just so we're clear, it's just physical. Astrid's smile faded. Jackson's shoulders sagged. Across from me, Ryker lifted his head to look at me and then looked away just as fast. His entire body went rigid, anger practically radiating off him at the way I had brushed off what we shared, at insinuating our connection was meaningless. And I got it. No one ever imagines their mate not wanting them back. Not choosing them. Especially him. I mean, look at him. Who would be foolish enough not to want him? Well, me apparently. But I had my reasons. Kai frowned. Why not date though? He pushed. You clearly have a physical attraction. Plus, I think you two would be kind of perfect together. I drew a long breath, letting my gaze drift across the table, watching as my friends all nodded in agreement. Of course, they thought that. We were mates, after all. But they didn't know what my love would do to Ryker. To us. First of all, we met like 2 days ago, I countered. And second, I trailed off, my fingers tightening around my fork. Like I told you guys yesterday, I don't date. Not anymore. Hunter's voice was curious. So you used to then? What changed? All eyes were on me. Not just looking. Watching. Waiting for a story. Even Ryker. Especially Ryker. His violet eyes pinned me in place, like he felt the cracks forming in me and was waiting to see what spilled out. And my phoenix wanted to give them, especially him, a piece of truth. Not the whole thing, but just enough for them to understand. Do you know how everyone talks about soulmates? I said quietly, pushing the food around on my plate. The one person you are meant to be with forever? They all nodded slowly. Of course they did. Astrid glanced at Hunter, her fingers brushing his. Talia leaned into Kai just slightly. They knew what that kind of bond felt like because they were living it. But I asked anyway because it was the human thing to do. Well, I continued, I found mine. Years ago. That got their attention. Talia blinked, visibly confused. Astrid tilted her head. Hunter and Kai's brows furrowed. Ryker's body went perfectly still. Even Jackson, who always had something to say, sat frozen. My gaze stayed fixed on the plate in front of me. I breathed in once. Shaky. And then I let the words fall softly, but I knew they could hear me all the same. We were happy for a time. In love. It was pure bliss. Then there was a fight that didn't end well, and the love of my life. I paused, forcing myself to steady my breathing, to hold my emotions in check. He died in my arms. Talia gasped, her hand flying to her mouth as Kai protectively pulled her closer. Across the table, Hunter reached for Astrid's hand like it was instinct, something in him needing to hold on. She didn't look away from me, just tightened her grip, her whole expression stricken. Jackson's lips parted in disbelief. And Ryker, his knuckles had gone white. No one breathed. I knew the story about losing my first mate was cryptic. And I knew they didn't believe it was true, at least the part about me finding my soulmate. Not with Ryker sitting there, obviously fated to me. Not with a mate bond buzzing in the space between us. But they did understand the grief. The kind of pain that ripped your soul apart. The kind of pain one can only endure from losing a mate. It broke me, I whispered, my voice cracking on the words. And I'm not going through that again. Especially for a fourth time. Not now. Not ever. The silence lingered like a fog, which brought forth a tsunami of painful memories that washed over me. Suddenly, I felt like I was drowning. And I needed air. I needed out. I'm gonna walk to school now, I murmured, blinking fast, trying to keep the tears at bay. I need some fresh air. Then, before anyone could stop me, before Ryker could reach for me, before Astrid could ask more questions, before the full truth really broke free, I did the only thing I was good at. I left. Chapter 11. Ryker POV. As I watched Kara leave, my beast thrashed against the walls of my chest, screaming at me to go after her. To chase her down. To gather her into my arms and soothe whatever pain I had just seen in her eyes. Every instinct I had screamed to follow, to protect, to fix it. But I held him back. Barely. My hands curl into fists at my sides. Because my friends had some serious explaining to do. So I stayed where I was. Did you know? The words came out low and strained, forced through gritted teeth. They all shook their heads quietly, still processing what she had said. Even though it's only been a year, you told me she was one of your closest friends, I said, my voice rough with disbelief. Rage surged up my throat, and I let it spill over. So, how did you not know something that important? The chair screeched back as I stood abruptly, breathing hard. Calm down, Hunter said, standing too. Don't tell me to calm down, I snapped. He may be the future king, but I was spiraling. My mate thinks she already found someone else and lost him, and you're all acting like that's just another detail. I stepped forward, my voice rising, the fury clawing its way up my throat. Man, what if she did find someone? What if she already had a mate? I nearly choked on the words, the weight of them threatening to crush me. Lycans only get one. One true mate. Forever. I couldn't stand still. I was pacing in tight, frantic circles, my hands fisting and flexing without thought. I could feel my beast prowling just beneath my skin, restless, panicking, snarling at the thought of her with another man. Touching him. Loving him. Giving him what should have only ever been mine. Mine. How was I supposed to accept that she might have already given her soul to someone else? Kai finally spoke, calm but firm. Ryker, he said sharply, stop letting your beast control you and think rationally. She couldn't have found a true mate. If she had, she would have been driven mad by grief when he died. She would be dead. You know that. Especially since she's human. He looked at me squarely, his voice softening. She's alive, Ryker. Which means whoever he wasn't her mate. They might have loved each other deeply, and that would explain why she's so guarded now, why she's so hesitant to open her heart again and date. He paused, his voice dropping even lower, steady and reassuring. But it wasn't the mating bond. His logic sliced through the red haze clouding my mind. He was right. I had lost control, my beast slipping through the cracks, seizing the reins as my thoughts spiraled into chaos at Kara's confession. Kai's words acted like a tether, dragging me back from the edge. She was here. Living. Breathing. She hadn't been bonded before. She couldn't have been. I dragged a shaky hand through my hair, forcing a long breath and trying to calm myself. I could feel it, the wildness retreating, claw by claw, back into its cage. Man, this had never happened to me before. I never lost control like this. Not during pack battles. Or while hunting rogues. It was already brutal trying to keep my distance from her, but then she said she had another lover, maybe even another mate. I snapped. With her, with Kara, everything was different. Everything was hers. You're right, I muttered hoarsely. You're right. I'm sorry. For a moment, none of us spoke. The silence gives me the space to gather the frayed pieces of myself. Then Jackson cleared his throat. On the bright side, he said with a crooked grin, at least she believes in soulmates. Or at least in the idea of the one. Yeah, but the downside is, it sounds like that love almost destroyed her. Hunter cut in, his tone heavy with sadness. The truth of his words hit me. It wasn't just that she had loved before. It was how much she had loved. Completely. Unconditionally. She had given herself to this man, and he had died in her arms. She had been torn apart, hollowed out, and left standing in the wreckage of a love so deep. Her pain twisted inside me so sharply it felt like my own. My mate had gone through something so agonizing that even now, she was shielding herself from the world. From me. It was killing me to know she was still trapped in that pain. All I wanted was to take it away. I could only imagine what it felt like to lose the one person you thought you would spend forever with. My beast whimpered just at the thought of losing her. And now, she probably looked at me like I was just another heartbreak waiting to happen. Another promise destined to break. Another wound she couldn't afford to survive. And that made me so angry. Even though her lover was already dead, a savage, jealous, and primal part of me wanted to drag that guy back to the land of the living, just to make him pay for what he had done to her. How he had taken her fire and twisted it into something that feared love instead of reaching for it. Honestly, I didn't know if I hated him more because she had loved him, or because he had hurt her so profoundly in a way I swore I never would. It explained so much. Why didn't she want to date? Why did she keep pushing away what I knew she felt for me? And yet the story she told. I knew it was incomplete. It left too many jagged edges, too many holes that made me wonder, what else didn't I know? What other scars had she decided I wasn't ready to see? I needed to find out. I'm not going to school today, I declared, voice turning cold and collected. I'm running a background check on her. Jackson nearly choked. Whoa, what? He looked at me like I had grown a second head. A background check? Seriously, Ree? You could just, I don't know, talk to her about everything. Actually, I can't, I shot back. She's not interested in talking. Not getting to know me. Just being physical with me, I said. As she so clearly told all of you. The words tasted like acid. She gave you a version of herself you can accept. Meanwhile, I'm over here trying to understand how I'm supposed to bond with someone who won't even let me in. I sucked in a sharp, aching breath, the pain of it slicing through my chest. Jackson tilted his head. And your solution is to go full investigator mode? I shot him a glare. I am not a stalker, you jerk. But yeah, if a background check helps me understand my mate, if it gets me one step closer to fixing whatever is going on between us, then absolutely, I'm doing it. A general doesn't win a war without understanding his enemy, and if I was going to reach her, I had to understand the battle she was still fighting inside herself. I need her, and I'll use every resource I've got to figure her out. Chapter 12. Kara POV. The school week slipped by in a blur. My friends, thankfully, didn't press me for more details about my past. At first, they offered comforting hugs and kind words, but before long, everything settled back into the usual rhythm, as if I had never said anything at all. But Ryker was another story. He didn't show up for the rest of the week. My friends said he was busy, probably off handling Lycan General duties, whatever that meant. But honestly, I was glad he wasn't around. It made everything easier. Easier not to think about the bond. Easier to push past the pain. Easier not to wonder what would happen if he kissed me again, touched me again. But man, that didn't stop the flashbacks. The way he had been with me. Like he was sent to ruin my ability to think straight. Kara? Astrid's voice pulled me back to reality. I blinked and looked up, sitting at their kitchen table, absent-mindedly picking at a bowl of blueberries. It was Friday afternoon, and we were all hanging out. Well, almost all of us. No Ryker. Which I kept telling myself was good. Helpful. Necessary. And then I felt it. A shift in the air as the bond snapped taut, singing beneath my skin like a struck chord. My phoenix stirred before I even saw him, picking up on his beast before my eyes could. He was here. I had been prepping for this moment all week, reminding myself he wouldn't disappear from my life completely, even though his temporary absence had been a small relief. I had been telling myself I would be cool, unaffected, unbothered. But the second he stepped into the room, that idea was shot. Instantly, my entire body went tight. Keep it together, Kara. Get a grip before you start staring. You think we should go to the fair tonight? Astrid asked, oblivious to the chaos swirling inside me. Yeah, sure. Whatever you want, I mumbled, just as Ryker moved into my peripheral vision. He sat down directly beside me, his leg brushing against mine. A touch that felt anything but accidental. I thought not seeing him all week would build some kind of resistance. Harden me against him. But now, with him this close, a searing thread of fate wound through my soul, tugging at the very heart of me. Kara, he said in greeting. Ryker, I breathed back. Under the table, his hand slid forward. His warm fingers found the bare skin of my thigh and began tracing small, lazy circles in a steady, torturous pattern that lit my nerves on fire. How was your first week? He asked casually, almost cruel in its pretense of normalcy, like we were two people who made small talk and didn't want to be under the stars like we were starving for it. Good. And yours? I asked, barely able to force the words out. Ryker didn't answer right away. Instead, he leaned back just enough to look at me, really look. His eyes swept over me meticulously. Riveting, he answered. His voice was serious. Like the word had been chosen from 1,000 possibilities, and none could have fit better. Like he knew something that I didn't. He stayed like that for a moment, just studying me. I could tell you all about my week, he continued. But we both know you're not interested in the details. His hand tightened on my thigh. Then it slid higher until I was fighting not to squirm. His lips quirked as he leaned in. You don't really want my story, he whispered, his breath ghosting over the shell of my ear. You want my touch again, making you feel so much you forget your own name. My breath stuttered. You don't want a conversation. His mouth brushed the edge of my jaw. You want to be unraveled. He was so close that our noses nearly touched. One shift, one breath, and I could have kissed him. Man, he was tempting me to. But then, with an almost disarming tenderness, his other hand reached up, lifting a loose strand of red from my cheek, tucking it behind my ear. Tell me I'm wrong, Kara, he commanded. His gaze was penetrating, daring me to lie, while the heat in his eyes promised exactly how he would handle it. And I couldn't. Because he wasn't wrong. Not even a little. Oh, man. At least he was respecting my rule, just physical. That, at least, should have been a comfort. But as I lost myself in his violet, storm-tossed eyes, the ravenous craving for his body surged more violently, the memory of his mouth on mine, the phantom burn of his hands scouring every inch of me, and all of it began to blur, to bleed into something far more dangerous. Curiosity. I found myself wanting to know, how was his week? What had he been doing? What kind of job kept him away? Was he training? Hunting? Just relaxing? What had he eaten? Did he have a favorite meal? And when did I start caring about the details? The questions came uninvited and panic shot through me, because they weren't the kind of thoughts you had about someone you were just physical with. I jerked back like the chair had scorched me, shooting to my feet. Ryker just watched me knowingly. Let's go to the fair now, I blurted, spinning toward Astrid and Talia as if nothing had just happened. They nodded. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I'll meet you outside, I added quickly, already moving. In the bathroom, I gripped the edge of the sink and forced myself to breathe. To remember. Why wasn't supposed to feel this way? Why was I not allowed to fall again? Why getting to know him, wanting to know him, wasn't just reckless. It was dangerous. I forced my heartbeat to slow, dragging in breath after breath until the ache dulled, until the walls in my mind were back up, solid and secure. Fortified. Once I was sure I had pulled myself together, I stepped outside to meet the others. Except, only he was waiting for me. Ryker. Leaning against a blacked-out SUV like every dark fantasy I had tried to suppress. Dressed in black, looking incredible and staring at me like he wanted to claim me. His gaze dragged over my fitted white t-shirt, black shorts, and worn sneakers like each piece was in his way. Desire flared, and my body moved before my mind had a chance to intervene, pulled to him like gravity had taken root in my bones. All the fighting I had done in my head had left my body vulnerable, and it betrayed me every step of the way. So I slipped into the familiar, cool and playful. Where is everyone else? I asked, strolling toward him with a slow sway until we were toe-to-toe. They went ahead, he replied smoothly. The car only fits 5. So I offered to drive you. Of course he did. His nearness sent my phoenix into a frenzy, talons raking beneath my skin, desperate to break free, to scorch the space between us and take what she wanted. My hand moved, guided by her hunger, gliding slowly across his chest. But the steady thrum of his heartbeat beneath my palm, that grounded me, kept me tethered, kept me in control. Of my body, of this heat. Barely. I tilted my head, lips curving into a slow, teasing smile. Planning to sneak in round 2 on the road, Ryker? What, gonna pull over behind some trees and call it a scenic detour? He didn't answer. Just watched me. My fingers trailed slowly along the length of his arm, deliberately light, before curling behind his neck, threading into his hair with a practiced kind of ease. Sorry to disappoint. Handsome, I said, voice laced with amusement, lips hovering just shy of his. I may want to be unraveled, but I don't mess around in cars. I pulled back with a wicked smile and turned, already sliding into the passenger seat. But before I could close the door, his hand shot out, stopping it with a sharp, confident grip. He leaned down, face close. Yet, he corrected, his voice dark with promise. You don't mess around in cars yet. The certainty in his tone made my stomach clench, and the fire I had been trying so hard to cage roared back to life. Hotter, sharper, and wilder. He slammed the door shut, and I had to bite my lip to keep from making a sound. Goodness help me. I was in so much trouble. Chapter 13. Ryker POV. I was glad to be alone with her. Driving with Kara beside me finally after a week of distance felt like oxygen after suffocating. Because that's exactly what the last week had been, pure, brutal suffocation. The pain of not completing the bond is eating away at me. So I had thrown myself into the only thing that could even remotely distract me, intel. I used every Lycan source, every channel I had access to, trying to dig up something, anything about her past. It was harder than it should have been. Too hard. At first, I thought it was a system glitch. I was suspicious that we couldn't find anything solid about her, and that only made my beast more restless. More on edge. She was our mate, and yet it was like she barely existed on paper. But then, when the truth finally started slipping through the cracks, I almost wished it hadn't. Because Goddess, what little we did find, I loathed reading every second of it. Every line only confirmed what I had started to fear, that the woman fated to be ours had never known warmth. Never known safety. Only survival. She grew up being bounced around the foster system. Thrown out after burning down her own house by accident. After that, she was on her own. No support. No family. No safety net. No real records of her to be found, anywhere. But the part that really threw me. The record said she had been in foster care over 100 years ago. That had to be wrong. I mean, she was human. I could smell it. So I chalked it up to a clerical error, some old digital file misdated or copied wrong. Though the weird part was, I saw a similar inconsistency in her academic records. I got her file from when she first enrolled in college, majoring in finance, top of her class, with an academic record that practically glowed. On the surface, there was nothing out of the ordinary. But after that, nothing. No home address. No internships. No job history. No trail at all. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. We're only talking about 3, maybe 4 years before she transferred to Blackthorn. People take time off. Switch paths. Disappear for a while. But still, the silence felt intentional. I wanted to dig deeper. To find out what really happened during that gap. But after a week away from her, the bond had started to pull taut, demanding I return to her, to be near her, to touch her. So I did. Because what I had uncovered was enough. For now, it explained the walls. The steel in her voice when she said, just physical. Because love, to her, was the enemy. I'm guessing every time she let someone in, it ended the same way. They either left, like her foster family, or they died, like her lover. But now she was here with me. Bit by bit, I was going to break down the walls she had built. Make her let me in. Goddess, I wish I could just tell her the truth. That I am nearly immortal. That the universe had made me for her. There is no walking away from this. Not ever. But I couldn't risk scaring her off. Humans were so unpredictable with that kind of truth. Especially the kind that changes everything. So for now, this had to be enough, just being near her. Driving to the fair like it was an ordinary Friday night. I had told the others to take the second car and head out without us. Told them to give us space tonight. A little time to be alone. Just her and me. No pressure. No audience. Just us. Because I needed this, needed her, without interruptions. Maybe she wouldn't call it a date. Maybe she would keep pretending it didn't mean anything. But me? I wasn't pretending. Chapter 14. Kara POV. As Ryker drove us toward the fairgrounds, he didn't say a word. And he didn't have to. His presence alone made it hard to breathe, fingers drumming the steering wheel, forearms flexed, jaw set with quiet intensity. I tried not to look at him, tried not to stare at the way his hand gripped the shifter like I wanted it to be me instead. So I turned on the radio, scrolling through stations until I found one playing EDM. I liked pop. House. Anything with a beat that made my body remember how to move. It helped. Music always made things better. More peaceful inside me. Calmer. Anchored me to the rhythm of the beat instead of the heat burrowing deeper into my body every time he exhaled. Out of nowhere, I felt the urge to speak. Maybe it was the bond humming between us, insistent, needing connection. Or maybe it was my phoenix, yearning to hear his voice again. Thanks, I murmured. His gaze slid to me. For what? For not pushing, I said quietly. About what I told you last week. He gave a single nod. No words. As the car rolled into the fairgrounds, he parked. Still silent. I reached for the door handle. And thanks for the ride too, I said, aiming for casual. But before I could open the door all the way slam, he reached across and shut it. I jumped slightly. And then he was there, leaning in, his face inches from mine. I opened my mouth to say something, but I never got the chance. His lips found mine. Soft at first, then deeper, fuller. The kiss was slow and searing. His hand slid up, fingers threading into my hair as his tongue slid against mine, coaxing rather than demanding, carving his name into every nerve ending I had. There was nothing rushed about it. When he finally pulled back, his lips hovered over mine, breath hot. 2 thank yous, he murmured, brushing a kiss against the corner of my mouth. 2 kisses. Then his tone dipped. Next time, don't thank me with words, beautiful. His thumb dragged along my lower lip, eyes locked on mine. Just show me instead. My lips were swollen, pulse hammering, and pupils blown wide at his unexpected touch. Oh, and don't think I've forgotten, he added, eyes glinting with promise. I'm counting the minutes to round 2. Then he smirked. That confident, knowing smirk that made my knees weak. And with that, he stepped out of the car, calm and collected, leaving me flushed and reeling. Goodness. He knew exactly what he was doing. And honestly, I liked it. I had never messed around in a car before, but with him, I would probably be with him in the middle of the fairgrounds if he asked. But I needed to get it together. Focus. This was not the time to lose control. There were people, lights, music, distractions. I stepped out of the car and tried to compose myself. Control the heat. Control the pain. Control the bond. For the next hour, we wandered the fairgrounds searching for our friends, who were mysteriously nowhere to be found. Probably off together under the full moon. Typical couple behavior. But walking beside him alone under a star-soaked sky was honestly not the worst thing in the world. He always tried to keep some small point of contact, a hand on my waist, or the small of my back, or his fingers brushing my thigh. And even though I shouldn't have, I liked it. Who am I kidding? I loved it. Every time he touched me, my phoenix soared. It made the bond hurt a little less, especially because he didn't push, didn't prod. He kept his distance as I had asked, at least emotionally. But he stayed present. Want some popcorn? Darts. Ferris wheel. Simple things. Casual offers. Small talk for the sake of something to say. Not enough to get close. Not really. But to me, it felt like a lifeline. He was letting me set the pace. And somehow, that made me want him even more. Because of his respect for boundaries? Actually, being a gentleman? It was incredibly attractive. Which was frustrating. Claim him, my phoenix crooned inside me. I shoved the thought away and shifted farther from him on the Ferris wheel seat. But it didn't help. We were still trapped together in a tiny metal box, and his presence felt like sparks licking across my skin. I turned my face toward the night sky, trying to pretend I wasn't about to combust. To focus on something else. To act normally. Act human. Act indifferent. The stars are stunning, I said, grasping for something to fill the silence. Especially the moon. She's really showing off tonight. She has to, he replied smoothly, not missing a beat. She's got serious competition. I blinked, pulse kicking up. For a Lycan, someone who worships the moon, that wasn't just flirty. It was devotional. And it sent a fresh wave of need crashing through me, but I covered it with a scoff. That line works on all the women you're with? I asked, arching a brow. His eyes gleamed with challenge. Oh, he said, voice smug. That's your way of asking if I'm with other women? I rolled my eyes, even as my phoenix stirred inside me, wild and possessive, ready to challenge any woman who even looked at him. And then I saw them. 2 women in the next cart, staring, giggling. Eyes all over him like he was theirs to admire. The bond pulsed. Jealousy ignited red hot, and before I could stop it, my phoenix surged to the surface. In one fluid motion, I climbed into his lap, straddling him. My hair fell like a fiery curtain around us, shielding him from their lingering stares. I don't care who you're with, I bit out through gritted teeth, jabbing a finger into his chest. A futile attempt to reclaim control over my body. Over myself. You don't care? He echoed, voice lazy and amused, giving me a look that said he saw right through the lie. His hand slid up my back, fingers tangling in my hair sweetly. His other arm tightened around my waist, dragging me flush against the hard muscle of his chest. Funny, 'cause from where I'm sitting, it sure as heck doesn't look that way. He tilted his head, a wicked curve tugging at his lips. So tell me again how you don't care. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Jealousy seethed beneath my skin, a stabbing ache that screamed mine as those women kept staring. It only inflamed the searing pain of the bond one had been pushing through all night, making it almost unbearable now. So I silenced it the only way I knew how. I kissed him. And the moment our mouths met, the pain unraveled, like a knot suddenly loosened in my chest. The sharp throb dulled. The jealousy faded. He growled into the kiss, catching my bottom lip between his teeth before taking over completely. His hands gripped my hips, forcing me to feel the thick, unrelenting press of him beneath me. It was messy, intense, and man, I needed it. Because physical contact was a barrier, a shield. It eased the torture of keeping him shut out emotionally. But then the ride slowed, lights flickering as the Ferris wheel lurched to a stop. We had made a full circle. There were voices, footsteps, and laughter. People were staring. I broke the kiss, breathing hard. He let out a low, frustrated sound. He wasn't ready to stop, and neither was I. The bond's pain had quieted under his touch, melted to a bearable hum. But I knew it wouldn't last. It would inevitably come roaring back. And selfishly, I wanted more time. Time to escape agony. To drown in something far sweeter than pain for just a little while longer. I slid off his lap, my fingers threading through his. It's not over yet, I whispered. Round 2 just started. Grinning, I tugged him toward the parking lot where his car was waiting, his own grin, dark and wicked, chasing me every step of the way. Chapter 15. Ryker POV. Tonight was going off without a hitch. We hadn't spoken much, of course, but I still felt like I was learning her in a way that words could never teach. I tried to respect that she wanted to keep her distance. For now. But still, that didn't stop me from watching her like she was the only thing in the world worth seeing. Every movement drew me in. The way her eyes sparkled when she caught the scent of something she liked was subtle, but I saw it. The way her nose crinkled, and the freckles across it shifted when she was concentrating, as her whole face leaned into whatever had her focus. But what I loved most was her smile. Not the ones she offered people out of politeness. The real ones that appeared when she thought no one was looking. That smile brought out the dimples on either side of her mouth, and man, if it didn't wreck me every time. I couldn't help the low growls that slipped out when guys stared at her too long. Not that she noticed. Or even realized how much attention she got. She was oblivious to her own power. And she was powerful. I mean, how did I end up with a mate like her? She was the most intoxicating creature I had ever seen. Not just beautiful, surreal, almost mythical in her allure. And right now, she was tugging me toward my car, across a parking lot that lay dark and quiet, still and emptied of people. Private. And goddess, if this was where round 2 was going to happen. I wasn't going to stop her. I wanted to be with her. But if I were being honest with myself, I didn't want our first time together to be in my car. No. I wanted to take her to my bed, lock the door, and hold her for hours. Make her feel everything until she forgets every reason she was ever afraid of love. But that didn't mean I was about to say no to this. She pushed me against the car with surprising force, her body pressing against my chest. Her heat soaked into my skin, and a guttural sound rumbled from my throat. She was so dominant, a wild little inferno, and man, my beast liked it. But he was also clawing to take control, to own the moment. I thought you said you didn't mess around in cars, I rasped, hand-locking possessively around her waist. Things change, she panted. Her fingers fisted in my shirt, dragging me closer until there was barely space to breathe. Needs arise, ones that demand to be satisfied. Then she yanked me flush against her, eyes blazing. Now shut up, she whispered, and unravel me as you promised. She rolled her hips against mine, soft curves moving against me with maddening friction, and I lost it. I grabbed her hard, pulling her tighter, and slid my hand up beneath her shirt, skin on skin, and she moaned into my mouth as I kissed her. a sound that would haunt my dreams. My hands roamed over her as she sighed into me, soft and broken, like I was already undoing her. I kissed her like I needed her to breathe. And she kissed me back just as fiercely, like she was trying to consume every piece of me. Her lips dragged down my jaw, my neck, leaving me wrecked. Then, with a cocky little smile, she slipped one hand between us and unbuckled my belt like she had done it 100 times before. Where did she learn to move like this? Her hand slid past my waistband, and I nearly choked on my own breath. My head dropped back against the car, lungs dragging for air. Then she nipped me, right on the side of my neck. Not deep, not hard, but perfectly placed. Teasing. My fangs snapped down with a vengeance. My beast lunged forward so fast I had to grip the car door to stop myself from flipping her over and claiming her with my mark right then and there. My claws pushed at my skin, so close to breaking through. I was barely holding him back. Claim her. Now! My beast roared. But I couldn't. Not yet. Not yet. Though she was dancing on the edge of my control. Tempting it, testing it, taunting it. And all the while, her hand kept touching me, pleasure coursing through every muscle in my body. I gritted my teeth, trying to hold on to something, sanity, restraint, anything, but it was slipping. My breathing turned rough, uneven. She shoved my shirt up, her kisses trailing down my abs, her tongue flicking heat along the line of my stomach. She was moving lower. Was she really? Out here? In public? Goddess. She was actually going to do this. I thought we would at least make it to the confines of my car. Somewhere with tinted windows. I should have known better. Because she was chaos incarnate. A wicked little thing who didn't care, and I was completely at her mercy. But then, a scream tore through the night. Blood-curdling. Clothes. And everything shattered. She froze, her hand stilled mid-motion, and for a single heartbeat, neither of us moved. Then she straightened, desire still clinging to her even as she stepped back. My beast whimpered at the loss of contact. Torn between two storms. One side snarled to seize her, drag her back into my arms, to claim every inch of untouched skin and sink my teeth into the soft hollow where her neck met her shoulder. But the other side growled low, a warning rising from deep within. Protective. Prowling. Alert. Every instinct on edge, sensing danger just beyond the shadows. A cold rush of dread shot through me. Was it rogues? Lone lycans? Witches? Or something worse? I had enemies, and any one of them could have been waiting out there. I tried to focus, to shift into the predator, the commander I was trained to be. But my senses were useless, scrambled by the scent of her, by the feel of her still lingering on my skin. And yet, she stood there, surprisingly fierce, almost battle-ready, even with desire still smoldering behind her eyes. She looked like a warrior, a protector, a Luna. And I knew she was about to do something reckless. We need to check it out, she said, breathless. Someone could be hurt. I opened my mouth to stop her, but she was already gone, vanishing into the dark. Man, I hissed, heart-lurching as I fumbled with my belt, still reeling, still aching, every fiber of me raw and burning from her. But none of that mattered now. Fear stabbed through me as I took off after her. Because she was running headfirst into goddess knows what. Chapter 16. Kara POV. I tore through the fairgrounds, heart pounding, the scream still echoing in my ears. And then I saw him. A teenage boy, no older than 18, lay sprawled on the grass, leg twisted at an awkward angle. I didn't know what happened. Maybe he was intoxicated. Maybe it was just some terrible accident. But I didn't know there was blood. A heavy pool spread beneath him, fast and alarming, pulsing with every heartbeat. He had injured an artery. Femoral, probably. He had minutes. Maybe. A woman nearby was screaming into her phone, trying to tell the emergency operator where we were, her voice cracking with panic. People stood frozen, wide-eyed, useless. Just watching him. No one moved. No one helped. The scent hit me hard. Not because I was scared, but because I had seen this before. Lived this before. My second mate's face flashed behind my eyes on the ground, his body broken and gasping for air, while I screamed and begged the universe to give me one more second. But it hadn't. And I wouldn't let that happen again. Not again. Not this time. I launched forward, pushing through the circle of gawking strangers and dropped to the boy's side, my knees hitting the ground hard. His lips were pale. His skin was already turning cold. "Hey," I said quickly, gripping his hand. "Look at me. Stay with me." His eyes fluttered. A weak nod. Then he passed out. Oh no. 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 No, 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 I am not losing you too. I looked around, saw a nearby vendor cart, and bolted. "First aid kit." "No." The guy fumbled it into my hands. I tore it open, scattering supplies across the ground. I took off my shirt, ignoring everything else, and pressed it against the boy's thigh. Blood surged up to meet me, warm and relentless, soaking through the fabric in seconds. "Stay with me," I muttered, more to myself than him. I twisted the shirt tight, knotting it into a makeshift tourniquet with one hand, the other rifling through the kit's contents with frantic speed. Searching for gauze, tape, something, anything to keep the pressure secured. My fingers found a roll, and I grabbed it. I leaned in close as I worked. "You are not dying on me. You hear me?" I pressed down harder, every ounce of my weight thrown behind it, fighting the tide pouring out of him. His pulse fluttered beneath my fingers. Faint, thready, but there. He was still in this. I could save him. I had to. Blood coated my hands, and I could feel the memories bubbling their way up from my past lives. Every death, every failure, everybody I couldn't save. Everybody I lost because of my love. But I wouldn't let them consume me. Not now. Not when this boy, this life, was mine to protect. I concentrated on that. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard sirens. Relief slammed into me so fast it almost knocked me off balance. The paramedics swarmed in. One dropped beside me, hands already moving, checking for a pulse, inspecting the tourniquet. He looked up, eyes wide. "You kept pressure on the artery?" I nodded, though my hands were shaking so badly I could barely feel them. He let out a breath. "You might have just saved his life." They moved fast after that, lifting the boy onto a stretcher, hauling him toward the flashing lights. And, just like that, the switch flipped. The adrenaline drained from my veins, leaving behind a tremble in my hands that I couldn't control. My shirt was gone. Blood painted my chest, my stomach, soaking into my shorts. I was kneeling there, exposed, my hair a halo of chaos around my face, and my lungs heaving as if I had just sprinted through fire itself. Because I had. I had run barefoot through the inferno I carried inside me, through the storms of my past, down the corridors of memory where every door led to something I had tried to forget. And then, I looked up. The crowd had scattered, smoke and noise gone with them, but my friends were there. Hunter, Talia, Kai, Astrid, Jackson, watching, mouths parted, eyes fixed on me as they had never seen me before. And Ryker, he looked like he had been struck. Because now, there was no hiding it. Because now they saw everything. Not just the blood, but the marks I kept secret. One barely curling over the front of my ribs. The other was high on my back, faded and scarred. But they were there all the same, my old mating marks. I usually kept them hidden. I had gotten good at it. Man, I had even distracted Ryker the other night when we were together. But now? Now there was no denying it. They all saw. He saw. Oh no. My chest cinched tight with panic. They would have questions. Questions I didn't want to answer. Questions that would rip open every scar I had stitched shut with time. I couldn't face them. I stared at my stained hands, trying to focus. Because blood didn't rattle me, not anymore. I had seen more of it than most ever would. I had fought. I had led. I had been a Luna once, a trained fighter, an alpha's mate, forged in fire and discipline. But it wasn't the blood that broke me. It was what came with it. The memories that burrowed deep. Uninvited, unstoppable. A flash of my third mate's body. The screams. The heartbreak. The silence that followed when his limp form crumpled to the earth. how his blood had soaked my hands. And I had spent hours, trying to convince myself to wash it off. Because even though it was proof that I had lost the man I loved, it was the only part of him that was still warm. The last part of him I would ever touch. I stood abruptly, pacing. My breath came too fast. Too shallow. The world narrowed. Overwhelming. Suffocating. Just breathe, Kara, I said to myself. Just breathe. My voice cracked. I closed my eyes. You're not there. You're not back there. They could all hear me. I knew that. I knew they could hear my heart thundering, wings of panic fluttering beneath my ribs, threatening to take flight and rip me apart from the inside. That was a lifetime ago, I muttered, trying to soothe myself. It's over. It's in the past. But man, it never really ends, does it? Trauma like that doesn't just fade away. Chapter 17. Ryker POV. I stared at her, bare and bloodied, in front of us. She looked like a warrior goddess. Topless. Chest rising and falling in short, sharp bursts. Blood smeared down her stomach, on her neck, across her thighs. Every inch of her was soaked in adrenaline. But then my gaze dropped to her scars. And I froze. My vision narrows to a tunnel of pure, pulsing disbelief. They were clear. Sharp. Undeniable. Bite marks. And not mine. A deep growl rose in my throat before I could stop it. What on earth? Red blurred my vision, the bond flooding me with a violent surge of rage and possessiveness. Whoever had touched her, whoever had dared mark her like that, I would tear them apart with my bare hands. I must have missed them that night. Too intoxicated by her taste, her sounds, her fire. But now I couldn't look away. I just stared at the proof that someone else had touched her, branded her as she belonged to them. Goddess, it looked like she had been claimed. And more than once. Each mark was an insult. A reminder that I hadn't been there to stop it. And yet somehow, she was still here. Still mine. My beast was snarling beneath my skin, demanding to be unleashed, to hunt, to force the truth from her lips. To corner her until she admitted what she was hiding, who I needed to stop. But then she stood abruptly. Pacing. Something was off. Terribly off. She was trembling. And then it hit me. Hard. She was panicking. Even with our bond incomplete, I felt the strength of it surge through me. Her fear laced itself into my bloodstream, like knives scraping beneath my skin, sharp enough to tear me free from the primal, territorial haze I had been drowning in. And just like that, the rage, the blood-boiling need to rip everything apart, was crushed beneath something stronger. Something fiercer. The need to soothe. Just breathe, Kara, she whispered to herself, voice cracking under the weight of it all. Just breathe. You're not there. You're not back there. That was a lifetime ago, she murmured again, like saying it out loud might make it true. But it wasn't over. Not for her. Not with the way her heartbeat thundered in her chest, like wings trying to tear free from a cage. She was unraveling right in front of me. And I wouldn't, stand by and let her fall apart. Because I knew. I knew what it was like to choke on memories you couldn't run from. To fight shadows that lived inside you, ones no one else could see. I knew what it meant to face that darkness alone. I had tried to keep my distance. For her sake. To give her space. But this crossed the line. No more games. No more distance. We would talk later. Oh, we would definitely talk. That gap in her file? It wasn't just missing paperwork. It was a story written in blood and silence. I wanted answers. I needed them. Directly from the source. But right now, she needed me more. Whatever haunted her, I was going to be the one to pull her out of it. Because Goddess knows I had demons too. And if I could carry mine, I sure as hell could carry hers. I closed the distance between us in 3 strides and dragged her into me. She froze for a beat, caught off guard. Then she melted into my arms, burying her face in my chest, inhaling my scent. Her arms wrapped around my waist. Her fingers fisted my shirt, smearing blood into the fabric. I rubbed slow, steady circles into her back, letting her feel me, letting her lean into the solidity of my presence. Her body shook against mine from sheer overload. But I didn't need her to explain right now. I just needed her to come back to me. "I'll take her back," I said, lifting my gaze to the others. They nodded, silently stepping back. They wanted to help their friend. I saw it in their eyes. Talia's gaze was soft and aching. Astrid's shimmering with concern. But they understood. That a mate's touch did what no one else could. It reached the places words would never find. Granted relief like no other. So I just held her. Pressed her tightly to my chest as I kissed the top of her head tenderly and whispered sweet nothings into her hair. Eventually, her heart began to slow under my hand, and her voice broke the silence. Still shaky and frayed. "Sorry about the shirt," she muttered, her words muffled against my chest where she still clung to me. "I don't give a damn about the shirt," I murmured softly. "I only care about you." And it was the truth. In that moment, nothing else mattered. Not the blood. Not my anger. Not the mess that was us. Only her. I gently tilted her chin up with 2 fingers, like she might shatter if I moved too fast. My thumb traced along the delicate line of her jaw. Then I leaned in and kissed her. Soft. Unhurried. Intimate. A kiss that wasn't about passion or hunger, but safety. A kiss that said everything she needed to hear. "You're safe now. I've got you. I'm not going anywhere." I felt the shift in her immediately. Her shoulders sagged, and her muscles released one breath at a time. She pressed closer, her forehead resting against mine when the kiss broke. "Take me home," she whispered. I didn't hesitate. Didn't need to think. Always beautiful. I laced my fingers with hers and led her to the car, never letting go. Not even for a second. In the passenger seat, she curled into herself, worn down to the bone. I kept one hand resting on her thigh the entire drive. A warm and wordless reassurance. I'm still here. Halfway through, she drifted off, the adrenaline finally surrendering to exhaustion. Her breathing deepened. Her body relaxed. I knew she wanted to go back to her dorm. Back to the quiet safety of 4 walls that weren't mine. But after my beast saw her like that, there was no way I could let her go. So I brought her to our house. I carried her inside, up the stairs, holding her close like I was trying to absorb her pain. Like maybe, if I just held her long enough, the world wouldn't dare hurt her again. She stirred once, whispering my name. But her eyes never opened. I lay her down on my bed, watching her the way someone might watch a fallen star. Her skin was still streaked with dried blood, hair wild, barely their clothes clinging to her curves. I grabbed a damp cloth and cleaned her gently, her arms, her stomach, her legs, each pass of the cloth reverent. I was careful, as if the smallest wrong move might wake her. When I finished, I pulled my blanket over her. For a while, I just sat there in the quiet, watching the slow rise and fall of her chest in the soft glow of the room. And for the first time that night, for the first time since I had met Kara, my beast went utterly and completely still. Because she was here. Finally, not fighting me. Finally, not pulling away. Finally, not running. Exactly where she belonged. And in that impossible quiet, the armor I had always worn inside me cracked. "You don't even know what you do to me, do you?" I whispered, reaching out to gently brush a stray strand of red from her face, my fingers barely grazing her skin. My throat tightened. And suddenly, I had to let it out, the words I had swallowed every time I looked at her. The truths I never dared to speak because I knew she wouldn't let herself hear them. But goddess, I had to say them anyway. If for no one else but myself. This game we're playing, with our bodies, no matter how good it feels, how irresistibly addictive it is. I drew in a deep breath. It's still torture for me. My fingers drifted down, brushing lightly over hers where they rested on the blanket. "You don't know how badly I want to be your comfort," I said, the words tearing their way out of me. "Not just the body you reach for when you're in pain. Not just the release you take because it's easy. You've only ever given me one opening. Just the physical." I let out a low scoff. Like that's all I want from you. Like that's all I'm allowed to have. "But Kara," I paused, my voice rough with everything I couldn't say when she was awake. That's not enough for me. I looked at her. Soft, still, and yet somehow still so fiercely herself. I want to love all of you. Not just worship your body, but your mind, your heart, your scars. I want to be the reason your nightmares back off. I want to know what keeps you up at night, what haunts you. Even if it makes me rage. Even if it makes me want to tear through walls. My hands curled into fists. The fabric of the bed strained between my fingers. Because I'd still rather know, still rather feel that fury, than be left in the dark. My gaze roved over her sleeping face. So don't protect me from your darkness, Kara. I was built to fight it. I ran a hand through my hair. Goddess, I was made for it. The words scraped against memories I never let surface. Because this was the edge I never let anyone see. The truths I had buried so deep I had almost forgotten how to bleed them. My whole life I've been fighting, I rasped, eyes fixed on the floor now, for my parents' approval. For their forgiveness, for something I faltered, breath catching. For something I still can't even say out loud. I shook my head, jaw tight. Man, I've never even told Hunter the whole truth. Shame flickered behind my ribs like a second heartbeat. I was too ashamed. So for years, I've fought to make up for what I had done. It was my purpose. Fighting. It's what I was raised to do. I was forged to carry weight, to hold the line, to never break. To be the general everyone expected. And still, I never thought the hardest battle I would ever fight would be for my mate, for us. I paused, looking at her again. It's the only thing I've ever fought for that wasn't about duty. Or guilt. It's the first thing I've ever fought for, I exhaled, shaking my head slightly, voice raw, out of love. I laughed softly. Bitter, quiet, almost broken. That's why I seem so out of control. Why I snap. Why do I push too hard? Why does the possessiveness gnaw at me until I can't think straight? It's not just instinct. It's not just the bond. Though, goddess, the way it makes me feel. I drew in a sharp breath. I've never felt anything like it. Everything inside me was burning now. It's why I'm so unhinged sometimes. Why do I come off angry? And goddess knows, I am angry, possessive, and absolutely crazy for you. That will never stop. I reached out, lacing my fingers through hers as she slept. But it's more than that. It's all of it, amplified by the fact that I'm really just. The truth caught in my throat. Scared. I whispered the next words like a vow carved from the marrow of my soul. Because the truth is, even though I know our bond is inevitable, it still somehow terrifies me that I might lose the battle for your heart. I leaned in, pressing a slow kiss to her forehead, needing her touch to steady me. Then I pulled back just enough to look at her as the last piece of me fell open. And it's the only thing in my entire existence, that I've ever truly wanted for myself. Chapter 18. Ryker POV. After watching her sleep for just over an hour, her breath settling into a calm rhythm, the tension in her jaw slowly easing, her body soft and warm beneath my sheets, I finally tore myself away and headed downstairs. The others were gathered in the living room, voices low, eyes darting toward the stairs the moment I appeared. How is she? Astrid asked instantly, her tone clipped with concern. I ran a hand through my hair and leaned against the wall, arms crossed over my chest. Fine now, I muttered. But the word tasted like ash because nothing about tonight was fine. I could feel the weight of them watching me, waiting, wondering what came next. So, are we gonna talk about it? Jackson asked, breaking the silence. Talk about what? I snapped, voice sharper than I intended, but I was running on fumes. Emotionally drained. We had gone from heated, desperate kisses and my body demanding to claim her, to her bolting into the dark at the sound of a scream, and me chasing after her with my heart in my throat. For one terrifying moment, I thought she was running into danger. And the thought of losing her before I had even had her made my lungs lock. Then came the relief. Seeing that the danger wasn't what I thought. But then, the awe. Watching her save that boy. And then, the pure unfiltered rage that coursed through me because of the markings, Jackson said quietly, like he was reading my thoughts. And suddenly, the fragile calm I had found upstairs with Kara shattered. The fleeting peace vanished and vicious rage rushed in to take its place, corrosive, begging for release. Anger took the reins before I could stop it. My fist flew into the wall with a sharp crack, the wood splintering beneath the blow. I pressed my palm flat, trying to steady myself. Trying to breathe. To control the part of me that prowled just beneath the surface. But it was harder now. I was already emotionally drained, and it wasn't doing me any favors. How does she have them? I seethed, my voice low, dangerous. And how did I not see them before? I dragged a hand over my mouth. I mean, what is going on? Astrid was the first to speak. There's no way those marks are claiming bites, she said, shaking her head, disbelief written across her face. They just can't be. I mean, how could they be? She's still alive. She's here. With us. Your mate. So how did Kara even get them in the first place? Talia chimed in, brow furrowed. She had a rough childhood, right? You said her record showed she was in the system, bounced between foster homes, and lived in rural areas. Maybe it was just an animal attack. An animal attack? Hunter scoffed, the sound sharp and incredulous. Come on, Talia. You know no animal leaves marks like that, unless it's a wolf or a lycan. Then Kai added quietly, or a rogue. My entire body went still. The idea of a rogue getting close enough to touch her, bite her. I swear to the goddess, if a rogue put their fangs in her, I couldn't even finish the sentence. The words caught in my throat, choked by the sheer violence of the image. After a beat, Astrid spoke again, her voice almost hesitant. In a way, maybe this could be a good thing? My head snapped toward her. She gave a small shrug, eyes filled with a kind of quiet sadness. I mean, we don't know the full truth yet. But given the clear bite marks she has from our kind, maybe she already knows about our world. After all, she does go to a school crawling with wolves. Maybe she's not as in the dark as we think she is. Not necessarily, Jackson said. Rogues, some wolves and lycans, they still attack humans. For fun. For sport. It's illegal, sure, but it happens. He glanced at me, knowing I hunted those types. And if she never saw them shift, never knew what they really were, his jaw tightened. She could have spent her whole life thinking it was just a brutal animal attack. Plus, humans don't heal like us, he added. And a bite like that, it would scar. Badly. Maybe this is just another piece of her past she's tried to bury. His words made something in me flinch. Poor Kara, Talia whispered as we sat in silence, the reality of everything she had kept hidden from us slowly sinking in. I swallowed hard. I had 1,000 questions burning on my tongue. But I also didn't want those questions to hurt her even more. I exhaled deeply, closing my eyes and forcing my heartbeat to slow as I recalibrated. Figured out my next move. I'm going to talk to her tomorrow about the marks, I said at last. But until I know what Kara understands about our world, our kind, if anything at all, I'm not going to risk telling her more. Not yet. I drew in a breath, trying to steady the storm still churning in my chest. Her past is still a mystery. A complete enigma. And after the gaps in her background check, and everything that happened tonight, I trailed off. It could be too much. Too traumatic. I already had a hard enough time chasing her. She didn't need another reason to push me away. No one spoke. The others just nodded in agreement. But they were watching me carefully. They saw how much she already meant to me. How much this was torturing me. I hated the pity in their eyes. But I knew it came from a good place. From the fact that they cared about her, too. I let out a breath, weary and frayed. I'm going to bed, I muttered, making my way toward the stairs. I'll see you all tomorrow night for the— You don't have to go, Hunter interrupted, his voice gentle. Seriously. After everything that happened with Kara, no one would blame you if you sat this one out. I stopped and turned to face him. I'm going. Not harsh, just certain. He frowned. His eyes searched mine like he could see the toll the night had taken. It's my duty, Hunter, I said simply. I'll be there. I paused, the thought taking shape as the words left my mouth. Actually, we'll be there. I'm bringing Kara. Jackson's brows drew together. Are you sure that's a good idea? Bringing her to something like that? I met his gaze. It's a public event, Jackson. No shifting allowed inside the venue grounds. Everyone is expected to be on their best behavior. Plus, it's held in the human world for a reason, so warring alphas can't exactly go crazy and tear into each other. It's designed to blend in. And more importantly, I'm not letting her out of my sight. My jaw ticked. Not until I have answers. I turned to Astrid. Think you can get her address? Of course, she said softly. I gave her a small nod. Thanks. Then, without another word, I climbed the stairs toward the only thing in this world that was both my greatest mystery and already my greatest weakness. Kara. Chapter 19. Kara POV. I woke to the familiar scent of him. Rich, smoky, and undeniably Ryker. The room was quiet. I was alone in his bed, sheets tangled around my legs. Then it hit me. Flickers of memory. Falling asleep in his car. The fare. The boy. The blood. The marks. Oh no. They were going to have questions. Lots of questions. Last night had cracked something open in me, something I hadn't let myself fully feel in a long time. The emotions I had buried deep, crushed beneath layers no one could reach. The scars I thought I had hidden? They had all come rushing to the surface. And it had been brutal. I groaned softly and slipped out of bed. I needed a shower. Desperately. To rinse off the blood, the sweat, and everything that had unraveled inside me. Hoping Ryker wouldn't mind, I stripped the rest of the way down, peeling off my clothes, and stepped into his bathroom. The moment the hot water hit my skin, it felt like a balm. A cleansing tide that rolled over me, washing away the adrenaline, the fear, the fragmented trauma that had been leaching into my bones. I stood there, eyes closed, letting it all go. Then, like I had done 1,000 times before, I shoved everything into a box in my mind. Neat. Contained. Tucked away until I could breathe again, until I could feel like me again. Playful. Reckless. Sensual. Completely and entirely Kara. But as the water poured over me, one thought echoed through the haze. This time, he had been there. Ryker. His presence. His voice. The way he held me through it like I wasn't broken. Like I wasn't alone. Even though I knew I couldn't have him, I had to admit, for the first time since meeting Ryker, I was glad he was mine. Glad he was there. To soothe the chaos with his words. To hold the monsters back, I couldn't face it. To hold me. It felt good not to go through it alone this time. No, Kara. Stop. I shook my head, trying to banish the warmth that wasn't just from the water. I turned off the faucet, the sudden silence ringing in my ears. Steam clung to my skin as I stepped out, wrapping a towel low around myself. I glanced toward the pile of bloodied clothes I had tossed aside earlier, the spare set I usually kept here. Useless now. Great. My eyes slowly drifted to his closet. Lingering. Contemplating. One shirt wouldn't hurt. Just one oversized, clean shirt. No big deal. Right? Besides, I had nothing else to wear. You got this, Kara. In, out. Don't look. Don't think. Just grab the first thing your fingers touch. Quick. Simple. Except the moment I stepped into the closet, his scent slammed into me. Man, I should have known it would be strongest here. It was embedded into every thread. Undiluted. It wrapped around me, curling into my lungs until I swore I could taste him on my tongue. My phoenix whimpered, smug and satisfied. I tried to breathe through it, through the sheer, overwhelming sensation of him. My eyes fluttered shut and I took a shaky step back, straight into a wall of heat and muscle. A chest. His chest. I froze. My breath is catching. Then slowly I turned. Ryker stood there, eyes burning into me. Clearly, he hadn't expected to find me half-dressed in his closet, dripping wet, and not just from the shower. Water slid down my arms, traced along my collarbone, and glided down the curve of my neck. His eyes followed every drop, every movement, like he was memorizing the trail they took, like he wanted to chase them with his mouth. He opened his lips to speak, but nothing came out. He was trying to focus. I could see it in the way his chest rose and fell, like he was trying so hard to remember whatever serious, logical conversation he had meant to have. but I saw the war inside him. The tug of war between discipline and desire, control and craving. The need to touch, to taste, to claim, as the magnetic pull lit up the air between us like a live wire. He cleared his throat. "We need to talk," he forced out, rough and strangled. Oh no, not that. I wasn't ready for the conversation I could feel looming behind those 4 words. I had to stall. So I tilted my head just slightly, letting my eyes glide over him in a lazy, calculated sweep. "What time is it?" I asked, feigning innocence, like I wasn't seconds away from melting where I stood. His nostrils flared. "Just barely. Almost 7. Man, I slept the whole day?" I muttered, slipping into motion, trying to brush past him like I hadn't been fantasizing about his mouth on mine 2 minutes ago. "I've got assignments. I should really go." But he stepped in front of me, blocking my exit with the solid line of his body. His arms folded across his chest. "It's Saturday," he said, voice low and measured. "They can wait." A beat passed. "Besides, you're coming with me tonight. There's an event at 8. I blinked. "That? I wasn't expecting." "I told you I don't date." "It's not a date," he ground out, the words clearly bitter in his mouth. "Our friends will be there. You're my +1. We just want to keep an eye on you." Astrid and Talia didn't mention anything about this. He gave me a look. Gentle, but pointed. "Well, you had a bit of a day yesterday, didn't you?" I didn't answer. "Nope. Not touching that topic. Just deflect, Kara. Redirect." I smiled mischievously, letting my voice drop into something softer, silkier, a sweet distraction wrapped in flirtation. "Admit it, Ryker. You just can't stay away from me, can you?" He didn't bite. No smirk, no comeback. Just the tight set of his jaw, the flicker in his eyes as he fought to stay serious. He was trying so hard to be good. So painfully, deliciously good. And it made me want to be very, very bad. I sighed dramatically, part frustration, part desire. Like maybe exhaling would cool the heat pooling low in my stomach. "Fine. I'll go." I turned slightly, pretending to be unaffected. "Just text me the address. I'll meet you there." "It's a little under an hour until we leave," he said, then paused, gaze steady. "Just stay." "But I don't have anything to wear," I countered. "Astrid already picked out a dress for you." Man, he really was covering all his bases. For a second, I had nothing. No witty comeback, no clever remark. He had me completely cornered. Calm, prepared, and infuriatingly smooth. I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from a general. Then he stepped closer, slow and unhurried, like he didn't want to spook me. His hand lifted, fingers brushing softly against my cheek, and my eyes closed instinctively. The contact electric, pure lightning against my skin. "Plus," he murmured, his voice now edged with something deeper, "we need to talk." The silence stretched between us, thick with everything unsaid. "About last night. We've got some unfinished business." And I couldn't blame him. No sane person just walks away from something like that without demanding to know more. And even though I didn't want to, I knew I would have to give him, give all of my friends something. Eventually. But right now, I didn't have the words. Honestly, I didn't even know what I wanted to say. What story I was ready to give. But I could offer him something better. Something else unfinished from last night. Something that would make us both feel good. And something that wasn't about fighting the bond right now. But it was about distracting him. Disarming him. And buying myself a little more time. He had practically done the same thing to me the moment we met. Used his body, the carnal pull of the bond to make me cave, to make me forget the rules I had built for myself. Well, payback is interesting, Ryker. My lips curled into a slow, wicked grin before I even opened my eyes. "You're right," I murmured, leaning into his hand. He blinked, and his eyes lit up, clearly thrown by the sudden shift, like he hadn't expected me to surrender so easily. "Round 2, I whispered. "And let the towel fall." His jaw went slack. Every muscle in his body locked like he was holding himself back with sheer force of will. I took a slow step toward him, then another, backing us toward the bed. His gaze clung to me, taking in every inch of my body, like it was impossible to look away. Kara, he managed, voice strained. I could see it. The fight inside him. Honor versus hunger. Answers versus instinct. But when his eyes met mine again, they were dark, dilated, and intense. What? I purred. You drag me out tonight, insist on keeping me close, but now you don't want what I'm offering? I let my gaze rake over him. Don't want me anymore? My lips curved into a knowing smile. That's funny, considering how much I know you wanted it last night. I clicked my tongue, smirking as my fingers trailed down his chest. Tisk, mixed signals, Ryker. That's a dangerous game. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, like he was trying to hold on to something already slipping through his fingers. I shouldn't have expected you to play fair, he bit out, breathing hard. You know I can't. Can't what? I cut in, stepping in close until my breath was brushing his lips. Resist? I whispered, each syllable a challenge. And then I shoved him hard down onto the bed, a wicked smile tugging at my lips as he hit the mattress. I followed in one fluid motion, moving over him. My dominance pressed against his desire. Good, I murmured darkly. I'm counting on it. That was all it took. His control snapped in an instant as a snarl tore free from him. His hands found my hips like magnets, and his thumbs drew slow circles into my thighs like he was marking his territory with every touch. I gasped as he pulled me tighter against the rigid press of him, his groan vibrating in his chest. Then, in one savage motion, he yanked his shirt over his head, eyes never leaving mine. And in that moment, I knew I had won. Because, for now, there would be no questions. No truths. No confessions. Only touch. Only heat. Only us. I pressed him back fully into the bed, watching the way his muscles rippled beneath me as he sank into the sheets, arms bracing behind him. I leaned in, lips grazing the curve of his throat, hot and pulsing. I kissed my way across his jaw, down his collarbone, across the solid lines of his chest, each press of my mouth a silent promise. His breath hitched, sharp and broken, as I trailed lower. Man, his body was perfection. And I wanted to taste every inch of it. My fingers found his belt, undoing it with agonizing slowness. When I looked up, his eyes were fixed on me, dark, glazed, and ravenous. Like I was the only thing in existence. I wrapped my hand around him. Slow. Teasing. Stroking him until I heard the sound catch in his throat. And only then did I take him in my mouth. His whole body went taut, a shudder rolling through him. Kara, he hissed, voice ragged. But I didn't stop. I took more. Inch by inch. Deeper. Until my lips brushed the base. The sound he made sent a fresh wave of heat flooding through me. I moved with rhythm. With purpose. With hunger. The kind of fire that had nothing to do with being a phoenix and everything to do with him. His hands tangled in my hair, not controlling, not guiding, just holding on. Like if he didn't, he would fall apart entirely. And man, I wanted him undone. When it finally hit him, when every muscle locked tight, when his breath caught, when his voice shattered as he came. I took all of him, every last trembling second. Then I pulled back, with a deliberate drag of my tongue, ending with one devious flick and a grin that could have set the room on fire. I wiped my mouth with the back of my hand and looked at him. For a moment, he lay there, chest heaving and glorious. Utterly destroyed in the best way possible. But then, his expression changed. Sharpened. That hunger in his eyes surged back, twice as intense, twice as wild, like I had lit a fuse instead of snuffing out a flame. In the next heartbeat, I was on my back. Breath stolen, his body caged above mine, his turn to take control. He gripped me, hard, and dragged me to the edge of the bed with zero finesse, only need. You knew exactly what you were doing when you dropped that towel, he growled. You wanted my control gone? He leaned in. Well, congratulations, beautiful. It's gone. And now, I'm not going to resist. His mouth hovered over mine, dark promise in his eyes. I'm going to claim. He dropped to his knees between mine, and his mouth found me like he had been starved for years, tongue and hands claiming every inch as they belonged there. Worship wrapped in intensity. I gasped, sharp and involuntary, as his mouth sent another wave of heat crashing through me. My back arched off the bed, fingers digging into the sheets like they were the only thing tethering me to the earth. Every nerve in my body was alight. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think, only feel. His grip on my thighs tightened, holding me open, as if he could feel every tremble that pulsed through my body. And when a broken whimper escaped my lips, he groaned against me, the sound dark and satisfied, like he had been waiting to hear it. The pleasure built fast, sharp, brutal, and when it finally tore through me, I screamed his name, my phoenix soaring through my veins, wild and blazing. It felt like flying and falling apart all at once. And still, he didn't move. He stayed there, lips pressed to the inside of my thigh. A wicked smirk curved against my skin, and I felt it as much as I saw it. He was proud of the effect he had on me. Proud of the mess I had become in his hands. And that look on his face, man, that look, was the dangerous satisfaction of a man who knew exactly what he had done to me. Eventually, I managed to push myself up. My whole body is still humming from the aftershocks. He rose slowly, every inch of him radiating power. Raw, leashed dominance pulsing just beneath his skin. But his hands never left me. They lingered, splayed across my hips. Well, I murmured, voice still thick with afterglow, I'd say that unfinished business? Thoroughly handled. I lazily stretched beneath him, limbs loose and sated. And just in time for whatever mystery event you're dragging me to tonight. His gaze followed the arch of my body as I lifted a foot and pressed it against his chest, playful, testing. Pushing. Trying to nudge him off me. He didn't budge. Didn't even flinch. Instead, he grabbed my leg, hooking his arm beneath it and dragging me down, pressing me back into the mattress like it was nothing. Like I was nothing but his to handle. And then he kissed me. Deep and demanding as he owned me. And like he needed me to know it. He made me taste myself on his lips. And the heat that flared low in my belly again had no mercy. Because it wasn't just a kiss. It was a warning of what was coming. Don't think I didn't see what you were doing. Beautiful, he rasped, eyes gleaming. That little distraction trick? Cute. Effective. But you know that's not the unfinished business I meant. No matter how much I enjoyed that. His voice was low and loaded. You might not want me to know you, but we're going to talk about what happened. Tonight. His tone darkened. Commanding and final. There's no escaping it. He let the heat of his breath scorch along my neck. And if making you scream my name like that is the only way to get you to talk. His voice was raw, guttural, each word a vibration against my skin. Then so be it. He paused, letting the words sink in. I'll get the truth out of you. Every last piece. Chapter 20. Ryker POV. I was downstairs, fully dressed, doing everything in my power not to think about what had just happened upstairs. But goodness, it was almost impossible. I had loved every second of it. Every sound she made, every taste, every look she gave me. She had her claws in me in the most maddeningly perfect way, and I didn't want them out. But we were supposed to talk. And the part of me that plans, that's in control, that always stays 2 steps ahead, he scolded me for slipping. But the other side of me? The part that melted under her touch, that craved every breath she gave me? He would let it happen all over again if she so much as looked at me like that. But man, we needed to talk. And we would. Tonight. This time, I'd hold myself to it. For now, I needed to focus. Needed to pull my head back into the game. My black suit was crisp, tailored to blend in, not to stand out. Simple and sharp. I leaned against the edge of the couch, speaking with Hunter, Jackson, and Kai while the girls finished getting ready upstairs. This evening, we need to stay sharp, I said, eyes sweeping the room, senses already on high alert. Alphas, betas, and elders from packs across the country will be in attendance. The Lycans are expected to oversee, to keep the peace, but with rogue werewolf activity dropping off and no sign of rogue Lycans, I exhaled slowly. Something's off. Jackson and Kai both nodded, stone-faced. Hunter spoke next, voice grim. Plus, the wolves you sent to scout haven't returned. No sign. No signal. Either they're dead, or whatever's out there made sure they disappeared. The rogues are definitely planning something. Something big. That much is clear. I nodded once. We need to use this event to probe the packs. Ask the right questions. See if anyone's gone missing. Anyone's gone rogue. We need another lead. If this drags on much longer, I may have to investigate it myself. But the rest of that thought disintegrated. Because she walked in. And my whole world tilted. Hunter, Kai, and Jackson all turned their heads the second my voice cut off, their gazes snapping to where mine had frozen. Kara stepped down the stairs like something out of a dream. Her red hair was braided elegantly, strands left loose to frame her face. She wore a long, emerald gown, floor-length, with a high slit up her leg. The deep V neckline clung to her curves like the dress had been designed just for her. For a second, I forgot how to breathe. She was absolutely stunning. Ravishing. Like temptation personified. And she was mine. That fact nearly drove me insane. Jackson let out a slow, appreciative whistle. Man, Kara. You look incredible. That guy. A sound rumbled in my chest. Jackson, I said his name like a warning, low, dark, and razor-sharp. The message is clear. Back. The heck. Off. I swear, the man wouldn't recognize self-preservation if it leapt up and bit him. Hell, I could spoon-feed him survival instincts, and he'd still choke on them out of principle. Do you have a death wish? Kai asked, grinning like he wanted to see how this played out. Jackson just beamed, hands raised like he was the picture of innocence. Death wish? Please, I'm just calling it as I see it. Everyone's thinking it. I'm just the brave guy willing to say it out loud. He folded his arms, clearly proud of himself. You're a moron, Hunter muttered, shaking his head, barely suppressing a laugh. Jackson had never met a boundary he didn't trample. He flirted with danger like it was a sport, and tonight, he was asking for trouble. He turned to me, eyes gleaming with something halfway between mischief and a complete disregard for his own safety. Seriously, Ree. Not my fault, your girl walks in looking like sin incarnate. You expect me not to comment? He actually had the audacity to smirk. She's divine. I'm just the prophet. My eyes narrowed. Muscles tensed, hands clenching the couch cushions. My breath dragged slowly and sharply through my nose, like a predator barely restraining the urge to strike. I couldn't even find the words. Every syllable I might have said was buried beneath the effort it took not to tear into him. I love the guy, but right now, I was this close to losing it. Jackson had always been a reckless flirt. But tonight, with my mate looking like the walking embodiment of every forbidden fantasy I'd ever had, and still unmarked, he was playing a dangerous game. But then she laughed. That soft, gorgeous laugh that hit me square in the chest. Thanks, Jackson, she said sweetly, flashing him a smile as she reached the bottom of the stairs. Jackson winked at her. Dead. He was a dead man walking. And the idiot was smiling about it. A growl tore its way up my throat, low and savage, my beast clawing for release. He wanted to claim what was his. I moved. Fast. But not toward Jackson. Toward her. Because if I didn't get my hands on her, I'd lose whatever fragile grip I had on control, and Jackson's smart mouth would be the first casualty. I reached Kara in 2 strides, wrapped an arm around her waist, and yanked her flush against me. The moment our bodies touched, my beast stilled. My breathing slowed, and my muscles uncoiled. The anger and possessiveness that had been seconds from erupting were pulled under, smothered by her warmth, her scent, the certainty of her. And the primal part of me let out a silent sigh of approval. Like this was where she belonged. With me. Because she did. I met her gaze, the chaos inside me settling, not gone, but sleeping beneath the surface, curled around her like a guardian. I reached up and gently twisted a strand of her hair around my finger, grounding myself in the small, real details of her. The crimson of her hair, the freckles on her skin, the way her eyes held mine like they saw everything. You look breathtaking, I murmured. You too, she whispered, her hand sliding up my chest. But, she taunted, her fingers grazing the edge of my collar, you looked better in bed. Man. My grip on her tightened, pupils blowing wide, the bond between us flaring. Hot, wild, alive. And then, like she hadn't just set my entire soul on fire, she slipped from my arms with infuriating grace. Like it meant nothing. My beast seethed in protest, aching, confused, and restless. He didn't understand why she kept pulling away. Didn't understand how she could touch us like that, and not stay. "Where are Astrid and Talia?" she asked, casually surveying the room. "Right here," they chimed in unison, stepping into view, radiant and ready for the night. Kara's gaze swept over them. "Dang," she said, biting her lip, "you two look dangerous. Like two sins I wouldn't mind committing." The girls burst into laughter, glowing under her attention. "You too," obviously, Talia shot back, giving Kara a playful hip bump. "Especially since I picked that dress," Astrid added, flipping her hair as she'd just won an award. "Thanks," Kara said, a wicked smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. Then she turned, locked onto Hunter and Kai, and pounced. She stepped in close, all curves and confidence, grabbed each of them by the tie, and gave a deliberate tug. Their eyes widened. "Now, you boys better show these girls a very good time tonight," she purred. "Because if you don't," her smile curled into something feral. "I will." She leaned in. "And trust me, once they get a taste of me, they won't even remember your names. Chaos. Absolute chaos." Astrid cackled behind her, delighting in every second of the beautiful wreckage Kara was leaving in her wake. Her words should have sparked jealousy, but they barely registered. I was too focused on Hunter and Kai. That territorial edge ignited sharp and fast, like a tripwire, flaring in their eyes, in the stiff set of their shoulders. They were frozen, their beasts shifting beneath the surface. And for a moment, I thought one of them might actually snap. I stepped toward her instinctively. Protectively. Because I could feel how close they were to losing it. And man, I couldn't blame them. She'd walked in here and appended every instinct in the room like it was a game. It was fun. But then she turned, completely unfazed, like a queen who'd just conquered the room without lifting a blade, and strode past me, calm as ever. Her hand drifted across my chest as she passed, just a brush, a whisper of contact, but it lit me up like a fuse. Her hips swayed, every step a siren song. And the farther she got, the sharper the pain. Like the bond was carving through me with every inch of distance she claimed. She didn't look back. Not until she reached the doorway. Then she tossed me a grin over her shoulder. Pure challenge, pure flame. "What's the matter?" she called, voice playful and teasing. "Frozen in place, or just too busy fantasizing to move?" Her smirk deepened, like she already knew the answer. "Careful, handsome." Her eyes locked on mine, slicing through flesh and soul, straight to the part of me only she could touch. The part that hungered for her. Fantasies this hot don't just burn. She held my gaze for a heartbeat longer. "They ruin you." And then she just kept walking. Like she hadn't set the whole room ablaze. Like she hadn't just dragged me through a storm of emotions, desire, anger, protection, all in the span of minutes. And left the pieces smoldering in her wake. But I had to remind myself. She was human. Human. She didn't feel the bond as I did. Didn't understand the magnitude of it. What her touch, her distance, her actions did to me. The spike of pain increased with every step she took. She didn't know she was ripping me apart from the inside out. So I swallowed it. The fury. The sting of it all. The overwhelming need to grab her, hold her, kiss her, and make her feel every piece of it, too. And I forced myself to play along. Even though that's the last thing I wanted to do, I knew I had to. Because this wasn't just a party, it was the annual Convergence Summit, a gathering of PACs from every corner of the country. A meet and greet on the surface, sure, but beneath the glitter and charm, it was strategy, politics, and quiet power plays. And this year, it was a reconnaissance mission too. Our best chance to uncover why rogue activity had suddenly plummeted. What they were plotting. I needed to be alert. Sharp. Dialed in. Man, this should have been the easiest mission ever. But how was I supposed to focus on anything with her looking like that? She was the only thing in this world that could turn my battlefield focus into smoke. She was chaos made flesh. The epitome of temptation and torment rolled into one smart-mouthed, red-haired goddess who made my beast go wild with a single look. But I had to bring her tonight. She had bite marks. I needed her close. Yet, even as I told myself I'd still be watching the room for signs of trouble, reading every face, scanning every potential threat, I already knew the truth. I wouldn't be able to take my eyes off her. So yeah, focus, Ryker. Good luck. Chapter 21. Kara POV. We arrived at the party about 30 minutes late, and the place was already buzzing, guests weaving through conversations, wolves milling in elegant suits and silk dresses, laughter too polished to be real. I still had no clue what this event even was. Some Lycan or wolf gathering, probably. There were tons of those, usually regional. I had been to a few back when I was still in a pack. And I had heard of one big national summit where wolves from all over came together, but that only happened once a year. So I wasn't exactly worried that I had stumbled into that one. Frankly, I was just relieved my friends hadn't started drilling me with questions about yesterday. They were distracted. For now. And I was more than happy to keep it that way. Hunter and Astrid were making the rounds, perfectly poised and polite. Not surprising, really. They were the future of Lycan royalty, after all. Talia and Kai moved through the crowd with the same grace, slipping between conversations effortlessly. And Jackson, well, he was off somewhere. Probably doing something. Or meeting someone. Meanwhile, I stuck to the outskirts. Drink in hand, back to the wall. Just observing. And trying to figure out how the heck I was going to handle Ryker tonight. I couldn't dodge the conversation forever. I knew that. Sooner or later, he would corner me. And I needed to be ready. I ran through it in my head, what I would say, how I would shape the truth, how I would curate my words to fit a story I could live with. I felt Ryker's presence like a gravitational pull across the room. He was speaking to a group of wolves at the far table, posture straight, eyes sharp, but every few seconds, I knew he was sneaking glances at me. Watching me. He couldn't help it. Couldn't resist. And, honestly, it was kind of cute seeing the top general of the Lycans distracted by his mate. I smiled faintly to myself as I set my drink on the table. That's when a shadow slid in beside me. Silent and uninvited. Well, hello, Spitfire, he drawled, his voice slithering down my spine. Familiar. And unmistakable. Fancy seeing you here. At the annual Convergence Summit. No. No way. This was that event? My eyes snapped to him. Oh gods. I never thought I would see him again. Any of them. I ran, literally ran, to the other side of the country to make sure of it. I mean, what were the odds? My heart crashed against my ribs as panic clawed its way up my throat. That meant more of them could be here. From my old pack. The pack I left behind. The pack I abandoned. The moment my third mate, the Alpha, died, everything fell apart. What once was the strongest pack on the East Coast splintered. Some blamed me for the collapse and whispered that I destroyed everything. They despised me. Others still loved me. Still called me Luna. But I had been too broken to lead. Too broken to be the strength they needed. So I disappeared in the dead of night. No goodbye. No note. Just gone. I had told myself it was the right thing to do at the time. That they were a distant memory now. But they weren't. They were here. He was here. Connor. My mate's old beta. Once, he had been fiercely loyal, always at my side. But now? After all these years, I had no idea where he stood. Connor drew me in, his hands settling low on my waist. Casual. Like he had been waiting for this. A slow grin tugged at his lips. Okay, so maybe he didn't completely hate me? But then his gaze swept over me, indulgent, a bit too sweet to be sincere. No, this wasn't the Connor I knew. Something in him was deeply, unquestionably off. Still, I couldn't move. The shock of seeing him again had rooted me in place. My mouth opened, trying to form words, but I didn't get the chance. Ryker was suddenly there, tearing me out of Connor's grip. Stay. Away. From her, he snarled, his voice low and lethal. Connor raised both hands in mock surrender, but not before his fingers caught a strand of my hair, twisting it lazily, purposefully, like a taunt. Whoa, whoa, big guy. Relax, he said, voice slick with amusement. Can't a wolf say hello to a former pat mate? Ryker stiffened beside me, trying to mask the flicker of shock that crossed his face. Like someone had handed him a puzzle piece he couldn't place. Disbelief followed, brief but undeniable, before his controlled facade snapped back into place. Connor stepped in closer, a slow, crooked smirk curling at his lips, tainted with something darker. Didn't realize saying hi to an old friend was off limits. I felt Ryker bristle as he took it all in. The way I didn't flinch when Connor touched me. Didn't pull away. Didn't even look afraid. Just stunned. And that alone said everything. Because Connor and I had history. We had hunted together. Howled under the same moon. Bled for the same alpha. He had once been my closest confidant. But now he was different. Like the edges of him had been honed into something I didn't quite recognize. And then there was the word. My brain was spinning, reeling from the one he had let slip, packmate. Just like that, he had outed me. Exposed what I had hidden. That I wasn't some clueless outsider Ryker had stumbled across. That I knew about this world. I felt the color drain from my face. I had to leave. If I stayed, the whole charade would fall apart. If Ryker started asking questions, I wouldn't be able to lie fast enough. Connor's nose twitched. His expression shifted. Why on earth do you smell like that? He muttered, more to himself than anyone else. His gaze flicked suspiciously between Ryker and me. He could tell. He could smell it, that I was masking what I was. Trying to pass as human. I think you're confusing me with someone else, I cut in quickly, locking eyes with him. Silently begging. Please. Let it go. Let me go. If any part of the Connor I used to know was still in there, I prayed he would hear it in my voice. I took a step back, but he didn't. His hand snapped out, fingers curling around my wrist. Not hard, but firm. His smile stretched too wide now, all teeth and no warmth. Twisted into something that set every nerve in my body on edge. Oh, I don't think so, Kara, he said, voice low and smooth. I've been looking for you for quite some time. His eyes gleamed, fangs flashing as he tugged me in just slightly, like he was savoring the moment. Drawing it out. Playing with it. You and I? We've got so much to catch up on. Ryker moved. In a blink, he was between us, one hand crushing Connor's and ripping it away from me with ruthless force. Touch her again, he growled, and I will tear your arm off. Each word was cold, measured, and crackling with restrained violence. But Connor didn't flinch. Didn't even blink. He just stared at Ryker with an amused glint in his eyes, like he was enjoying the show. Then his gaze slid back to me, and I saw it. Recognition. That glimmer of understanding. Oh, he's in for a surprise, isn't he? The way he said it made my skin crawl. I didn't know exactly what he meant. But I knew I didn't want to find out. I turned, heart pounding, trying to escape this situation. But his voice followed me, slicing through the air. Open invitation to visit the pack anytime, Kara, he called after me. You know we still have a very special place in our hearts for you. My stomach nodded. My pulse roared in my ears. My breath came in shallow bursts as I stumbled away from the confrontation, heels slipping on the wet ground as I fled the venue and vanished into the woods. Cold rain pelted down, soaking my dress, my hair, my skin. But I didn't stop. I needed the cold. Needed it to counter the blistering panic in my chest. Branches tore at me as I crashed through the forest. Then, a hand shot out, seizing my wrist and yanking me back so fast I stumbled. And there he was. Ryker. Eyes wild. Confused. Betrayed. Hurt. And absolutely livid. Kara, who are you? He thundered, voice cutting through the rain like a blade. His grip was bruising, furious, and I winced as I ripped my arm free. It doesn't matter, I gasped. I told you, I don't want you to know me. Well, that's too bad, he snapped, stepping toward me. He looked wild, unhinged. And for the first time since I had met him, I felt a flicker of fear. Just a flash. But it was enough. He must have seen it. Because he stopped. Didn't come any closer. Just stood there, breathing hard, chest heaving. He dragged a hand through his rain-matted hair, trying to reel himself in. You owe me some answers, he bit out, voice tight. I didn't say a word. His jaw clenched. You're not just human, he said, voice rising. You know about us. Our kind. About werewolves. About me. About lycans. I nodded once. Silent. Clinging to the lie of being human, because it was the last shield I had. The only thing keeping me safe. His voice dropped, sharp and venomous. Then who bit you, Kara? A snarl tore from his throat. Was it him? That beta. Why did he say I was in for a surprise? What did he mean by that? I said nothing. Couldn't. My throat closed around the words. Goddess, Kara, he pleaded, voice cracking under the strain. Answer me. He stalked toward me, rage and confusion warping every line of his face. Why do you have bite marks on you? He demanded. He was in my space now, towering over me, radiating heat and possession. Muscles tensed, trembling under the weight of everything he didn't understand. But beneath it all, I could feel it. His pain. His confusion. You shouldn't have any, he yelled, raw and guttural. Because you're mine. My mate, I whispered, lifting my chin to meet his eyes. The word struck like lightning. The writhing beast inside him paused. I saw it in the way his body softened, just slightly. How his jaw worked, struggling for control. Then he reached for me. Gentle, but urgent. One hand slid around my back, pulling me to him, chest to chest. He breathed me in. Once. Twice. Trying to steady himself. Like I was the only thing keeping him from shattering. You know about mates too, he whispered, barely able to say it. The words weren't angry now. Just wounded. Accusing in the way only betrayal can be. The sound of an animal that realized it had just been tricked by the hand it trusted. So why did you push me away? His voice edged with heartbreak. Why did you lie? Why did you pretend you didn't know what we are? When you knew we were destined. Fated. Those words hit a nerve. I shoved him. Hard. Harder than any normal human should have been able to. He stepped back, stunned. Destiny? Fate. I barked a bitter laugh, my voice shaking. Forget that. Forget fate. That's what gave me these. I jabbed a trembling finger at my side where the scars still lived. Buried, but never forgotten. I was young. Lonely. In love with a werewolf. And you know how that ended. My voice cracked around the memory. So no more letting fate write my story. Tears stung the corners of my eyes. I want to choose, Ryker. Choose who I love. Who do I give my heart to? I want to be in control of my own fate for once. And you, my voice faltered. You want me, but you don't even know me. I don't know you, he roared, throwing his hands out. That's nonsense, Kara. Just because you haven't given me a chance, don't think for a second that means I don't see you. He was pacing now, raw sincerity pouring out of him with every word. You think I haven't been paying attention? Just because we've been intimate and pretended that's all it was. His voice was rough now, desperate. I know you're brilliant. You don't study much, not really, but you still score higher than everyone else. In class, you mouth the answers like they're obvious, like your mind's already 10 steps ahead. A breath. A pause. You're kind. Protective. Selfless in ways I don't think you even realize. Yesterday, when that kid was bleeding out, you didn't wait for someone else to step in. You didn't freeze. You just moved, like saving him was instinct. He looked at me then, eyes searching mine. You hum when you think no one's listening. Get lost in music like it's the only thing tethering you to the present. And when you dance, it's like watching someone catch fire from the inside out. Another breath. And at the fair, up on the Ferris wheel, when you looked out at the moon and the stars, you grinned as if you belonged up there too. Like the sky somehow recognized you. He let out a quiet laugh, almost disbelieving. And your aim? Dead on. Every carnival game. The second I got even close to beating you, something in you shifted. That spark lit up your eyes. Your real smile came out, the one with dimples. The one I've never been able to forget. He stopped. Swallowed hard. You didn't just want the challenge. You thrived on it. You come alive when someone pushes you. When someone matches you. It's like you've been waiting for it your whole life. He met my gaze, unwavering and fierce. For goodness sake, Kara, this is our first real conversation, and I already know all that. So don't tell me I don't know you. Don't tell me I haven't seen you. My heart cracked open as the truth of everything he had said hit me hard. It hadn't even been 2 weeks since I first laid eyes on Ryker, and somehow he was right. He must have been watching, studying, every little thing about me. And gods, that made my phoenix sing. That made me want to touch him. Kiss him. I apologized for every wall I had thrown up between us. I took a step forward, and he looked almost relieved. Like, somehow, he had finally gotten through to me. As if he had been holding his breath for days and could finally exhale. He stepped closer, calmer now, cupping my cheek gently, with so much tenderness it nearly brought me to my knees. I leaned into it. And this time, it wasn't my phoenix pushing me toward him. It was me, Kara. Because somehow, against all odds, he was cracking the walls I had spent years building, forcing me to confront everything I had been trying so hard to suppress. The truth I hadn't dared name, that I wanted to know him as he knew me. I wanted to know who Ryker was. Kara, he breathed, I know your past was hard. That you learned about our kind too young. That you lost someone you loved. I know you're scared. Scared of letting anyone in. He brushed his thumb over my cheek, voice soft but certain. But I'm not going anywhere. This bond, it's real. It's unbreakable. I was made for you. And I will never, ever stop wanting you. And just like that, he ruined it. Because that's what they all said. They were made for me. They would never stop wanting me. And that's exactly what destroyed us. Every single time. Suddenly, the blazing fire in me, the aching need I had almost surrendered to, was snuffed out by a cold, familiar dread. That sharp-edged truth that lived deep in my bones. That my love was a curse. That my love was killed. He looked at me like I was the answer to something he had been searching for his entire life. But all I could do was look back. Breaking. Because I knew what loving me meant. And I was terrified of doing that to him. I was crying before I could stop it, silent tears rolling down my face. His hand went to wipe them away, but I flinched. Pulled back. That's what terrifies me, I whispered. My voice is broken and crushed. You terrify me. His eyes widened as he took in my words. He looked devastated, like I had visibly struck him. He didn't know what I meant. Why was I so scared? How could he? We hadn't even talked, not really. We had just been together. Intense. Fast. Full of energy and passion. And now, I was feeling things. Real things. Things I was never supposed to feel again. It was too much. I needed space. I needed to protect us. Protect him. Protect my heart, too. But the words wouldn't come. They tangled in my throat, too heavy to speak. All I could do was move. So I took a step back. Then another. Tears blurred my vision. My soul is cracking open. The pain of the bond is ringing in my ears. And I ran. Back through the woods. Back to the venue. Caught the first taxi I could. And when I reached my dorm, I collapsed onto the bed. I curled in on myself like I could hold the pieces together. And I sobbed. Until my throat was raw. Until the silence was worse than the screaming. Until there was nothing left in me to give. Chapter 22. Ryker POV. All I could do was stand there, frozen and wounded, as she disappeared into the woods. I was in shock. Pure shock. At everything. I had gotten the answers I had been searching for. We had the conversation we needed. Just not in the way I imagined. Because she knew. She knew what we were. What the bond meant. This whole time. And she still chose to walk away. Pain. Rage. Desperation. It all exploded out of me. I let out a roar that ripped through the night like thunder, loud enough to shake the trees. My beast couldn't take it. He surged forward. The shift came violently, clothes tearing, form changing as the animal inside claimed me without hesitation. And I ran. Fast. Hard. Wild. Through branches and brush, over rocks and rivers, the wind sliced through my fur. By the time I reached our house, hours had passed. My body was intact, but my heart felt like it had been torn apart. I leapt through the open window of my room, landing hard as I shifted back, for retreating, body returning to human form, skin slick with sweat. I grabbed a pair of sweats and dragged them on as I made my way downstairs, every muscle trembling. I needed to think, to process, to figure out what on earth I was supposed to do now. But when I reached the kitchen, the world felt like it had shifted sideways. The pack had just come home from the party. Laughing, talking, casual. Happy. How was the summit for you guys? I asked gruffly as I cared. Like I wasn't still hurting on the inside. I just needed to fake composure long enough to keep my head from exploding. It was great. Talia chirped, way too cheerful for my current state. Good food, Kai added with a shrug. Pack dynamics are the same as always. Nothing abnormal. Similar pecking order, same tensions. Hunter nodded in agreement, arms crossed as he leaned back and fixed his gaze on me. You notice anything? Or, Astrid chimed in with a smirk, did someone get a little distracted? And then came Jackson, the final match to the powder keg. Saw you and Kara disappear into the woods, he said, that confident grin stretching across his face. The two lovebirds are finally a pair? And that was it. I snapped. I threw the glass I had been holding. It shattered against the wall. The kitchen table was next. I shoved it hard. It crashed to the floor. Then my fist hit the counter. A sharp sound split the air. My knuckles throbbed. But I didn't care. I didn't feel a thing. Everyone stared. So, I'm guessing it didn't go well. Jackson muttered. No, it did not go well. I snarled, pacing like a caged animal, barely keeping another shift at bay. She knows. About us. About what we are. Talia's face lit up with hope. That's good, right? Sure, I said sharply. Except she also knows about our mating bond. And she still won't give in. The shock hit them. What? Kai said, blinking. Why would she do that? The words tasted bitter coming out. Her past, I growled, voice low and rough. That soulmate story she told us about her lover. He was a wolf. That's how she knows about us, how she got those scars. His marks. I hated even saying it. And you all remember how that story ended. The room fell into stillness as everyone recalled what she had told us. But Hunter started carefully, brows drawn. If that's true, then she knows lycans aren't like wolves. She must. We're stronger. Faster. Man, our bond is unbreakable. Unrejectable, I cut in. Yeah, try telling that to the look in her eyes. I stared at the floor, jaw clenched so tight it hurt, thinking back to the one conversation that actually meant something. Our first real talk, if you could even call it that. Aside from the intimacy, the passion, the heat, our first real conversation was a fight. A brutal, broken fight. And then I said it. The words that had been eating me alive ever since. She said, I swallowed hard, the words catching in my throat. She said that I terrified her. The room went still. No one breathed. No one moved. She said that to me. My voice dropped, each word dripping with heartbreak. And in that moment, I wished she had struck me instead. Because hearing that cut deeper than anything else could. Do you know what that feels like? Hearing your mate say that to you. Astrid stepped toward me, eyes shimmering with unspoken emotion. She murmured, placing a comforting hand on my shoulder. I can't imagine, Kai said quietly, running a hand over his face as he exchanged a look with Talia. Hunter shook his head slowly, as if trying to absorb the blow himself. She might just need time, Astrid said gently, to process everything. But Kara will come around. She's strong. Fierce. Just like you. I met her gaze. She'll find her way back to you, she said, each word full of conviction. I nodded, needing to believe her. Needing something to hold on to. Because the ache in my chest wouldn't let up. Man, she had hurt me. Deep. When she said she was afraid of me, it didn't just sting. It broke something. Because out there, on the battlefield, fear is power. It keeps you alive. Keeps your enemies at bay. But from her? It felt like she reached into my chest and tore out something sacred. tore out everything I had been fighting for. And how was I supposed to turn that into love? Into trust? How was I supposed to show her that behind all the strength and temper, there was someone who would never hurt her? That I wasn't going to scar her the way love had before? And yet, even as she spoke those words, I could have sworn I saw it, the cracks spidering through the walls of her heart. There had been a flicker in her eyes when I told her how much I cared, how much I noticed. Like some part of her, buried deep, wanted me too, even if it scared her. Maybe, instead of being the beast she thought I was, the one who terrified her, who wanted to hunt her to the ends of the earth, I needed to do the opposite. Defy every instinct I had. Don't chase her heart, but wait for it. I had already said what I needed to say. Now I just had to wait until her walls gave in. Because the bond would do the rest. It would ache, so deep and unrelenting. Turn those hairline cracks into ruin. Until she had no choice but to answer it. So I would wait. Patient and aching, for her to come to me, for fate to tip the scales, to force her hand. I could do that. For us. For her. Anything for her. But man, if tonight wasn't already enough torture, it was about to hurt. Chapter 23. Kara POV. To say I wasn't looking forward to Monday would have been the understatement of the century. I had been dreading it. I had spent all of Sunday curled over the toilet, wrecked and retching. Because what I said to Ryker wasn't rejection, it was obliteration. And sure, maybe I couldn't technically reject a Lycan mate, but man, it felt like I had. Like I had taken a blade to the bond and just started sawing. Something in me cracked when I told him I was afraid. Not just emotionally, physically. It was as if my bones shattered all at once under the weight of my own truth. My body mourned it. And the aftermath made me sick to my stomach. A part of me wanted to undo everything I had said. But also, not really. Because it was the truth. He did terrify me. Terrified me how deeply he already controlled me. How drawn to him I was. At the fair, the way he looked at me, asked simple, meaningless questions, and yet, every time he spoke, I wanted more. I loved the sound of his voice. Loved the curiosity he tried to hide beneath it. He asked questions I pretended I didn't want to answer. And then, that night, after everything, the way he held me. Not to fix me. Not to save me. Just to be there. And finally, yesterday, his words weren't just sweet, they were real. Measured. Meant. And the worst part? I believed them. That was the true danger. Because as much as I tried to deny it, I had been edging myself toward a slow, beautiful tragedy, and last night was the tipping point. Because now, it wasn't just the phoenix in my blood that longed for him. It was me, Kara, the girl who swore she would never do this again. And if I stayed near him, goodness help me, if I even saw him again, I knew I would cave. Fully. Irrevocably. Avoiding him was the only option now. At least until I could think clearly through the fog of pain and figure out what the heck to do next. So I kept my head down. In class, I retreated to the farthest corner, isolating myself as if distance from other lycans and wolves might shield me. But I could feel their eyes. Astrid. Talia. Jackson. All watching me. And when the bell finally rang, I barely made it 2 steps before I heard Astrid's voice behind me. Kara. Wait up. Then I felt her hand, closing around my arm. I turned, fumbling for an excuse, something to explain why I had gone completely radio silent for the last 24 hours. But she didn't give me the chance. She just pulled me into a hug. Tight. Solid. Heartfelt. And when she pulled back, her smile was warm. Man, I'm so relieved you know about us, she said, eyes bright. Me too. Talia beamed, practically bouncing on her toes. Me three, Jackson added, grinning as he leaned in like he was sharing classified intel. Now we can finally talk about all the wild Lycan stuff we do. I let out a breath I hadn't even realized I had been holding. Thank goodness Ryker had told them, because right now I didn't have the strength to explain any of it myself. Still, their reaction caught me off guard. I had expected what? A little resentment? Frustration? At least some anger for keeping them in the dark. Maybe especially on Ryker's behalf. Wait, you're not mad? I asked, genuinely confused. Talia shook her head. Honestly, we're more relieved than anything, she said thoughtfully. She glanced down the hallway, then back at me, her voice dropping. My first week on campus, a girl caught me mid-shift. I had lost control during a full moon. She freaked out, screamed demon dog, and tried to film it. It took weeks to clean up that mess. She offered a faint smile, but her tone held weight. So we get that our world can be a lot. Her gaze lingered on me just a second longer. Especially for your kind. And that was the only silver lining in all of this. That somehow, even after everything, I had managed to hold my human facade together. Just barely. That's why it's kind of nice, honestly, Jackson added, arms crossed, knowing we don't have to tiptoe around you anymore. But also, his brow arched, eyes narrowing, teasing, but pointed. Seriously? You just pretended for a year. He raised his hands. Like, you chose Blackthorn. You had to know it was basically Wolf Central. And you didn't say anything? Why keep it from us for so long? Astrid elbowed him. Hard. Her glare was full of that classic not now idiot warning. What? He hissed, rubbing his ribs. It's a valid question. She squeezed my shoulder in part apology, part affection. I swallowed the ache rising in my chest. It's because I was, and still am, afraid of repeating it, I said quietly. My past. I hesitated, then added, I'm sure Ryker filled you in. They nodded. And somehow that made it better and worse all at once. Is that why you told him? Astrid started, then bit her tongue. I gave a small, wordless tilt of my head. She didn't need to repeat it. I had already done enough of that in my own mind. She exhaled softly. Well, whatever happens between you two, just remember, you still have us. She reached over and laced her fingers with mine. I blinked, startled a bit by the gesture. She gave me a small smile. He may be a Lycan, Kara, but you're still our girl. Always. I looked down at our intertwined fingers. You guys really aren't mad? I asked again. I mean, that I practically rejected Ryker? Jackson cut in dryly, his expression flat, voice full of playful drama. The sting hit instantly. All I can say is, you must have, like, celestial tier standards, Kara, Jackson said, hands gesturing wildly for emphasis. Because if it's not him, who's left? A demigod? Hades with a six-pack? Death himself knocking on your door? Pretty sure even in our corner of the world, those guys are off the market. He was joking, but he had no idea how close he was to the truth. Because at least if I were mated to death himself, I would be certain he could never leave me. Then Jackson stepped closer, placing both hands on my shoulders. And really looked at me. This time, there was no sass. No smirk. Just something steady in his eyes. Whatever your standards are, he said, his voice lower now, sincere, I hope Ryker meets them. Someday. Then, without warning, he pulled me into a hug. Because whether you're running from him or healing from your past, he'll wait, Kara, he murmured. He's your mate. He exhaled a soft, wistful breath. That's kind of what we do. Stubborn bunch, the lot of us. He pulled back, just enough to meet my eyes. There was a beat of silence. A flicker of something real. And then, because Jackson physically cannot let a heartfelt moment breathe, his signature confident grin made its triumphant return. But in the meantime, while you and Mr. Tall, dark and Growly work out your epic love saga, complete with angsty glances, unresolved tension, and post-hookup emotional avoidance, I'll be over here, trying to outrun flunking this next test. A small grin cracked through the haze of my pain, bubbling up from somewhere I didn't think I still had access to. Jackson, Talia sighed, shaking her head with the kind of fond exasperation only he could earn. I gave you color-coded notes and flashcards. What exactly were you doing last night instead of studying? He raised a finger dramatically. Who, darling? Not what. Women are not objects. They're divine chaos, and they wreck my GPA. But I'll gladly accept their punishment with open arms. He threw an arm around her shoulders, grinning wide as they sauntered off down the hall, already bickering. Astrid lingered behind, rolling her eyes, but clearly fighting a smile. She glanced at me, her tone softening. Look, we all get that you and Ryker are still figuring things out, she said gently. But if you ever want to talk about it, I'm here, okay? I nodded, throat tight. Then she gave my hand a quick, comforting squeeze before jogging to catch up with the others. Their ridiculous, unwavering loyalty was unexpected, sweet. And for reasons I couldn't quite explain, it eased the sharpest edges of last night's wounds. Because just for a moment, I didn't feel completely alone. Chapter 24. Ryker POV. She spent the next month avoiding me. And honestly, I had to give her credit. Because she was incredible at sneaking around. But her absence was also destroying me. The longer she stayed away, the worse it got. At first, it was a slow burn. A low throb beneath my skin. But as weeks passed, that ache turned savage. It felt like I was burning from the inside out. Like the bond was molten lava under my skin, eating through me cell by cell, nerve by nerve. She had stopped coming to lunch, started weaving around me at school, and steered clear of the pack house whenever I was there. I knew I needed to give her space to wait, but that didn't stop me from wanting to know what she had been up to. So I asked around. Casually at first. Astrid and Talia said they still saw her. Jackson too. I never imagined I would live to see the day I was actually jealous of Jackson. But there I was. Grinding my teeth every time I heard his name leave their lips in the same breath as hers. I caught whispers of Kara here and there. A trace of her scent lingered in the hallway. The ghost of her voice in the wind. And every time, my body reacted. My beast surged forward, hungry and desperate, snarling at the loss. My chest would tighten. My fists would clench. Pain would ripple through me. And all I could think was, mine. Where is she? The bond tethered us together like a string stretched too tight, always pulling. But it didn't snap. It just hurt. And I knew she was hurting too. I felt it. In the quiet hours, when the pack house went still, and I was left alone with my thoughts, I could sense it through the bond. Even though we weren't officially mated yet, when her emotions flared strong enough, they bled into me. The guilt, the fear, the war inside her. But lately, there was something new. Want. She was starting to let herself truly want me. Maybe because the pain had worn her down. Maybe because she just couldn't fight it anymore. But whatever the reason, it was real. A flicker in the dark, but very much real. And goddess, I had to believe that want would win out. Because it was the only thing that kept me from going to her, from breaking down her door and asking her to just see me. I knew she was doing this to give herself freedom. A choice. But man, in our world, we didn't get choices like that. The bond didn't wait for timing or healing. It didn't care if we were ready. It just was. And it was wrecking me as much as it was breaking her. I tried to keep up with my duties, rogue patrols, and territory updates. I even tried to chase down that beta from the Convergence Summit to get more information on Kara. But I couldn't focus. I could barely function. My body was here, but my mind, my soul, they were all tuned to her. I knew duty should have come first. But Kara, she eclipsed it all. She outweighed protocol. Orders. Responsibility. Everything. So eventually, I had to let it go. Hand off the rogue investigation to the other generals. I told myself it was temporary. Just long enough to keep the pain from swallowing me whole. Even still, I hated stepping back when every instinct whispered that something big was coming. That we were running out of time. But I had to trust the others could handle it. Had to believe the threat could wait. Just a little while longer. Until she came back to me. And she would. The bond would pull her home. Goddess, it had to. Chapter 25. Kara POV. I knew how to disappear when I needed to. How to move through shadows, blend in, slip through cracks unseen. But dodging Ryker? That was different. That wasn't just hard. It was excruciating. Not just because my phoenix wanted him, craved him with every breath. But because, deep down, I did too. And the pain of staying away cut deeper than I ever expected. It started as a low hum beneath my skin, tight, uncomfortable, but manageable. I could feel the bond fraying, my phoenix growing restless, crying for him in every quiet moment. And by the end of the first week, the ache had sharpened into something piercing and bitter. My body buzzed with tension, the bond pulsing like a wound that wouldn't heal. I began to fracture in places I couldn't hide. I lost time. Lost focus. The world dulled at the edges. By mid-month, the pain stopped coming in waves and simply settled into a constant, all-consuming reality. It tore at me from the inside out, wild, like fire in my veins. I couldn't think straight. Couldn't breathe without choking on it. My nerves were worn thin. Every second is a self-inflicted punishment. And the worst part? The only thing that gave me even a hint of relief was the thought of him. Ryker. His voice. His touch. The strength in his arms. The way happiness unfurled under his hands. How safe I felt wrapped in him. But thinking about that only made the need for him, the want for him, worse. It amplified the longing. The ache. The unbearable pull. If I thought about him, it hurt. If I didn't, it still hurt. There was no winning. Just suffering. A constant month of suffering that had felt like decades. And now, tonight, the pain was too much. It wasn't just unbearable. It was blinding. Mind-numbing. So consuming I couldn't even sleep through it. All I could do was curl around my pillow, clutching it until my knuckles went white, as if I could compress the agony, force it back down. Man, it almost felt worse than losing my second mate. Worse than dying. And I knew what that felt like. I wasn't sure I could live like this. Then the thought hit dark, sharp, and terrifyingly clear. I didn't have to. I could end the pain. I could break the bond. Make it stop. No more aching. No more questions. No more him. My hand slid to my chest, trembling, fingers brushing the place where the pain pulsed the hardest. My heart, the center of everything that hurt. I closed my eyes and pressed my hand against my chest. Pressed until it stung. One more breath. One more flicker of will to end the ache. But then, what if that wasn't the end? What if fate, cruel, smug, twisted as ever, just circled back and bound me to Ryker all over again? Or worse. What if she gave me to someone else, just to make me go through all of this another time? History may not repeat itself, but it rhymes. And I could feel the verse tightening, spiraling in around me. The same patterns. The same pain. The same story, just dressed in new skin. Because no matter what, I would be waiting. Waiting for it all to fall apart again. For the heartbreak I knew was coming. And that truth cracked something deep within me. A scream tore free from my throat, raw and primal. I hurled my pillow across the room, raked my hands through my hair, grabbed it and pulled, like I could rip the ache out. I screamed again, louder, harsher, until my throat burned, until the sound scraped against everything broken inside me. Then suddenly I stilled, surrounded by the wreckage of tangled sheets. Chest heaving, limbs trembling, my body bruised by emotion. And through the agony came unforgiving clarity. Running won't fix this. Won't fix me. It never would. No matter how badly I wanted that to be true. I didn't have a choice. I had to face it. Face him. I was terrified of what we were, of what it meant, but fear wasn't an escape hatch. It was a cage. And if I kept letting it hold me, I would stay behind its bars for eternity. I couldn't keep fighting us. And honestly, I didn't have it left in me. So there was only one option remaining, fight for us. Even if it meant waking up every day with my heart jammed into my throat and my soul trembling beneath my skin. I moved slowly, like my body didn't quite believe me yet, like it still expected me to buckle under the weight of it all. But I sat up, swung my legs over the edge of the bed, gripped the mattress like it was the last solid thing in my life. And that's when the thoughts came flooding back. You'll only get hurt again. He'll leave you. They clawed at me until the tears came, hot and silent. The kind of crying that didn't shake my shoulders or echo with sobs. Just pain. Ancient. Hollow. Pouring from my bones. But I wiped them away. Because this time, the tears didn't end in collapse. They ended in resolution. I had been naive. Idealistic when I should have known better after 3 lifetimes. I had wasted precious time running, begging fate for mercy when I should have been fighting. Fighting for a chance at our survival. And now, fate's hourglass was nearly empty. But with whatever time remained, if I had any hope of choosing my own destiny, I had to seize it. That's when the anger hit. Not reckless rage, but something sharper, honed like a blade forged in grief. Because I had survived lifetimes of guilt, loneliness, heartbreak, pain, and I could do it one last time. Because this time, I was coming for her. For everything she stole from me. For everything she made me endure. For every scar she carved into my soul, it belonged to her. She thought cornering me with this bond would break me. That she could shove me to the edge, strip me raw, and I would fold. But forget you, fate. You want me to love him? Fine. I will. You want me to accept that your mark is coming? Your hold? Fine. I'll take that too. But before Ryker marks me, I'll make sure he's the last. My final bond. My final love. One way or another. Through spells. Through blood. Through ancient, buried magic no one dares to touch. If it exists, I'll find it. I grabbed my jacket with trembling hands, my phoenix a thunderstorm in my veins. My heart pounded, not just from fear, not just from fury, but from the pain of everything I was still carrying. It licked at my ribs, coiled around my spine, and pressed against my lungs like a cage. But I stood up anyway, and I walked. Out of my dorm. Into the night. Every step is a declaration. Toward the only place every burning, broken part of me wanted to be. Toward him. Chapter 26. Kara POV. I stood in front of his house breathless. Because at some point, I had started running there. And now, I was standing on the edge of a cliff. One knock. One step. And the vow I had clung to for so long would be broken. I hesitated. Just for a split second. And the door flung open. Ryker stood there. Hair wild. Eyes blazing. Like he had scented me the moment I stepped onto the porch. Disheveled and hollow-eyed. He looked like how I felt. And the fragile composure I had stitched together moments ago disintegrated. It hurts, I choked out in a broken, angry sob. He moved instantly, stepping out, shutting the door behind him, hands cradling my face like he was afraid I would vanish. His eyes scanned me frantic. Searching. Kara, what hurts? Are you bleeding? Tell me who I need to handle. The bond, I gasped, pulling back, chest heaving. The bond, Ryker. It's tearing me apart. I started pacing. I thought I could outrun it. That if I chose my own path, it meant I had control. I thought hiding made me strong. That resisting made me free. But all it did was leave me empty. Broken. Angry. And it hurt. He didn't move. My hands curled into fists as I looked away, shame burning behind my eyes. It hurt us both. And I'm so sorry for everything. You didn't deserve that. I thought if I forced enough distance, if I lied to myself hard enough, it would fade. That fate couldn't force me to want you. I stilled, voice breaking. But I couldn't stop myself. His jaw clenched, body tense, but still, he said nothing. Just watched. Just listened. I met his eyes, and the words poured out, tumbling past my lips as the tears came. Fast, helpless, true. And the truth is, that's what terrifies me about you. That's when you touch me, I feel alive. Like I want to know every part of you. Not just your body, but your mind. Your thoughts. Your secrets. I want to be with you, Ryker. All of you. I want to know you better than I know myself until... He moved. So fast I barely had time to process it. His hand caught my wrist, pulling me against him. I braced for the storm. For the fury I deserved after everything I had done to him. But there was no explosion. Only that stare, intense, unreadable, and searing straight through me. You want to be with me? He repeated, voice low. Like he couldn't trust his own ears. Like he had to be sure. You weren't afraid of me, he said slowly, brows furrowing, like he was putting the pieces together. You were afraid of what you felt all along. Afraid of giving in. He paused. But now, you want this? Us. I nodded, unable to speak. His grip tightened, voice dropping to that commanding edge that made my breath catch. Say it again, he demanded. Quiet, but sharp with need. I looked up, meeting his eyes as tears spilt freely, carving hot paths down my cheeks. Because these words were soaked in fear and pain, but also truth. and want, and surrender. I want you, I whispered, each word trembling but real, anchored in everything I had finally stopped running from. Relief broke across his face, pure and radiant. His entire body exhaled, like he had been holding his breath for a lifetime. Thank the goddess, he breathed, voice cracking as he pulled me in, one arm anchoring tight around my waist. He buried his face in the curve of my neck, holding me gently, like he needed to be closer, like he needed to make sure this was happening. I want you too, Kara, he murmured against my skin, then pulled back just enough to meet my eyes. I've wanted every part of you since the second I saw you. His eyes shimmered, laid bare with emotion. There was no armor there. No beast. Just Ryker, stripped down to the soul. And then, man, he smiled. Not a smirk. Not a shadow. A real smile. The first I had ever seen from him. And it was devastating. Beautiful. Eyes glowing. Like the sun had finally risen inside him. The warmth of it scorched straight through me, turning the want I had buried into wildfire. And heat surged so fast I gasped. Because that smile didn't just undo me. It ignited me. And he knew. I saw it the moment his eyes darkened. He could sense it, how badly I wanted him. How fiercely I had been holding him at arm's length all month. And his beast was right there with me, pacing just beneath the surface. We could talk more later. But right now, actions spoke louder than words. So I grabbed his collar, pulled him down, and kissed him. Soft for half a breath. Then deeper. My lips parted as I kissed him, mouth open, tasting him like I had been starving for it. Because I had. The need rolled through me like a tidal wave, weeks of longing, of restless nights, of trying to forget what my body never could. And he met me with everything he had. He fit against me like he was made to, his mouth fierce and claiming, drawing me impossibly closer. His hand tangled in my hair as I kissed him harder, pressing my chest flesh to his. His breath was ragged when I finally tore my mouth away. I want you, I rasped, voice firmer, rough with need. Right now. His answer came in a growl, vibrating through both of us like it had been waiting to be unleashed. Then he lifted me, hands gripping under my thighs, powerful and sure. My arms wrapped around his shoulders, my legs around his waist. I could feel every inch of him against me. He opened the door without looking. And it shut behind us, lost to the sound of his footsteps as he crossed the room, kissing me like he would die if he stopped. Goddess, finally, Jackson murmured from the couch. Ryker broke the kiss just long enough to let out a low warning sound that rumbled in his throat. But he never stopped moving. Possessive Ryker was lethal. Dangerous. Attractive. Squeals erupted behind us, Astrid and Talia, reacting as they caught sight of us from the kitchen. Hunter and Kai exchanged knowing grins from across the room. But none of it mattered. Ryker's gaze stayed locked on mine as he carried me up the stairs. And the second we crossed the threshold of his room, he turned, pressing me to the door with a force that stole the air from my lungs. He lowered me to the floor, but his touch didn't stop, not for a second. He removed my jacket in a blur, then my shirt, stripping me down like he couldn't stand a single thing between us. He kissed my neck, then my shoulder. His mouth grazed the hollow of my collarbone, and I felt his jaw flex. Suddenly, a bolt of awareness cut through the haze. I grabbed his face and forced him to look at me, his violet eyes wild. Ryker, I said, voice breathless but serious. I don't want you using the mating bite on me. Ever. Not without my permission. Not yet. And he saw it in my eyes. I meant every word. He didn't respond right away. Just stared at me, arms braced on either side of my head, breath ragged, like he was at war with himself. Promise me, I said, quieter now. But no less sure. His eyes roamed over every inch of my exposed skin, hunger written all over him. His jaw clenched so tight it looked like it hurt. Then finally, he gave a tight nod. I promise, he managed. But the words came out as they cost him something. I closed the distance between us and kissed him, a quiet thank you pressed to his lips. And when I pulled back, I hovered just above his mouth. But don't confuse restraint for reluctance, handsome, I murmured. Just because I'm not ready for your mark yet doesn't mean I don't want you. My fingers threaded into his hair, tugging just enough to make him feel it. Because I do. I want all of you, Ryker. Every inch. Every thought. Every breath. I want you close to me, so close I forget every reason I ever ran. I dragged my mouth across his jaw, slow and intense, then whispered against his skin. Make me yours anyway. That did it. He snarled and removed his shirt in one swift motion, revealing that perfect body. Every inch of him was carved from raw power, muscles cut and honed like a weapon, tan skin pulled tight over strength. And man, I planned to appreciate every inch of him. Then he lifted me onto the bed. The scent of him wrapped around me instantly, rich and intoxicating. A wave of heat ripped through me. He moved over me, trailing kisses along my jaw, down my neck, every inch of skin he touched setting fire to my nerves. Then we were together. No hesitation, just need. I gasped as he moved, slow at first, then with more intensity. My body reacted, meeting him as the connection deepened. A sigh slipped free, broken and breathy. Please, Ryker, I whispered, voice wrecked. And he knew. And man, he was just as ready. Please, I breathed again, more desperate now. I need you. He kissed me, intense and consuming. And while I was still sighing into his mouth, we joined fully. Kara, he groaned, voice breaking against my lips. I held him closer, dragging him deeper, chasing that ache only he could satisfy. But it still wasn't enough. I needed all of him. So in one fluid motion, I shifted our positions, taking control. His breath hitched, eyes going wide. A broken sound tore from my throat, my head snapping back, lost in the connection, the perfection of him with me. Kara, he gritted out, fingers digging into my hips as his head thudded back against the mattress. And then I moved with him. Slow, intentional, making sure he felt every inch of me, every pulse of heat wrapped around him. Goddess, he choked out, voice wrecked and reverent. You're gonna end me like this. But his eyes never left me, tracking each movement like I was the only thing keeping him alive. And then he started moving with me, matching every motion with one of his own. Ryker, I gasped, the world going white behind my eyes. His jaw tightened, words slipping from his lips like prayers as the intensity built. My breathing fractured. My hands flattened against his chest, feeling the muscles flex and bunch beneath my palms as the pace increased. Faster. Stronger. Until I shattered, feeling torn through me, violent and white-hot. I called his name, holding on to him. He slowed, panting hard, but he wasn't done. I could still feel him. Close. His gaze locked on mine, pupils blown wide, voice a raw scrape of want. Kara. That was incredible. Still reeling, I dragged in a breath and let a smile curve across my lips. My fingers slid up into his hair, tugging him closer until our mouths were a whisper apart. Then what are you waiting for? I breathed, voice soft and desperate for more. Do it again. That was all it took. With a growl, he moved over me, crashing his mouth into mine. No restraint. Just primal, intense hunger. Like he wanted to know me and worship me all at once. Every moment, every gasp, I took it all. Begged for more. And gave it right back. I moaned into his kisses, holding him close. I wanted all of him. Needed him so close I couldn't tell where he ended, and I began. His movements turned wild as his hands roamed like they couldn't decide which part of me he wanted more. Like he had to touch everything. Claim everything. Then suddenly, he slowed, just enough to pull back slightly, his breath hot against my skin. You're mine, he growled. The words weren't a question. They were a declaration. And it sent a pulse of heat straight through me. Then rougher, darker, a command wrapped in need. Say it. My breath hitched, body already trembling, spiraling at the edge. The word tangled in my throat, swallowed by the storm he was building inside me. His hand slid to my jaw, tilting my face toward his. His gaze scorched into mine, possessive, yet gentle. Fierce, but edged with something startlingly vulnerable. Say it, Kara, he ordered, the demand thick with desperation. I tried again, but the feeling shattered the word, splintering it into nothing. I need to hear you say it, he groaned, voice fraying, lips brushing mine as if trying to draw the words out himself. His rhythm stayed unrelenting, like he was chasing the truth from my body. My nails moved down his back, searching for something to hold on to, anything to survive the heat pulsing between us. Because I wanted to say it. But I could barely breathe, let alone speak. Still, somehow I choked the words out, the syllables ragged, torn from my throat between shaky breaths. I'm yours, I gasped. I'm yours, Ryker. And that broke him. He held me tighter, like those words snapped every last thread of control. And everything detonated inside me, sharp and overwhelming. My body clenched tight, undone by the way he moved, the way he held me, the way he felt. A cry ripped from my throat, but he caught it with his mouth, kissing me like he needed to taste the sound. Then he broke the kiss, panting, chest heaving. One hand rose to my face, his thumb tracing the curve of my cheek, then sliding across my lips with reverence. His eyes locked with mine, and for a long, suspended second, it felt like he was memorizing me. Like he was touching my soul without ever saying a word. And just as I caught my breath, he kissed me again. Slower. Softer this time. Like a vow written into skin. A final shudder passed through him as he gently eased beside me, drawing me into the heat of his body. Skin to skin. Heart to heart. He tugged the covers up around us, one arm tightening around my waist as he pressed a kiss to my forehead. I'm yours too, Kara, he whispered tenderly as it came from the very center of him. And I just smiled, melting into his touch, letting the rhythm of his heart stitch me back together one beat at a time. Because somehow, in the span of a single night, I had been taken from the lowest depths of agony and despair to a high so dizzying, so euphoric, it felt almost unreal. A kind of bliss I never thought I would reach for again. And somewhere, between the warmth of his touch and the safety of his arms, I finally slipped into sleep. Completely. Utterly. His. Well, almost. Chapter 27. Kara POV. I woke up tangled in his sheets, body still humming with the echoes of last night. Ryker stirred behind me, pulling me deeper into the warmth of his body. His breath skimmed across the back of my neck, and I felt the solid warmth of him pressed against my back. He kissed the curve of my shoulder, mouth warm against my skin, making me shiver. But when his lips grazed me teasingly, a jolt of panic cracked through the haze of morning peace. I twisted in his arms suddenly and pressed my hand firmly over his mouth. His eyes widened, more intrigued than alarmed. Amused. Almost smug. Ryker, you promised, I began, but the words barely left my lips before he moved. He caught my hand, threading our fingers together with disarming gentleness. And then, in one fluid motion, he rolled us over, hovering over me. The heat of his body sank into mine, his other hand braced beside my head, keeping me close. Don't worry, beautiful, he murmured, voice husky, lips brushing my skin. I remember what I said last night. His mouth trailed kisses across my cheek, along my jaw, down the column of my throat. Just as long as you know, he whispered, lips lingering in the hollow of my neck. You're mine. Forever. He grinned as he kissed me again, slower this time, and it made the phoenix soar. Because I love this. Every second of it. The way he touched me was like I was precious. The way he held me was like I was the center of his universe. And the way he gave me space, even when I could feel the wild part of him waiting to mark me. I was absolutely, hopelessly in love with this. And I was his in every way. Well, except one. The mark. But I had a plan. Back in Connor's pack, there had been whispers, faint, fleeting, ridiculous whispers, about a witch. One who could forge new bonds with unmarked wolves. Who could twist the threads of fate before they solidified. As Luna, I had heard those rumors more times than I could count, and every time, I dismissed them without a second thought. Tampering with bonds wasn't just forbidden, it was wrong. Heresy among wolves and lycans alike. And besides, it was supposed to be impossible. No magic, they said, was stronger than fate. So, of course, I had never believed a single word of it. Not once. Never asked questions. Never looked deeper. Never wondered what if. But now? Now, belief was all I had left. And I needed this witch to exist. Maybe I was delusional, high on the hope of safety, of a guarantee that tasted like nothing I had ever known. But right now, I didn't care about superstition or sacred laws, about consequences or punishment, or that Ryker would be upset when he found out. Because if he knew I was trying to interfere with the bond the moon goddess gifted him, he would insist on completing the bond then and there, just to stop me. And my phoenix hated it too. She was happy I had finally surrendered to everything we were meant to feel, but the beast in her was impatient. She wanted to be close to him, to show him that we wanted his mark. And I wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. So, starting today, I will begin the search. I would investigate, plan, strategize. And as for Connor? Based on our last encounter, I wasn't about to go crawling back for more information. Not that he would help me even if I did. Something about that interaction had left a sour taste in my mouth, a deep unease that I couldn't shake. It itched under my skin. The way he looked at me, spoke to me. Frankly, I was hoping he had vanished back to wherever he came from. I was on my own for this. And that was more than fine by me. I would dig through every whisper I once ignored, every half-forgotten rumor I used to roll my eyes at. And I would follow the trail of broken stories and buried secrets into something real. So that when Ryker inevitably marked me, my fate wouldn't destroy him. And once it was done, once the danger passed, I would tell him everything. Every truth. Every secret. Every piece of me he deserved to know. Chapter 28. Ryker POV. Goddess, last night she had said it so calmly, like it didn't take every ounce of control I had not to claim her right then and there. Especially when we were together. That was when it was the hardest. The most primal. My instincts screamed to make her mine in the most permanent way possible. But I was trying to respect her boundaries, to lock my instincts in a cage, because she had finally come to me. For the first time, she chose me. And I wasn't about to scare her away. A month ago, it had been just physical. Now she wanted to be with me. And that was progress. But I didn't know how much longer I could hold out. Most wolves, even most lycans, were marked within hours of finding their person. The bond demands it. The soul recognizes the other, and the body follows. But not with her. With her, I had to pretend I wasn't hurting every second she didn't bear my mark. I had to bite back the urge literally every single time I kissed her, touched her, breathed her in. But I didn't say any of that. Instead, I leaned in and kissed her. Because she had finally given into the bond to us. And we could seal it later. After all, we were still riding the high of last night, and with her past, of course, she would want to take it slow. Plus, I shouldn't be surprised, even if the outcome was inevitable. It was human, I guess. They grew up believing their lives were finite. And the thought of eternity? For most, it terrified them. So if my girl needed time, if she needed to be courted, dated, loved slowly, and worshipped softly before she let me mark her, so be it. I would wine and dine her. Tease her. Wait until she was ready and asking for it. Because after everything I had been through, this, her, was heaven. And waiting to mark her? This was just the anticipation. So I smirked against her neck and let my lips blaze a trail down to the spot that always made her gasp. And I kissed her there like a brand. Because even if she wasn't ready to be marked yet, I knew she would be. Soon. Very soon. With every kiss. Every touch. Every intense, slow, possessive moment that reminded her who she belonged to. And when she was ready, I would know. I would ask if I could mark her. Low, rough, right against her throat. And she wouldn't just say yes. She would ask for it. Chapter 29. Ryker POV. So we dated over the next month. And it was the best time of my life. We laughed. We hiked. We studied. We sprawled out on my floor surrounded by textbooks and half-eaten snacks, and in between flashcards and coffee breaks, she'd ask me question after question about Lycan culture, with genuine, wide-eyed curiosity lighting up her face like I was revealing some ancient, forgotten mythology. And I told her everything. About Hunter, how he was next in line to be king. About me, how I served as a general for the Lycan king. I told her we were a rare breed. Immortal, but nearly extinct. And how most of my command was made up of werewolves who had sworn loyalty to us. I told her about the recent drop in rogue activity and how I believed it wasn't a lull but a warning. That they were planning something big, something tied to the throne, and that I needed to get back to investigating it soon. And the whole time, she just listened, quiet, focused, present. As every word mattered. Like she wasn't shocked or scared. Like some part of her already knew. I had so many questions for her too. Specifics about her past. But I held back. Because right now, all I wanted was for her to feel safe with me. Comfortable. I knew she was mine. But I couldn't risk her shutting me out again, not like before. Besides, we had eternity together. We'd get there someday. So I hadn't pushed too much. She started staying over more and more, until eventually my bed just was her bed too. And every night was pure happiness. Long, breathless hours of tangled limbs, deep kisses, and whispered sounds that echoed through the dark. We couldn't get enough of each other. So much intimacy, and somehow it still never felt like enough. I was always craving just one more moment, one more touch, one more taste of her. And the mornings, they were a whole different kind of heaven. She'd perch on the kitchen counter wearing nothing but my oversized t-shirt, drowning in fabric, legs bare, hair messy, face glowing, covered in my scent inside and out. And I'd make pancakes while she snuck bites of batter and stole kisses between flips, grinning like she owned the world. Then we'd take lazy drives with the windows down, the sun spilling across her face, voice harmonizing with the music as she'd always belonged there. We talked for hours. About everything. About nothing. And every time I uncovered something new, I fell harder. Deeper. Like I was being rewritten by her one detail at a time. And tonight, we had the house to ourselves. Just the two of us. She was curled up on the couch beside me, tucked against my side, her head resting on my shoulder. The movie we were watching had ended, but neither of us moved as the credits rolled. Well, that was rude, I muttered. I was promised a feel-good ending. I mean, seriously? After everything they went through, they just die? Who writes this stuff? She let out a soft scoff. Well, that's life sometimes, isn't it? I turned slightly to look at her. Yeah, maybe. But still, I really thought they'd make it. After all that fighting, all that love, they earned peace. You'd think the universe could have given them that. She looked up at me then, one brow lifting, a teasing spark in her eyes. Wow. Look at you, she said, smirking. Didn't take you for the romantic type. I let out a low, amused sound. Why? Because I handle threats for a living. She grinned. I don't know, I just figured the big bad Lycan General had a thing for tragic endings. I shrugged, smiling. Maybe I used to. But even warriors want a happily ever after. That pulled a laugh from her, light, almost genuine, but then it tapered off too quickly. Like the sound reminded her of something she didn't want to feel. Her gaze drifted back to the screen, and something about her presence shifted. Like her body was here, but her mind had wandered somewhere darker. She drew in a slow breath. Well, sorry to break it to you, handsome, but not everyone gets a happy ending. Her voice was softer now. Even if they fight with everything they've got, she murmured, almost like she was talking to herself. Even if they give all they are. Even if it doesn't look like enough from the outside. There was something in her tone that pulled my attention like a hook in my chest. I glanced down at her, my smile fading. But her eyes stayed distant, locked on something I couldn't see. Kara, I said, reaching out to touch her face, my thumb brushing her cheek as I coaxed her to look at me. Are we still talking about the movie, or something else? For a heartbeat, she looked at me, eyes unguarded. Vulnerable. But then she blinked, pulled back, and forced a small, tight smile. Never mind. She shook her head lightly. It's nothing. Just, the ending got to me too, that's all. I wanted to ask again. To press. But before I could, she slid closer into my lap, her arms looping around my neck as if nothing had happened. "Let's talk about something else instead," she said, her tone lighter, more playful now. "Like, how old are you?" "Really?" I just realized I never actually asked. The weight of what had passed over her didn't vanish. It simply slipped beneath the surface, tucked behind her smile. Whatever she was holding onto, I'd pull it out of her eventually. But not tonight. Not when I was leaving tomorrow, summoned to the Lycan Palace to join our friends. Duty called, as it always did. And all I wanted, before the world pulled me away for a bit, was to feel her pressed against me. So I slid my arm around her, drawing her close. "I already told you," I said, voice low and smug. 22. "Don't tell me you forgot already." She rolled her eyes, but the corner of her mouth tugged upward. "No," she said, her voice dipping into something warm and teasing. "I mean your real age. Not whatever fake Lycan cover story you've got going." Her body shifted against mine, and I let my hands coast down the curve of her waist. "Why so curious all of a sudden?" My voice dropped, rough and indulgent. "You got a thing for older men?" She gave me a look. Mischievous. Defiant. "Maybe. It depends on how old we're talking. Are you sexy and mysterious? Or ancient and brooding?" I chuckled low in my throat. "Brooding? That's what I am to you." She grinned and jabbed a finger at me. "Please. You've got the whole smoldering, battle-scarred warlord thing down to an art." I caught her hand before she could pull away, brought it to my lips, and kissed each knuckle slowly. "You say that like it's a bad thing." Her eyes sparkled as she met my gaze. "I think you're just dodging the question, Ryker. So come on, what's the number?" Her voice was soft and daring. "Or are you afraid I'll think you're too old to keep up?" My smirk turned wicked at the challenge. 37, I replied, eyes fixed on hers. She blinked once, then bit her lip, just enough to drive me crazy, and let out a sultry little hum. "Not bad." I arched a brow. "Not bad." She gave an unapologetic shrug, her fingers teasing down my chest. "I mean, it does explain a few things." I tilted my head. "Like what, exactly?" She leaned in, close enough that her breath ghosted over my lips. Tempting. Taunting. Eyes gleaming. But she didn't close the distance. "How you move like a man with very practiced hands." My grin curved darker, sharper. "So you're saying I've been loving you like a professional?" Her breath caught, speechless, just for a heartbeat, but it was enough. Enough to make my smirk turn confident. "Well, when you live 37 years, I murmured, tightening my grip on her hips. "You learn how to handle someone the right way." She let out a soft, breathless laugh as I dragged my lips slowly along her jaw, savoring every shiver, every tiny stutter in her breath. "You figure out where to press," I whispered, voice thick with heat. "How hard? How slow? How deep? What makes someone completely unravel?" Her breath hitched again. The sound was beautiful. Addictive. "And when I get back from the palace," I purred, letting my voice drip with dark promise, "I'm going to use everything I've ever learned to ruin you, Kara. Over and over, until you forget how to say anything but my name." Her lips parted. "Oh yeah," she whispered, voice breathy. "So what, you're spending winter break building a list of all the ways you're going to wreck me?" I tilted her chin up, our mouths hovering. "Beautiful," I rumbled, voice thick with possession. "That list started the moment I saw you. And it grows every time you look at me like that." Her brow arched, a sultry smirk tugging at her lips. Eyes dark with heat. "You're a very dangerous man, Ryker. You know that?" I growled low, the sound vibrating between us. "Oh, you have no idea." Then I closed the distance and kissed her like I meant to burn the memory into her skin. Slow and passionate. Her fingers slid down my stomach, curling into my shirt. But then, suddenly, something tugged at the edge of our bond. Her energy curled inward as the undercurrent of the conversation had finally caught up to her. It was subtle, small, but I felt it. She rested her forehead against mine. "You're leaving tomorrow," she said, barely audible. There was a trace of sadness in it, delicate but unmistakable. "And I know it's just 2 weeks, but I'll miss you." My chest ached. Kara, I breathed. I'll miss you too, I said, low and honest. It's going to feel like an eternity without you. I kissed her temple. You know I'd bring you if I could. But no humans are allowed inside the palace. It's the law. She nodded, already knowing. But knowing didn't make it any easier. If we were mated, everything would be different. She'd still be human, of course, but immortal. So instead, she said nothing, just looked at me like she was memorizing the shape of me, the feel of being in my arms. She leaned in and pressed her lips to mine. It was soft, soulful, like she was trying to make it last. And when she pulled back, she stared right into the part of me that only she could touch. Past the general, past the blood, past the beast, right into the man. I love you, Ryker, she whispered. And in that moment, I swear, my heart stopped. I had known since the second I saw her. Felt it in the marrow of my bones, in the steady drum of the universe whispering mine. But for a human, for her, that instinctual truth was disguised as choice. And she had just made it. Though I hadn't expected her to say it. Not yet. But goddess, I was ecstatic. I love you too, Kara. The words came out without missing a beat, thick with emotion and rough with everything I had always felt. My beast roared inside me, wild and relentless, surging at her proclamation. It wanted to mark her, to seal what fate had already written. And it took everything in me to hold it back, to breathe through it, to remember her words. But still, I needed some part of her, something to hold on to. So I kissed her again, and the second our mouths met, it ignited. This time, it wasn't sweet. It wasn't gentle. It was raw, wild. A collision of souls too big for either of us to contain. She removed her shirt without a word. The fabric hit the floor, and for a heartbeat, all I could do was look. Odd. Then I followed, taking mine over my head. And the moment I did, she was on me. Her lips found my jaw, then lower, trailing fire down my neck. Her fingers danced over my skin, light, teasing, electric. Like something instinctual inside her had taken control. Sparks skimmed across my abs, traced the hard lines of my arms. Every touch lit me up, a low growl rumbling from deep in my chest as I closed my eyes and felt her. Fully. Fiercely. Then she tilted her head and bit me. Her teeth sank into my neck, breaking skin. My eyes flew open, pupils blown wide, as I sucked in a sharp breath, pleasure and pain crashing through me in a blinding, breathless surge. My entire body locked. Man, she just marked me. The male's mark sealed the bond, sure. The female's? That was just a courtesy. But she did it. She might not have even realized what she had done. But I did. That meant somewhere in her, conscious or not, she was ready. My beast howled in triumph. And every cell in my body lit up like a live wire. My blood surged, pulse thundering. Breath hitched. Fangs dropped, long and aching, with brutal intent. But then I felt it. Her shock. Her panic. Spiking through the bond like a cold current. She scrambled off my lap, breath stuttering, eyes wide. Oh my God, I can't believe I just did that. I don't know what came over me. She was scared. Not of me. Not really. She was scared of the instinct that had taken over. Of what her body had done without permission. I forced myself to move slowly as I reached for her, carefully easing her back into my lap. I closed my eyes briefly, gripping her tighter like it would keep me from unraveling. Every part of me was fraying at the edges, but I had to be calm. For her. It's okay, I whispered into her hair, breathing her in even though every inhale felt like setting myself on fire. You didn't do anything wrong. Her shoulders were tense, but little by little, she was relaxing back into me, her panic receding in quiet waves beneath my touch. You're my mate, Kara, I managed, threading our fingers together like it was the only thing anchoring me. That pull you felt? It's natural. Your body's just listening to something deeper, something true. I swallowed hard, forcing down the primal growl clawing its way up my throat. Don't be afraid of it. I barely bit out, the words strained. She still didn't speak, but her fingers curled fiercely around mine. And I knew she was listening. Her pulse thrummed steady beneath her skin, her scent thick in the air. Every second was a war, because I was right there, on the edge. I kissed the hollow beneath her ear, then lower, down to the curve of her neck. My fangs dragged across the spot. The one that called to the oldest part of me. That was called to my beast-like blood in the water. My canines throbbed with the need to sink in. My heart pounded, frantic and wild, every nerve on fire. And man, I could already feel what it would be like. The heat. The high. The way her body would melt into mine as fate locked into place. Orgasmic. Inevitable. Mine. Her body had already told me everything. The way she moved, breathed, trembled. I felt it in her. Even if instinct had startled her, I knew. She wanted this. She just needed me to ask. Kara, I rasped, my voice torn open with need. Can I mark you? But then, no. She said it fast. Too certain. And it hit me like a slap across the face. She pushed back as that one word cut clean through me. I blinked, stunned. And my beast raged. My body is shaking from the shock of it. So you can bite me, but I can't bite you. I snapped. Yes, she shot back instantly. My chest tightened like a fist was squeezing it. And how is that fair? Because it was a mistake, she cried. I didn't mean to. That word hit hard. A mistake. I repeated, breath catching. That's what you're calling it? My voice was hoarse and dangerous. I pointed at the bite. My skin is still burning from it. Well, that wasn't nothing to me, Kara. I know, she choked out. I know, okay? She pushed away from me like I was poison, reaching for her discarded t-shirt. Eyes wild and guilty. I need more time, Ryker. I'm so close, I swear. Just, not yet. Please. Time. The word tore out of me, sharp and bitter as I stood. My voice cracked with frustration. With hurt. I've given you time. A whole month, Kara. Do you have any idea what that's been like for me? I've waited. I've respected your pace. I've held myself back every single night, telling myself you just needed a little more space, but now you say you love me. I stared down at her, breath shaking. You love me. And this is what I get? I laughed, bitter and wrecked. More time? I mean, what more do you need from me? What are you waiting for? My heart was pounding, chest rising as I stepped closer. Desperate. Furious. Fractured. I took a breath, trying to pull myself back from the primal edge of it all, my voice raw and pleading. Doesn't loving each other count for something? Because to me, it's everything. You hear me? Loving you is forever. She didn't say anything. Just stood there, lips parted like she wanted to respond but couldn't. And something about her silence made me snap. Because there was no hesitation. It wasn't confusion. It almost felt like doubt. Pain surged through me like wildfire, feral. Goddess, Kara, we are forever. My words came out sharp. What is so broken inside you that you can't see that? She gasped, choked on it, and the tears came. Fast. Silent. Shattering. She didn't even wipe them away. Just stood there, staring at me like I had become the very thing she feared. The fury in me died instantly, leaving only ash in my throat. Regret hit hard, cutting deep without mercy, hollowing me out. And in that moment, I hated myself. For every word I could never take back. Because she wasn't broken. She was fierce. Strong. A goddess in her own right. Kara. I didn't mean that. I ran a hand through my hair like I could undo the last 30 seconds. I swallowed the shame. The panic. I lost control. I was angry. Hurt, and my voice broke. Man, I'm so sorry, I breathed. I looked at her, arms wrapped tight around herself like it was the only thing keeping her from breaking. I wanted to reach for her. Wanted to fix it. But how could I? When my words were the ones that left her hurting. I took another step toward her. Yell at me. Hit me. Anything. Please. Just talk to me, Kara. Her eyes were red, lashes damp. And when she looked at me again, it broke something inside. Because I was supposed to be her safe place, the one part of her world that didn't hurt. But in her gaze, I saw it. The distance. The ache. That right now, I was the thing she needed space from. And it wrecked me. I just need a little more time, Ryker, she repeated, her voice softer than I had ever heard. Like it was all she had left to give. A final whisper of a lifeline. Then, before I could speak, before I could breathe, she was gone. The door clicked shut behind her. And the pain ripping through my chest? I deserved every jagged piece of it. Chapter 30. Kara POV. His words echoed in my head with every step I took toward my dorm. What is so broken inside you that you can't see that? I wasn't even crying because I was angry he had said it. I was crying because he was right. I am broken. Not from something savage or dark. No, I'm broken by love. My own love. And God's, how cruel is that? Yet, even still, I do love Ryker. And I loved every stupid, beautiful second of the past month, every laugh, every hike, every puzzle, every late night talk. He made me feel alive again, like I had a heartbeat that belonged to someone else. But man, I couldn't even look at myself right now. I had bitten him. The moment he told me he loved me back, my phoenix surged forward and took over. It wasn't just passion, it was that wild part of me I kept buried beneath logic and control. Thank goodness the bite wasn't permanent, though. Which meant fate hadn't closed in on us. Not yet. And the relief that came with that realization nearly knocked me over. Because I was so close. Over the past month, in the hours I wasn't wrapped up in Ryker, I had been piecing together every scrap of information I could. Clue by clue, I was fairly certain I had finally narrowed down the location of this infamous witch. The one who could change everything. And I just needed these 2 weeks of break to get to her. Because this was my shot. My final chance to fix things. And once I did, Ryker wouldn't just be angry. He would lose it. Be furious. Feel betrayed. Hurt. Lied to. But we would have eternity to work through it. Once, I saved him from me. I was so lost in the whirlwind of thoughts, of Ryker, the plan, the mark, I didn't hear the footsteps. Didn't feel the danger creeping in as a figure stepped out of the shadows. Well. His voice slithered through the silence, smooth and smug. So you're Kara. I froze. His boots crunched atop the gravel, and when his eyes landed on me, his grin twisted. Ryker's little human mate, he drawled, savoring every word like it tasted sweet on his tongue. Gotta say, I was expecting more of a challenge. Didn't think the moon goddess would pair him with someone so. He tilted his head, eyes raking over me with slow, deliberate disdain. Pitiful. My blood ran cold. He was a Lycan. After spending enough time with my friends, with Ryker, I was sure of it. And not just any Lycan. A rogue. They had a presence. A kind of wrongness to them. Something foul and unnatural. Like rot curdling the air between us. 2 more stepped out behind him. Wolves. Big ones. Their eyes gleamed like knives. And my heart launched into my throat as a cruel glint lit his eyes. Looks like it's our lucky night, boys. I turned too slow. Reached for my power too late. Something cracked against the back of my skull. And then darkness. Chapter 31. Ryker POV. I had been texting her all day while traveling. Begging her to talk to me. No answer. Sleep had been a joke the night before, restless hours haunted by the cruelty of what I had said. I was furious with myself. For hurting her. For hurting us. But more than that, I was worried. She had never gone this long without replying. She knew what silence did to me. What it did to my beast. How he clawed and shredded inside me if he couldn't feel that she was safe. I needed a sign. A word. Anything. By the time I arrived at the palace, nothing else existed. Just Kara. Because in my head, she was everywhere. So I didn't notice the eerie silence, not until it was too late. The second I stepped through the front doors, a silver shackle snapped around my wrist. A surge of magic tore through me, sharp and invasive, as I was yanked sideways by the chain tethered to it. Their scent hit my lungs like a warning shot, sharp, acrid, and wrong, snapping my mind into battle mode. Rogues. I snarled, grounding myself in the instincts that had kept me alive through 100 battles. My hand grabbed the chain attached to the shackle at my wrist. And I pulled. Hard. hard enough to lift the werewolf on the other end clean off his feet and launch him through the air. He hit me with a crunch. My fist met his ribs midair. He crumpled with a howl. I slammed my elbow down on the back of his neck before he could recover, pinning him to the floor. I grinned. Briefly. But didn't linger. I felt movement behind me, another rogue, closing in fast. I twisted, ducked low, and spun. My foot caught him in the gut and sent him flying into a column with a heavy thud. Stone cracked. He groaned, but didn't rise immediately. I lunged for the first again, but just as my fingers grazed his throat, something cold snapped around my other wrist. Man. The second shackle sealed tight, and this one pulsed. A sick, steady thrum of power that sank its teeth in deeper. A third rogue stepped back, eyes glinting with triumph. Pain rolled up my arms, molten and ruthless, as the enchantments from both shackles burrowed beneath my skin. I could feel the restraints feeding now, tapping my beast's magic, leeching strength like hungry parasites. But even bound, they knew I was still lethal. They fanned out, each grabbing a chain, trying to pull me apart. Divide and contain. I twisted, muscles screaming, and surged forward. One of them didn't move fast enough. His boots screeched across the stone as I pulled him into striking range. His eyes widened. My knee drove into his gut. He folded. I followed with a head, but that split his brow and sent him sprawling, blood trailing behind him. They thought some basic enchanted shackles were enough to hold me? Fools. Yeah, they caught me off guard at the start. I had been distracted. And sure, these restraints dulled everything. My reflexes, my edge, the voice of the beast within. But I could still rip these guys apart. And I was going to handle them. One by one. Rip their rebellion apart. But then, I felt a shift in the air. A breath too close. A heartbeat too quiet behind me. I moved, but the magic had already stolen the split second I needed. Snap. A third shackle clamped around my neck. But this one was different. It didn't just burn. It suffocated. Like invisible chains coiling tight, gagging me from the inside out, sinking straight into bone. The drain wasn't just physical. It was existential power, yes, but more than that. Presence. Identity. The primal core of me wrenched wide open. I gasped, sharp and ragged, like I had been punched through the soul. My knees slammed into the floor with a crack that echoed like a gunshot. Pain screamed down my spine as all three restraints pulled in unison, siphoning everything I was, like leeches drinking deep from a vein too vital to spare. It was crippling. Precise. This wasn't standard restraining magic. No, these shackles were designed. Tailored. Calibrated for me. For lycans. This was black market sorcery at its most vile. Built not just for capture, but for extraction. The kind of enchantment no sane witch would touch. Because they knew the consequences. But how could they have gotten their hands on something like this? What witch in their right mind would help a rogue? My thoughts raced as they dragged me down the corridor. The wounds I had given them sealed shut, their bodies already healing. I resisted. Snarled. Fought every step. But when they shoved me through the doors of the throne room, I stopped. Blood. Everywhere. Staining the marble in wide, irregular arcs. It pooled beneath bodies left where they had fallen, guards sprawled in death. The two generals I had handpicked to manage the rogue threat were gone, too. And the king. He was slumped at the base of his own throne. Head bowed, chest unmoving. A blade jutting from his gut, buried to the hilt. The sight, the carnage, dragged something out of me. Resurrected a ghost I had buried deep, Hunter's older sister. The memory hit like a hammer to the skull. Vivid and brutal. Her lifeless form was limp in my arms. Her blood is soaking the earth, seeping into my skin. Limbs twisted unnaturally. Eyes wide open, but gone. It replayed in my mind as if it had happened yesterday. Not decades ago. Because I had been too late then. Too slow. Too selfish. Too scared. I had failed her. And now, no. No. This couldn't be happening again. I had sworn I would never let it. I promised I would make it right. By protecting Hunter. By defending the throne. I told myself I would never be the reason someone died again. But I already was. Hunter, at least, was still alive. Bound, but breathing. And beside him, Astrid, Talia, Kai, and Jackson, all bruised and bloodied, beaten down but still holding on. A savage sound tore from my throat, ripped free by the pain of the memory, by the sight in front of me. By my failure. I yanked against the shackles. The metal scraped and shrieked under the strain, magic flaring violently as I fought to break free. But the harder I fought, the more it fed on me. The restraints drank me dry, bleeding my strength with every movement. Power slipped from me like water through cracked stone, until all I could do was still myself. Conserve what remained. So I let them haul me across the blood-slicked floor and lock me to the wall beside my friends. Shock carved into their faces. But it wasn't just a surprise. It was fear. Because this was their plan. It wasn't the rogues' usual noise, petty disruption, or hollow provocation of the throne. This time, they came to take everything. I hadn't thought they would be this bold. This ruthless. I should have seen it coming. And now everything I was supposed to stand for was slipping through my fingers. The guilt. The shame. The slow, humiliating erosion of my dignity. The crushing dishonor. It all fissured through my mind. But I shoved it down. Walled it off. Because I could feel it later. Not when lives were on the line. And right now I needed to focus on only one thing. A way to flip the board. A way to win. I forced myself to breathe. To think. 3 rogue werewolves. 2 rogue lycans. We could take them easily if we were free. The only reason they had us like this in the first place was that they had the element of surprise. That was it. All I needed was to buy time, just enough to figure out how to break these shackles. Because every kind of magic, no matter how ancient, dark, or cursed, always had a loophole. Through the haze of grinding thoughts, one of them stepped forward. A Lycan. Bigger. Meaner. And the way the others lingered behind him said everything I needed to know. This guy was their leader. He gave me a slow, lazy grin. The kind that made me snarl. Took your sweet time getting here, didn't you, General? He paused, soaking in the moment like it was a toast. You missed the main event, by the way. Killing the Lycan King. His smile widened. Tragic for you, I know. The words hung in the air like smoke as he strolled across the room, calm and casual. Like he hadn't just ended a monarch. But honestly, I don't think it's much of a loss. His voice was almost bored. Like we were talking about the weather, not treason. In fact, if you ask me, this was long overdue. One less relic of a broken system. He gestured around the room with mocking flair. This so-called noble Lycan kingdom lording over every wolf pack in the States? He scoffed, flicking his claws out. Let's not pretend your command hasn't been mostly werewolves for years. He shot me a glance, cool and cutting. You really think they're all still loyal? Still clinging to a dying breed? He smirked, sharp as a blade. See, I think they're done with your elitist nonsense. I think they're ready for something new. And I'm going to give it to them. I scoffed. Right. Because you're so different. I met his eyes. You're a Lycan too. He stopped in front of me, grin twisting into something colder. Not anymore. His eyes gleamed, hard and bright. When you're a rogue, that's all you are. Cast out. Stripped of rank. Treated like trash. Doesn't matter if you were born a Lycan or a werewolf. It's all the same on the outside. His voice dropped, low and simmering. And I've had enough. We've had enough. He stepped closer, gaze locked on mine. This time we're not begging for a seat at your precious table, Ryker. We're flipping the whole thing. He paused, letting it settle. No more hunting our own. No more chains. No more leashes. He grabbed the shackle at my neck and yanked me forward, grinning at the irony of his own words. A dark, satisfied smile carved across his face. Then, slow and deliberate, he reached out, dragging one curved claw along the side of my throat. Just enough pressure to threaten. To test me. Trying to make my beast submit. To flinch. To cower. Like hell. I bared my fangs unfazed. So that's your grand plan? Anarchy? He grinned like a man who had already claimed the throne. I prefer the word. Freedom. I let out a short, bitter laugh. You've never led a pack, let alone commanded an army. How do you plan to run a kingdom built on chaos? He tilted his head, pretending to consider it, then stepped back with a smirk. Seems to me I am doing just fine so far. I got here, didn't I? Even with you hunting us relentlessly for a whole year. Then he chuckled, low and amused, like I was some naive pup still playing alpha. Though I'll admit, for a while there, I thought you might actually figure out our plan. You were close. Too close. His claws pressed harder into my throat, just shy of breaking skin. But then she showed up, and his words made my heart stop. How did they know about her? His grin widened, like he could feel my pulse stutter beneath his claws. No one outside our friends knew. We hadn't even made it. Not fully. Panic slammed into my chest like a vice. Was that why she wasn't responding? Did they have her? Man. Oh man. He said her name, slow and casual. Kara. Like it meant nothing. And I snapped. I had been trying to conserve my strength. To wait. To strike smart. But instinct didn't care about strategy. I lunged, snarling through clenched teeth. Magic tore through me as my beast surged beneath my skin, demanding to be let loose. I had to reach her. Had to get to her. Had to protect her. Even bound, even bled out, I pulled until the metal groaned under the pressure. The Lycan just stepped back with infuriating ease, stretching like this was nothing more than a warm-up. A game. Such a pretty little distraction, he said, almost admiring. You could have been hunting us. Should have been. But instead, you were chasing her. He smirked, all teeth and malice. How romantic. His eyes gleamed, voice dropping into a sneer. Too bad that little lover's detour is about to cost you everything. An entire kingdom, Ryker. Your kingdom. The one you swore to protect, falling apart beneath your feet. His lips curled in a mockery of sympathy. Tell me, how's that feel? He paused, like he actually expected an answer. Waited. But I didn't speak. Instead, I let out a guttural, ferocious growl. A sound that didn't need words. It was a threat. A vow. A promise of death carved in bone. He had spoken her name. Dragged her into this. And for that alone, I would handle him. He sighed. Slow and theatrical, like I had somehow disappointed him. Then flashed a grin. Cold. Cruel. I see enough to burn. Well, credit where credit's due. You did help make this historic day possible after all. He tilted his head, false gratitude dripping from his voice. So I figured a little thank you is in order. He turned, motioning toward the doors. And for a moment, I forgot how to breathe. She walked in. Hands bound. Head covered. They forced her to her knees. Ripped the bag from her head. And there she was. My love. My mate. Kara. I roared. The sound tore from my throat like a storm, raw and primal. It was fury and terror fused into one. I thrashed against the restraints, wrenching until the metal screamed, sharp and grating, until my wrists burned raw. My vision blurred, rage and fear colliding in a dizzying rush. My mind fractured under the weight of her. The thought of her hurt. The thought of her in their hands. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't a general. I wasn't a warrior. I was just a mate watching his world fall apart. No, no, no. The scream broke out of me, shattering on the stone walls. My voice cracked, splintering under the sheer, unbearable panic. Chapter 32. Kara POV. The last thing I remembered was walking home from Ryker's house, the snap of twigs, rogues peeling away from the darkness, and then nothing. Just black. Now I was bound. Rough rope dug into my wrists. A thick sack covered my head, hot and suffocating. I was shoved, handled like cargo, until my knees hit cold stone. Then the bag was torn away, and my phoenix went still. My friends knelt before me, bloodied and shackled. Not with ordinary chains, but forged ones, etched in twisted scripture that glowed faintly, each symbol pulsing with magic that reeked of something ancient and wrong. Witchcraft. It had to be. And they looked like hell for it. Cuts. Bruises. Wounds that refused to close. The kind of damage that should have healed easily is still bleeding. My breath snagged on it as my eyes found Ryker, and his stare burned. With fury, terror, rage. All of it churned beneath the surface as he fought against his restraints. No, 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 he yelled as the rogue Lycan from last night stepped forward. The stench of blood thickened around me, and my gaze flicked, just for a second, to the throne. The body slumped across it, limp and surrounded by fallen guards. I didn't recognize the face, but I didn't need to. The crown told me everything. Where I was. What I was witnessing. It sat crooked, still clinging to a head that no longer lived. The rogue turned to me then, his grin savage, feeding off the horror written across my face. Since you can see I've already disposed of the king, he drawled, I'll be taking the rest of the royal family next. He looked to Ryker. My heart stopped. But he continued, as a gift to Ryker for being so delightfully distracted these last few months, I'll make sure his little mate dies first. Quick and clean, just for him. Then he can follow, nice and slow. Venom laced every word as his gaze swept the room. And of course, he went on, all of it will happen right in front of his precious cousin, Prince Hunter. Forced to watch the big, bad Lycan General he once idolized break beneath my heel. He tilted his head, mockery carved into every line of his face. Or should I say, King Hunter now. The name landed like a slap, taunting and cruel. Hunter didn't respond, but the fury in his silence spoke volumes. The rogue chuckled, clearly pleased. Such a shame you won't have time to enjoy the title, he purred. Since we both know how this ends. Oh no, this wasn't a battle. Or even an ambush. It was an execution. A coup. My instincts flared, mind snapping into combat mode. Immediately, I scanned the room. The 2 werewolves from last night were here, plus 1 more, along with another Lycan. All of them are ready to kill. This had to be the rogue activity Ryker warned me about. The investigation I had been pulling him away from. For weeks, with every touch, every excuse, every moment I ran from what we were. I clenched my jaw as fury surged up, thick and bitter with shame. This was my fault. I let this happen. My friends were about to die. And Ryker. Man. He was going to die too. Right here. Right in front of me. Yes, I had shut out the bond initially. Pretended I didn't care. But I never wanted this. I never wanted him dead. Even if his death had erased every complication between us. Panic tore through me. I couldn't let that happen. And my phoenix. She wouldn't either. She stirred inside, heat surging through my veins, begging to ignite. Then Ryker's voice shattered the air, cracked and desperate. Don't you touch her. His face had gone pale, drained of color. Restraints rattled violently as he thrashed against them. No, no, please. Astrid's voice rang out, high and raw, catching in her throat. Talia sobbed beside her. Hunter snarled. She has nothing to do with this. Kai shouted, pleading. The rogue looked at them. Calm cruelty dressed in civility. And here I thought you'd be grateful, he said, tone dripping with false charm. I'm following your laws, after all. No humans allowed inside the palace. That's the rule, isn't it? A brow lifted, mocking, controlled. And the punishment. Well, you already know what it is. A smirk tugged at his lips as his gaze slid past me. He gave a subtle nod to the werewolf behind, his voice dropping, smug to the core. Kill her. Footsteps closed in. My heart thundered in my chest. I turned to Ryker. He was fighting with everything he had. The chains burned brighter, glowing hot as they strained against his strength. His muscles trembled, flexing with every pull. Metal creaked. Stone cracked beneath his boots. His eyes were full of panic. Full of love. But he couldn't reach me. He couldn't save me. And man, I didn't want it to come out like this. But I had no choice. Ryker, I whispered. An apology I already knew I owed him. Because then, I let her out. My phoenix. Fire tore through my veins like molten lightning. Fingernails split into razor-sharp talons. My eyes burned, glowing velvet red. And my skin cracked, literally splitting open, like a fault line giving way, glowing fissures spiderwebbing across my arms and chest. From beneath, Tendrils of living flames surged out, writhing like they had been caged too long. Heat pulsed from every fracture, blistering the air. I gasped, spine arching, as the fire claimed me. But it wasn't pain. It was pressure, rage, release. Like my entire system was short-circuiting under the weight of what I had buried for years. And the creature underneath wanted out. The rope around my wrists burst apart as I rose, fluid and precise, spinning with all the power that had finally been unleashed. The werewolf stalking toward me didn't even have time to blink. His neck snapped with a sound like shattering wood, and he hit the floor in a crumpled, lifeless heap. I turned. Slowly. My friends had gone silent. All of them stared. Mouths open. Eyes wide. Caught in the stunned stillness of watching the impossible unfold. Even the remaining rogues froze, instincts screaming that I wasn't prey anymore. That I wasn't some helpless, breakable human. Ryker's gaze locked with mine. And I saw it. The shock of seeing me become something he didn't recognize. And then betrayal. It flashed across his face like a blade slicing skin. Deep and searing. But I didn't have time for his emotions. Not now. The rogue werewolves lunged, their momentary hesitation gone. Fast, furious, and reckless. Driven by raw reaction more than strategy. They weren't alpha-trained. Not even beta-disciplined. Just rabid dogs throwing themselves at a wildfire. They came at me like animals, but I was a monster too. And tonight, I was here to handle them. The first came from the left, claws aimed for my ribs. I ducked low, twisted, then surged upward, all force and focus. My talons tore straight through his gut, and he gasped, stunned by the strength he hadn't expected. I drove deeper, reaching for his spine, and pulled. Hard. The crack of bone followed. The squelch of torn muscle. And he dropped like dead weight, his body twitching on the stone. The second came at me with fangs bared, aiming straight for my throat. And this time I didn't dodge. I threw my arms forward and grabbed him by the face, palms locking around his snapping jaws. His teeth sank into my hands, tearing skin, blood pouring down my wrists. But I welcomed the pain. Leaned into it. Let it feed the fire. Then I pulled. Ripped his bottom jaw clean off with a wet, bone-shattering crack. Cartilage tore. Tendons snapped. Blood sprayed across my chest like war paint. He gurgled, stumbled once, then crashed to the floor. My phoenix roared with triumph. They had been quick, but not quick enough. The remaining rogue Lycan moved, while their leader still lingered in the shadows. A blur of motion. Brutal. Sudden. And that's when the real fight began. He hit me like a freight train, full force. I went flying, knocked to the ground with a bone-jarring thud, the breath torn from my lungs. He was fast. And strong. Stronger than any werewolf by nature. Stronger than me. I tried to roll clear, but I was a second too slow. His claws ripped across my side, and pain erupted, sharp and blinding. I gasped, staggering as hot blood streamed down my ribs. My phoenix surged in protest, wild and furious, fire crackling at my fingertips. But there was no time to center myself. He was already on me again. Crack. His fist smashed into my jaw. My head snapped sideways. I tasted blood and hit the floor hard. Man, I was rustier than I had thought. He loomed over me, sneering. You may not be human. But you're not so special now, are you? I spat red, iron flooding my mouth, and forced myself to my feet as he lunged. His claws sliced through empty air, barely missing my face. I twisted and slammed a punch into his ribs. A solid hit. He grunted, but didn't falter. Maybe if I had been fresh, if I had been in my prime, I could have taken him. But not now. I was slower, broken in places that didn't bounce back as his did. My wounds stayed open. My clock ticked louder. But I had training. More than him. Years of it. Even rusted, my edge hadn't dulled completely. I just needed a way to catch him off guard. A crack in his rhythm. A surprise. Then the thought hit me. He didn't know what I was. Not really. To him, I was just some human freak with claws and a little fire. Let him believe that. Let him underestimate me. And so we fought. Blow for blow, fire against flesh. He came at me hard, relentless in his assault. Each strike drove me back until my spine slammed into the railing, and behind me, there was nothing. Just open air where the balcony ended. Wind howled up from the cliffs, sharp and frigid, as the vast drop yawned below. The rogue smiled, teeth flashing like the win was already his. "I'm gonna enjoy this," he said, stepping closer. "Hearing you scream as you fall. Knowing your body is going to shatter on the rocks below." I coughed a laugh, blood seeping from a gash above my eye. He had no idea what was coming, so I just grinned. Wide, wild, and unhinged. My friends stared at me like I was something out of a nightmare. And man, the look on Ryker's face, full of horror, anger, love. It was a tangled mess of devastation. Then the moment shattered. The rogue lunged in, breath hot and sour. "Doesn't matter what burns in your blood," he hissed, claws plunging into my shoulder. "No one survives a fall from these cliffs." I gasped as pain bloomed white-hot. He smirked. Then, without hesitation, shoved me over the edge. And I didn't fight it. I let the ground vanish beneath my feet. The wind whipped around me, tearing at my clothes and biting into me like knives. Jagged shadow and rock streaked past as the drop rushed up to meet me. Above, the sky shrank to nothing. And then I heard it. Ryker's voice. Screaming my name, ripped from his throat like a final prayer. But I wasn't afraid, because this was the moment I had been waiting for. So I closed my eyes and let them out. The fire ignited, sudden and violent, as a cry tore through me. Not of pain, but of transformation. The raw, primal sound of becoming something more. Massive wings of fire exploded from my back in a cataclysm of flame and agony, ripping through bone and muscle like they were paper. The air around me hissed, scorched by the sheer, radiant force of it. The world slowed. The fall stilled. And I caught myself. The wind curled beneath me now, warm and welcoming. Like an old friend I hadn't flown with in years. And man, how I had missed this. The freedom. The power. The sky. Mountains sprawled far below as the palace loomed above, daring me to rise. I hovered for a breath, limbs aching with the memory of flight. Then I launched, a streak of fire cutting through the heavens as I rocketed toward the balcony. Reborn. A missile of vengeance. Ready to finish what I had started. Chapter 33. Ryker POV. Kara. I yelled her name, the sound tearing from me like a wound. Helpless, as I watched her body vanish over the balcony's edge. Her scream echoed, and time shattered. Terror punched through me, cold and absolute. It drowned out everything. Anger. Betrayal. Confusion. Because my mate was gone. None of it mattered. Not the fact that she wasn't human. Not the walls she had built between us. Only this moment. Only the hollow silence where her heartbeat should be. Only the gaping emptiness of her falling further out of my reach. The bond hadn't snapped. Not yet. But it would. Any second now, I would feel it tear apart. Like a blade cleaving through the center of me. It wouldn't kill me. But it would burn. It would scar. I roared, pure beast and grief, wrenching against the shackles until my muscles tore and the metal screamed. But not as loud as I did. "You monster." My voice cracked under the heartbreak, the shock, the blind rage. I was shaking from the force of everything inside me clawing to get out. The chains burned against my skin, holding back the shift my body was desperate to make. My bones ached to snap, to stretch, to tear free. "You worthless piece of rogue filth." I howled, voice broken and venomous. "I'm going to rip you apart, limb by limb, and shove your heart down your throat while it's still beating." My fangs were bared, claws curled into fists so tight crimson streamed down my wrists. The restraints groaned with each violent jerk. "I'll end you. Do you hear me?" The rogue Lycan turned slowly. Unbothered. Cold. Like he was watching a rabid animal behind glass. "You know," he sneered. "I used to look up to you, Ryker. The great Lycan General. A legend." His eyes raked over me. "But look at you now." A pause. Sharp and cruel. Pathetic. And then fire. A torrent of flame erupted from the cliffside. And there she was. Kara. Wings of living flame unfurled behind her, stretching wide and beautiful. Her red hair snapped wildly around her, and talons shimmered at her sides as power poured off her in waves. She hovered above the battlefield like an angel made of fire. The rogue turned, confused, but he was already too late. She dove, fast, and in one flawless, savage motion, drove her talons straight into his chest. He didn't even have time to scream as his body crumpled to the ground. I couldn't speak. I couldn't breathe. But my beast, my snarling, blood-drenched beast that hadn't stilled since the moment she fell, purred. At her strength, at her wrath, at her cold, merciless perfection. Proud she had delivered on our promise. She stalked toward the last Lycan standing, their leader. His expression now contorted with disbelief, smug confidence crumbling into dread as he realized it was all gone. His soldiers are dead. His plan is in ruins. For a moment, he just stood there, shocked, frozen. Then he snapped, roaring in rage and panic, lunging at her like a cornered animal. But Kara was ready. She struck his jaw with a sharp, brutal punch. He staggered, blood sprang from his mouth as his head snapped back. He was massive, built like a tank. But she was faster, deadlier. With one vicious pivot, she spun and kicked his leg out from under him, her foot slamming into the back of his knee with a sickening crunch. He fell, collapsing to the ground with a grunt. And before he could recover, she was on him. One hand clamped around his throat. She held him there, kneeling before her, writhing. He thrashed like a beast on fire, snarling and swinging wildly. Claws tore into her, ripping across her stomach, slicing into her arms, scoring gashes down her legs. Red spilled down her body in rivers. But still, she didn't move. Didn't even blink. She just smiled. Not sweet. Not kind. Not even angry. It was a glorious, lethal smile. His skin began to blister. Cracking, blackening, burning. Smoke curled from his throat, his chest, his mouth, as if her fire were seeping into him, boiling him alive from the inside out. He shrieked, and through his screams came her voice, low and icy. Don't mess with my mate. She seethed the words like a curse, each one soaked in finality. My thoughts scrambled, wild and disjointed, as my mind fought to catch up with the insanity unfolding around me. Relief flooded my system. She was alive. Still standing. Still breathing. Still mine. But also, who was my mate? What in the actual hell was I witnessing? Kara, stop. Hunter's voice cut through the chaos. Pleading. We need one of them alive for interrogation. But she wasn't listening. She wasn't with us anymore. She was fire made flesh. Consumed by it. Hunter's gaze snapped to me. Urgent. He didn't say it out loud, but I saw it all over his face. Knowing only one person could reach her now. Me. So I forced the commander in me to the surface. Buried rage and shock, shoved down beneath discipline and authority. Kara. I shouted, voice cracking through the air like a whip. Stop. Her head swiveled toward me. And her eyes, those feral, blazing red eyes, shifted, dulling back to their natural color as she blinked. Her grip loosened, and the rogue Lycan dropped to the floor, scorched and unconscious from the pain. The fire retreated, slow and reluctant. Her talons retracted. Wings faded to embers. But her skin, cut, bruised, and bleeding freely, still shimmered with a faint, lingering glow. She approached without a word, unchaining us one by one. And when the last shackle hit the stone with a heavy clank, she stepped back, surveying the wreckage she had left behind. All of us were on our feet now. The battlefield was quiet, with blood pooling around bodies that no longer moved. Our wounds slowly closed, flesh stitching itself back together as we watched her, silent and staring. Especially me, because what had just happened? Well, wow, Jackson muttered, rubbing at the angry red grooves still fading on his wrists. He looked at Kara. Stunned. I've seen some crazy stuff, but that? He let out a low whistle. That was next level. There was a beat of silence. Astrid stumbled a step back, her hands shaky as she wiped blood from a gash on her temple. You definitely aren't human, Kara. But you're not a wolf either, Talia cut in. Or a Lycan. Kai crossed his arms, one side of his face still bruised and mending. So what are you? And who are you? Hunter added, watching her like she was a live weapon. Primed and dangerous. His voice was surprisingly steady. Too steady, given everything he must have been feeling. Kara stood motionless. Like, even she was still processing it all herself. Cuts swept down her arms and legs. Smoke rose in faint tendrils from her skin as she dragged stained fingers through her hair. Then, Jackson cleared his throat and gave a half-hearted shrug, the grin that followed more grimace than humor. Look, whatever she is, she just handled a squad of rogues and saved us. He nodded toward her like it was obvious. So maybe don't interrogate the fire goddess, yeah? No one laughed. Everyone was still catching their breath. Healing physically, yes. But the emotional wreckage? That was another story. And I couldn't hold it in anymore. It was too much. The whiplash of it all. Of almost losing her, the thought of living without her. Then the relief of seeing her alive. Whole. Only for it to be swallowed by a tidal wave of hurt. Of anger. From the pain of not knowing. The betrayal of everything over these past months. My voice cut through the tension. Low. Rough. Say something, Kara. Every head turned to me. Say. Something. The words came out more snarl than speech. I stepped toward her, close enough to see the flicker behind her eyes. My voice is hoarse and drained. Barely holding it together. You don't get to burn the world down, kill 4 rogues, and then go silent. My heart pounded. Furious. I wanted to punch through my ribs and collapse at her feet. What was that? I yelled. The words exploded from my chest, echoing through the silence of the throne room. Everyone flinched. And then she looked at me. And I saw it. Something ancient. Something untouchable. Not human. Not wolf. Not Lycan. A creature that had lived through death and risen anyway. Her lips parted. A whisper of ash and guilt. I'm sorry. Chapter 34. Kara POV. Sorry. Ryker snarled. That's all you have to say for yourself? Fury rippled off him, crackling in the air. You lied to me, he roared. About our kind. About mates. About everything. He took a step forward. You kept me at arm's length. Tormented me with the bond, his voice dipped, low and venomous. And you're not even human? He shoved both hands through his hair, like he could rip the betrayal out by the roots. Now it all makes sense. His eyes snapped to mine. I checked your records, Kara. When you kept shutting me out. When you refused to let me in. I had to know why. His jaw clenched. You were abandoned. After the fire. After you burned your house to the ground while you were in the system. And I thought that's why you kept your distance. That maybe you didn't trust me not to leave you as they did. He let out a breath that sounded like it cut him on the way out. But that's not it, is it? He shook his head, almost laughing. But there was no humor in it. Because it wasn't some tragic accident. It was because you're supernatural. Like us. He inhaled, as if trying to catch some trace of familiarity in the air, clinging to the hope that he was mistaken despite all signs pointing to the truth. But what he was searching for, it wasn't there. Even your scent isn't human anymore, he grit out. It's ancient. Then something shifted. Clicked. A sudden stillness settled over him. His entire body locked up as the final piece of a puzzle had just fallen into place. You're over 100 years old, aren't you? He stared at me. Silent. Staggered. Like he was trying to reconcile the woman he had fought for, the woman he loved, with the truth I had buried so deep not even fire could reach it. His eyes darkened as the realization quickly soured, curdling into rage, the sting of betrayal boiling it back to the surface. Well, he snarled. There's no more hiding, Kara. Not from this. Not from any of it. So tell me, what are you? I stared back. Stunned. And maybe if I wasn't still bleeding, if the wildfire of my first shift in years wasn't still burning like adrenaline under my skin, I could have handled this differently. I could have answered gently. Rationally. But I didn't. You checked my records, Ryker. I snapped. I told you, I didn't want you to know me. Why? He shot back, voice rising. What are you so afraid of? Did you think I wouldn't love you? Thought I couldn't handle the truth. His eyes blazed, wild and wounded. I was trying to understand you. All of you. To love you for who you are, for whatever you are. Why wouldn't you just let me? Because I'm a phoenix, Ryker. I yelled, stepping in close. Do you even know what that means? His face twisted, confusion and anger fighting for dominance. Of course, he didn't. No, he said hoarsely, voice strained and aching. But you never even gave me a chance. You should have told me. Trusted me. Instead of shutting me out. You could have explained it. I would have listened. But instead, you let me think I was the only one losing my mind. I had to. I cried. Because loving me is dangerous for you. I swallowed hard. It destroys the people I love most. He blinked, like he couldn't quite process what I had just said. That the very love he wanted to give me was the thing I feared most. And around us, the others stilled. Every face locked on mine. Frozen. Expectant. But the story they were waiting for was buried beneath mountains of pain. Pain that had lived inside me for a century. Silent. Rotting. Festering. And they were about to witness every raw, brutal piece of it. Phoenix shifters are different from your kind, I began, the words tumbling out. We have talons where you have claws. Wings where you have a tail. And fire coursing through our veins. Sure, we possess strength, speed, and reflexes to rival yours. My gaze swept across the carnage, the bodies of the rogues still on the floor. But the one thing we don't have, the one thing we will never have, I said, my voice catching, is healing. I felt their gazes roam over me. The blood. The bruises. The wounds are still raw and barely closing. Each one is a testament to the undeniable proof of my words. We have no regeneration. No miracle fix. Because what we do have is worse. When we die, we come back. Same body. Same age. Same memories. But the mating bond. I looked him dead in the eyes. It doesn't return. Ryker flinched barely. I turned away, pacing as memories surged up from the dark. Do you have any idea what that's like? I said, louder now. To die. To feel your soul ripped apart. And then wake up, reborn into the same world with the same heart, but alone. Because now you have a new mate, somewhere out there, written into your soul like a brand you didn't ask for. But the person you still love? Your old mate? They can't feel you anymore. My fists clenched, tears burning in my throat. And all you can do is watch as they spiral into grief, into madness. As they unravel from the inside out, still feeling a bond that's gone hollow inside you. I met Ryker's gaze, each word cutting deeper. But you can't stop it. You can't save them. You can only stand there as the person you love most dies. Because of the bond you broke. The room was silent. Utterly, painfully still. No one moved. No one even breathed. Because what I was describing was every wolf's worst fear made flesh in front of them. And then said it. The answer to the question no one dared ask. The reason I knew all of this to be true. Because I had lived it. I've had 3 mates, Ryker. My voice broke. 3. I lifted my hand, fingers trembling as I counted them off. One by one. The first was a werewolf. He ended his life in my arms after I didn't return from battle. He thought I had left him. And he couldn't survive that. I exhaled, slow and shaking. The second was human. Kind. Gentle. I thought, maybe if I stayed away from the supernatural, it would be safe. Simple. A bitter laugh escaped my throat. But he died in a car crash. Bled out before I could save him. And I told myself that I was strong enough to live with it. But I couldn't. My voice dulled. So I ended it. But my phoenix brought me back anyway. A beat passed. And the third? He was the former alpha of the beta you met at the summit. The one who recognized me. The image of that night surfaced briefly in my mind. A few years ago, there was an ambush on my pack. I was killed. And when I came back, my mate had gone rogue. He had lost his mind, his Luna, his other half. And it broke him. He was completely unhinged. Out of control. The pack was in chaos. And do you know what I had to do, Ryker? I stopped pacing, forcing down bile as I looked at him. I had to kill him. I spat the words like acid. I killed my own mate, Ryker. I stepped toward him, breath shaking, vision blurring. So I'm sorry for pushing you away, I hissed, for lying. For keeping secrets from all of you. But I don't regret it. Not for 1 second. My fingers pressed to my chest, right over my heart. Because I can't go through that kind of loss again. I can't be the reason someone else breaks like that. I am afraid I won't survive it. So to protect myself, to protect you, I made a vow. No more mates. No more bonds. Because my phoenix might be able to rise from the ashes of that pain, but me. I met his gaze, eyes brimming with unshed tears. Kara won't. My voice thinned. I won't. Ryker stood there. Absolutely wrecked. His eyes darted, searching, processing, trying to make sense of the impossible. His breath turned uneven. His chest rose and fell too fast. I could see him fighting to stay in control beneath the avalanche of truth I had just unleashed. All the while, his beast rose through the frenzy of emotions, clawing its way up through the cracks. And beneath the heartbreak, beneath the betrayal, beneath every other wild thought racing through his mind came the tidal wave of territorial wrath that no one could stop. Because for a Lycan, there is only ever one mate. One soul bound to theirs. And I had just told him I had had three others who had touched what he now saw as his. And in that moment, it was the only truth that mattered. His pupils blew wide, swallowing the violet in his eyes. A sudden tremble rippled through his shoulders as his body coiled, every muscle drawn tight. His jaw clenched so hard I swore I heard it crack. His fists curled, white-knuckled, as if he was one breath away from tearing the world apart just to reclaim me from my past. From every ghost of who I had been before him. What burned in his eyes wasn't just pain anymore. It was instinct. Violated. Feral. And unforgiving. I took a cautious step back, bracing for the fallout of my words. For the violent shift I thought was coming. But then he moved. Fast. Too fast. In less than a breath, I was slammed against the wall, the air punched from my lungs as his body caged mine in. Ryker, I gasped, but the word barely left my lips before his fangs sank into the place where my shoulder met my neck. A cry ripped from my throat as fire tore through me, searing straight to my core. And I couldn't stop the way my body leaned into his bite, the way my soul ached for it. It was agony. Ecstasy. Every last wall between us obliterated in a single, devastating touch. For a split second, I sank into the sensation, lost, mind-numbed, unable to find my thoughts, unable to tell where I ended, and he began. But then panic sliced through the haze. And with every ounce of will I had left, I shoved him off. What did you do? I screamed. I claim you, Kara. Ryker snarled, yanking down his shirt collar to reveal the mark I had accidentally left on him earlier. Because I know you want me. Your beast does. You do. And I'm done letting your fear, your past, keep you from taking what's already ours. My heart stuttered as the mate bond snapped into place with a soundless crack that echoed through every piece of me. No, I gasped. No, no, no. The bond constricted, tightening like a noose. It wrapped around my soul like chains made of fire and light. Binding. Its energy surging through my body, sealing my wounds from the inside out as fear knifed through me. You have no idea what you've done. I cried. You don't understand what you've just sentenced us to. I lunged at him, fists flying, not to hurt him, but to do something. Anything. He caught me mid-swing, spun me, and slammed me back against the wall. His hands gripped my wrists, pinning them above my head. Our bodies flush. His breath ragged against my cheek as I thrashed, tears spilling hot and fast as the truth caved in all around me. My plans. My witch. My research. Gone. Burned to nothing. I was fighting for more time, I choked out. For a different fate. You promised. How could you? But he didn't let me finish. He devoured the words with a kiss. And it wasn't gentle. Or soft. It was intense. It was fire and fury and love all wrapped in one brutal press of his lips. like he was punishing me for breaking him and worshipping me all at once. And I couldn't help it. Even through the rage still swirling in my chest, I kissed him back. Because now, with the bond fully forged, I could feel his soul fusing into mine with a completeness that hit me like a force of nature. A ravenous, bottomless hunger with no beginning and no end. My knees buckled. But his hands were already there, catching me, holding me upright. Mouth still on mine like I was the only thing in the world keeping him breathing. When he finally pulled away, we were both gasping, shaking. His forehead dropped to mine. "There is no other fate," he growled. "No other destiny besides you and me. So your fear? Your past? It can go straight to hell. Because you're not losing me. Not in this life. Not in any." His voice dropped, low and fierce. "So no more mates," he said, spitting the word as it offended him. "No more fated strangers written into your soul. No more dying just to be tied to someone new. Because I'll be by your side for all of eternity." His grip on my waist tightened. His other hand slid up, cupping my cheek like he was daring the universe to even try tearing me away from him. "And I'll spend forever proving it," he swore, his mouth brushing mine. "That you're safe with me. That this bond won't break. That we won't break." His thumb stroked the edge of my jaw, a touch caught between worship and claim. "Because you," he whispered, voice thick with promise, possession, and edged with threat, "are mine." And in his eyes, burning with wolf and man, there was no desperation. Only absolute conviction. A vow inked in fire. Even though every rational part of me screamed to fight back, to yell, to cry, something about his words undid me in that moment. Because he said them as he meant them. Like, not a single part of him feared me or what I might do to him. And so, for one reckless heartbeat, I believed him. Fell for the fantasy that maybe, just maybe, my love wouldn't be the thing that ruined us. Not this time. Not with him. And man, that thought, that fleeting spark of hope, was the most terrifying thing of all. Chapter 35. Ryker POV. I had claimed her. And maybe I shouldn't have. Not like that. Not in a throne room soaked in blood, scorched and scarred, with bodies still cooling on the floor. But I couldn't stop myself. Not after everything she had kept from me. Not after hearing she had had other mates. Other men who had marked her, touched her, loved her. The moment those words left her lips, my beast roared to the surface, wild and territorial. A firestorm of fury and need. Because the thought of anyone else laying claim to her, her body, her soul, her bond, ignited a rage so visceral it burned through every inch of me. And it wasn't just jealousy. It was the torment in her voice when she spoke of them. The way her pain wrapped around each word like barbed wire. And man, when she said she had died. Not once, but 3 times. I swore my heart stopped beating. The thought of her dying even once was enough to level me. But 3 times? 3 lifetimes of agony? The thought of it brutalized me, branded itself into my bones. And that pain ended now. Because we were endgame. She was mine to protect. To shield from the shadows of her past. And I would never let her feel that kind of pain again. Still, the guilt of how I claimed her so brutally clawed at me. Afterwards, she hadn't said a word. Just turned and left, locking herself behind the doors of my room at the palace. I wanted to follow her. To fix it. To force the healing to start. But I knew she didn't want to talk to me. Not yet. I could feel it. Her anger. She's hurt. Her fear. Even her love for me. All of it pouring through the bond. And honestly, I didn't know what I would even say. Where would I start? We had so much more to unpack. To process. And I was still angry too. So for now, I clung to the one truth that kept me breathing through all the chaos. She was mine. We were mated. And she was safe. That truth became my tether. My anchor in the wreckage as I compartmentalized, shoved everything else into boxes, while the world demanded a version of me that wasn't falling apart. For the rest of the evening, I threw myself into duty. We called an emergency council meeting and spent the entire night piecing together a preliminary plan, how Hunter would take the crown in the coming months, the transition of power, the appointment of a new guard, and the restructuring of our military command. Because the kingdom was in shambles. A coup was barely crushed. So I focused until it was done. Until the throne room emptied and it was just Hunter, me, and a single dark truth still hanging between us, the death of the late king. Deep down, I knew this was my failure. My burden to bear. So I did the one thing my honor demanded. I tried to resign. Hunter didn't even hesitate. "Are you out of your mind?" he snapped, disbelief sharp in his voice. "You think stepping down fixes this? That this only falls on you?" He didn't let me speak. Didn't let me try to argue. This was a failure on all our shoulders. Every general. Every advisor. Every member of that damn council who didn't see the signs. The kingdom needs better leaders, not fewer. He scoffed, shaking his head. "I'm rejecting your resignation, Ryker. Completely. I need you at my side to rebuild this kingdom from the ground up. Recruitment will be stricter. Training is more brutal. Standards will be raised. And every crack in our defenses sealed." He stepped closer. "Then, after the coronation, once every pack across the country has sworn loyalty and order is finally restored, I'll personally oversee the interrogation of the rogue Lycan. We'll bleed him for answers. This won't happen again." His hand closed firmly over my shoulder. "But right now," he continued, "as your future king, my first command to you is this. Go back to Blackthorn. Take care of. Fix whatever's still broken between you two. That's your priority." He glanced around the room, his gaze catching on the empty throne where his father once ruled. "Because you're more than my general," he said. "More than blood." His voice trailed off, but he didn't need to finish the thought. I already knew where his mind had drifted. Even though blood meant everything to wolves, especially to lycans, it didn't guarantee closeness. Or trust. And certainly not understanding. He and the late king hadn't seen eye to eye in years. They had clashed more than they had connected, on ideology, on leadership, on legacy. And whatever bond they had once had long since calcified. So Hunter wasn't shattered by his father's death. Quietly grieving, yes. But broken? Not even close. That's how he could stand here, calm in the chaos, steady while the kingdom bled around him. And now he was choosing to build something better from the ashes of his father's reign. But I saw the weight of it pressing down on him, the responsibility, the uncertainty of the future he was stepping into, and the battles ahead he couldn't face alone. He needed more than a loyal soldier at his side. More than a cousin bound by duty. Now, more than ever, he needed a friend. And he wouldn't get the whole, clear-headed version of me he was counting on until I repaired what was still fractured between my mate and me. "Promise me you'll fix things," he said. "For everyone's sake. But especially for hers. Because the kind of nightmare she's lived through leaves scars that never truly heal. And right now, she needs you more than I do." I nodded. Because he was right. But before I left, he promised to keep me in the loop. Said a new training ground was going to be built near Blackthorn, and once I got things sorted with Kara, new orders would follow. So the next morning, Kara and I flew back. She didn't speak a single word to me on the plane. But I felt her fury in the silence, saw it in the set of her jaw, in the way she refused to look at me. Not once. Not since I bit her. Not since I kissed her. Claimed her. But I was angry too. Still burning from the lies she had buried. And frankly, exhausted. When we landed, she headed straight upstairs. And a few minutes later, I followed. She was in our room, standing in front of the mirror. Her fingers hovered over the mark on her shoulder. My mark. Already scarred. Already permanent. Her reflection looked haunted. Scared. And then furious. "I can't believe you did this to me," she whispered, her eyes meeting mine through the glass. And man, that whisper hit harder than a scream, pressing right into the guilt already coiled in my chest. "I'm sorry," I said. My beast took over, and for a moment I lost control. I won't deny that. I exhaled, the weight of it still lodged deep in my ribs. But I don't regret it. She drew a sharp breath. "You took away the one thing I had left. The only chance we had." Her voice faltered. "You took away my choice." Choice. I stepped toward her, voice low and cutting. You want to talk about choice? Where was mine when you kept everything from me? You said nothing. You kept me in the dark. The words burned in my throat, bitter and sharp. How was I expected to keep that promise, not to mark you, when I made it to someone who was lying to me the whole time? You don't understand. She whispered, her voice fragile now, utterly broken, as slow tears slipped down her cheeks. I spent weeks searching for a witch, someone who could alter the bond. I wanted to be with you so badly, Ryker. But I also wanted to make sure fate wouldn't catch up with us. That when I died, you wouldn't die too. Her voice cracked. I just needed one more week. I froze. My beast was already howling. I grabbed her waist and forced her to face me, fingers tightening under her chin as I tilted her head up. You were going to tamper with the mate bond? I said, fury rising, but shock hitting even harder. Do you have any idea how wrong that is? She nodded, tears clinging to her lashes. I was trying to save you, she choked out. Because I believe you when you say you'll love me forever. That you'll stay. But me. Her voice broke. I don't trust myself. Not to ruin it. Not to ruin you. I dragged in a breath, anger pulsing just beneath my skin, barely held in check. I was trying to stay composed. To understand. Goddess help me, Kara, I ground out, my voice rough. Don't you ever pull something like that again. Ever. My hand slid from her jaw to the nape of her neck, finding the mark that now bound us. My fingers traced over the scar as sparks flared beneath my touch. I needed the contact. Needed the reminder that she was here, that she couldn't walk away this time. It was the only thing keeping me steady. It doesn't even matter now, she muttered, leaning in to rest her forehead against my chest. You forced my hand. And part of me is furious with you. But another part, her voice wavered, is grateful. Because running from you hurt more than anything else. She pulled back just enough to look at me. So I'm sorry, she whispered, her voice shaking. For all of it. Adding to the pain when I already knew what was coming. Because now that I'm bound to you, I have to accept us. At least for now, maybe I can try to enjoy this. Until it inevitably ends. Until it will never happen, I cut her off, taking her face in both hands, gentle but firm. Do you hear me? That ending you're afraid of? It doesn't exist. My voice was rough with certainty. But in that moment, I finally understood. Her silence over the past 24 hours. The rage she threw at me for stealing her choice. It was never really about the bite. It wasn't even about the fear of losing me. Because she had already resigned herself to that fate the moment I claimed her. She had steeled herself for it. No. What I had truly taken from her was hope. Hope that we might survive this. Hope that our love wouldn't be the thing to destroy us. That's why she tried to meddle with the bond, because she was trying to protect something fragile, something that terrified her to believe in. And I had crushed it. Shattered the one thing she was clinging to. Now, I had to give it back. To reignite what I had extinguished. To fan the embers of that hope and give her every reason to believe in something better. The realization settled deep in my chest, and with it, the anger that had gripped me slowly unraveled, dissolving into something softer. My gaze shifted, gentled. I'm yours, Kara, I said, my voice steady now. Reassuring. Utterly. Entirely. Yours. I let the words fill the quiet, the cracks between us. I know you did what you had to protect what we had in your own way. But you're still fighting ghosts. Still bracing for the same ending you've lived before. And I get it, I do. I reached up, brushing a loose strand of red from her face, tucking it gently behind her ear. But that past? It's not ours. It doesn't get to write our future. And I am not going anywhere. Not now. Not tomorrow. Not ever. My thumb caught a tear trailing down her cheek, wiping it away. Silence passed between us for a beat. Then her lips parted on a soft, shaky breath. Even if I wanted to believe you, she paused, trembling. How do we come back from this, Ryker? How do we even begin to start over? After everything I did, all the pain I caused us. Her breath hitched. I don't deserve you. Not your love. Not your forgiveness. Beautiful, I murmured, leaning in so our foreheads nearly touched. You are my reason for breathing. You want forgiveness? Done. You want a fresh start? Then we start right here, right now, with nothing between us but the truth. I brushed my thumb gently along her lips. And the truth is, your past doesn't define our future. And I'll spend every day reminding you of that. All I ask in return is one thing. Promise me no more secrets. No more walls. No more hiding from what we are and everything we're meant to become. She nodded. Slowly. I promise, she whispered. And I promise too, I said. No more taking your choices away. No matter how much I love you. I should have waited to mark you. Even if it brought us to where we are now. It should have been special. Intimate. Gentle. My jaw flexed as guilt surged at the memory of last night. And for that, I said quietly, I am truly sorry. But she deserved more than an apology. She deserved to feel what that moment should have been. So I reached for her through the bond and poured everything into it. Every ounce of possession, worship, and undying loyalty. Love. Devotion. And my forgiveness for everything that had passed between us. I showed her the fire inside me, eternal and unwavering, that burned only for her. Raw. Fierce. Unfiltered. I didn't hold anything back. Not a single piece of myself. And I knew she felt it. Her chest lifted like she was breathing me in for the very first time. Her gaze locked with mine, pupils blown wide. And through the bond, her pain began to soften, to melt beneath the warmth of my love. And hope began to stir from the ashes. She offered me forgiveness in return. Not with words, but with a kiss. She leaned in and pressed her soft lips to mine. It surged through me, igniting every nerve, flooding my chest with light. I pulled her closer, kissing her deeper. Because this kiss burned away the suffering, soothed every fracture, rewrote the ending she had been waiting for into a beginning she had finally chosen. Her mark pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat as I wrapped an arm around her waist. And the bond between us blazed to life, wild with love, with need, and the fierce, quiet freedom of finally being one. Chapter 36. Kara POV. The rest of winter break passed in a blur, like time had bent itself around us. We started over. From the beginning. Anger faded, love bloomed. And somehow, things with Ryker felt normal. Or at least, our version of it. We spent long hours together, wrapped around each other like we couldn't stand the thought of space. We talked about my Phoenix form, about how little I actually knew about what I was. I confessed I had never met another Phoenix shifter. Everything I had learned came from fantasy books, half-forgotten lore, and gut instinct when I was a teenager. He promised we would search together. Maybe something in the Royal Archives held answers. Ryker hadn't asked about my past lives, not yet. And I hadn't offered. Not because I didn't trust him, but because we both knew that conversation would sting. My past made him angry. It made me afraid. And for once, I was just trying to believe in us. To keep my promise to him. But reality, as always, slowly crept back in. Astrid, Hunter, Kai, Talia, and Jackson returned to campus, the aftermath of the coup finally beginning to settle. The shock of my secret had faded, and they had forgiven me for keeping it. It was easier for them than it was for Ryker, for obvious reasons. But with Hunter's coronation looming, both he and Astrid were officially dropping out to prepare for their new roles. Yet not before Astrid insisted on returning to Blackthorn for one last thing. She wanted to know what it felt like to fly. That's how we found ourselves in a secluded clearing, deep within the forest, surrounded by towering trees and air thick with the scent of pine. I had shifted, only the second time in front of them. And their expressions were still the same, stunned, breathless awe. Flames danced across my skin, talons gleaming in the light as my eyes glowed molten. Hunter watched me warily as my wings flared, flexing with anticipation. Are you sure this is safe? I smirked, embers drifting from my lips. What? I purred, stepping up to Astrid and pulling her flush against me. Don't trust me not to drop your queen? He muttered something that sounded like a curse. Sorry, what was that? I said sweetly, cupping my ear with mock concern. Couldn't quite hear you being terrified, Your Majesty. I gave him a wicked grin. Better keep a close eye on your girl. Then, without warning, I bent my knees and launched. My wings ignited behind us in a blaze of fire as I took to the sky. Hunter's panicked roar echoed after us. Kara, you better not drop her, I swear to the goddess. But his voice was lost to the wind. Astrid screamed, at first in fear, then in exhilaration. I flew higher, circling the treetops, spinning through clouds, wind tearing around us. She laughed wildly in my arms. When we finally returned to the clearing, Hunter was pacing like a lunatic. His jaw only unclenched when his mate's boots hit solid ground. After all, lycans belong to the earth. Astrid, meanwhile, was practically vibrating with excitement. Wow, that was incredible, Kara. Talia, you have to try this. I extended a hand toward her, but Talia shook her head. Maybe next time. Right now, I'm perfectly happy just enjoying the view from down here. Kai looked grateful. Suit yourself, I shrugged, my wings still aglow, trailing faint sparks behind me. Then I felt it, fingers brushing along the edge of one wing. I shuddered, eyes fluttering shut, a bolt of heightened sensation crashing through my system. The touch was gentle, curious. I turned slowly. Jackson. He stood inches away, entranced. Completely unaware of the chaos he was causing inside me. These are amazing, he murmured. They look like fire, but feel real. And they don't even burn. Jackson, I ground out, could you not touch them? He blinked. Startled. Oh man. Sorry, I didn't. Too late. Ryker appeared at my side, shoving Jackson back. Are you okay? He demanded, eyes already scanning me for damage. Did it hurt? I shook my head, biting back a grin. No, not at all. Let's just say, they're a little sensitive. Jackson, catching on instantly, grinned like the cocky menace he was. Oh? You don't say. So, were you close? I turned, crossing my arms, arching a brow. You touched them for like 3 seconds and think you rocked my world? Please. I smirked. I've had more thrilling experiences from a passing breeze. And plus, if that's your idea of pleasure, I gave him a slow once-over. I genuinely feel sorry for every woman who's ever ended up in your bed. Ryker froze. Not at the joke, but at the implication. His eyes darkened. Pupils blew wide. And then crack. Ryker's fist slammed into Jackson's jaw in one smooth, gorgeous motion. Clean and brutal. Jackson went flying into the grass with a grunt and a wheeze of laughter. Okay, he coughed. Yeah, deserved that one. Darn right you did, Ryker growled. I told you to keep your hands off my mate. Jackson sat up, rubbing his jaw with a grin. Completely unbothered. You know, he said, cracking his neck, I think the last time you punched me, it landed harder. He glanced up at Ryker, teasing. Losing your edge? Ryker raised a brow, grinning now. Want me to try again, and we can compare? Kai, Astrid, and Hunter howled with laughter. Talia groaned, arms crossed like she had been counting down to this exact moment. Then I muttered playfully, rolling my eyes. Talia smirked. Correction, lycans, Kara. Whole different species of dramatic. Ryker's gaze found mine again as he stalked back toward me, that dark, wicked heat I knew all too well simmering just beneath the curve of his grin. His mouth brushed close to my ear, voice low and intense, meant for me alone. I didn't realize they were that sensitive, he murmured. His fingers skimmed lightly down my spine, subtle enough to go unnoticed by the others, but I felt every inch. You'll have to show me later tonight. Beautiful, he continued, his voice a low promise, threaded with heat. Wings spread wide. Fire licking the walls. And you calling my name like it's the only word you know. Man. He knew exactly how to affect a girl. A slow, wicked smile spread across my lips as I dragged a fingernail down the hard line of his chest. Applying just enough pressure to tease. Only if you earn it, handsome, I whispered. The sound he made in response was low, hungry, and lost beneath the fading laughter of our friends. But the look in his eyes? Feral. Promising. Kara. Astrid's voice cut through the haze like a bucket of ice water, dragging me back to the moment. As fun as this little outing's been, she said, pulling me into a surprise hug, bright and beaming. Hunter and I have a kingdom to prepare for. I hugged her back, tight, snapping out of the laughter and lingering tension, straight into the reality that this was goodbye. I'm going to miss the heck out of you, I mumbled against her shoulder. She pulled back just enough to smirk. Please. I think Jackson's antics will keep you more than entertained. I rolled my eyes. She laughed, brushing a kiss to my cheek. If you ever need me, you know where to find me. And besides, give it a year, maybe less, you'll be at the palace too, glued to this one. She nodded toward Ryker. Once he gets those new training grounds near Blackthorn up and running. I smiled as she winked at me, then disappeared into the trees with Hunter, their wolves slipping into the forest shadows. Kai and Talia followed soon after, murmuring about unpacking back at the Lycan house. And Jackson dusted himself off and sauntered away, grinning as he pulled out his phone, already texting his next conquest. Off to charm another poor she-wolf doomed to pine after him. That left just me and Ryker in the now quiet clearing. So we fell into step beside each other, heading back toward my dorm to grab the last of my things. I was officially moving into his room. There was no point pretending otherwise. We barely spent a second apart anyway. Our bond tugged too tightly. Just as we reached my front steps, his phone buzzed. He glanced at the screen, brow furrowing. Training site updates, he muttered, pressing a quick kiss to my forehead. I'll be right in. 2 minutes. I nodded and slipped inside. But the moment I opened my door, my breath hitched. The scent hit me first. Blood. Raw. Coppery. Thick and foul with magic. My room had been destroyed, torn apart like something feral had gone wild. Furniture shredded. Feathers and splinters scattered like ash. Books ripped to ribbons. Sheets are soaked in dark. And on the far wall, scrawled in fresh, glistening red. Luna Cara, we are coming for revenge. My heart slammed against my ribs like it was trying to escape my chest. My vision blurred. My mouth went dry. Oh no. 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 Panic thundered through me. And I knew Ryker felt it. Through the bond. My complete and utter terror. Footsteps exploded up the stairs like a stampede. And then he was there. Eyes glowing. Power crackling. His beast is riding the edge of his skin, ready to kill. He took one look at the room, at letters jagged and dripping on the wall, and in a blink, he swept the space. Scanning every shadow, every crevice, searching for danger. But there was nothing. No enemy. No scent trail. No heat signatures. Just blood. Once he was certain, he pulled me into his arms, crushing me against his chest. It's okay, he murmured, voice low and soothing. I've got you. No one is touching you. I swear it on my life. You're safe. I clung to him like I was drowning, fists twisted in his shirt, nails digging into his back. Trying to tether myself to his heat, his scent, his presence. But I wasn't safe. Because he didn't understand what those words on the wall really meant. They were coming. Connor. My old pack. But not for me. For him. Because revenge for them wouldn't be about death. It would be about suffering. About watching me break the way I broke them. The day my third mate died, both my pack and I had lost an alpha. But unlike me, they had lost everything. I had obliterated their world, their legacy, their unity, their fire. And then I did the worst thing I could have done. I ran. And now, they wanted payback. Total. Merciless. Ruin. So they were going to take away the only thing I had left to love. I tried to breathe. To think. To claw my way back to reason. He's Ryker, not just a Lycan, but a general. Elite. Born for war. Built from blood and fury. He could survive anything. Right? They wouldn't be able to lay a hand on him. But then the truth slammed into me. Like fire ripping through bone. They wouldn't need to. Because we weren't just lovers anymore. We were mated. One soul, one flame, forever entwined. And they knew. About me. About what it took to break a bonded soul. How do you not strike the flame? You smother it. Slowly. Brutally. And in that breathless, harrowing moment, as I clung to him like he was the last flicker of light before the dark, I understood. They were going to bring him to his knees, crush him from the inside out. And the only way to do that was to kill me.